Chapter 124. In the side room. As soon as Li Zishuan spoke, everyone was shocked. Everyone in the room looked at him. Cheng Yaojin hurriedly ran over and grabbed Li Zishuan's shoulder. He said hurriedly, "Why didn't you say you had a way earlier? Your Uncle Qin and I are like brothers. I usually treat you like a nephew. How can you bear to see your Uncle Qin suffer from injuries?" Li Zishuan explained, "Uncle Cheng, my method may not be easy to use. That's why I asked Priest Sun to study it together." Sun Simiao stopped what he was doing and turned to look at Li Zishuan. "Oh, little Xian, you know medicine?" Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said, "I don't know medicine, but my master is very good at it." Sun Simiao asked curiously, "May I ask who your master is?" When they were in Mount Zhongnan, Li Zishuan only told Sun Simiao that he was weak and sickly when he was young. Later, he went to Mount Longhu to find a master. He didn't say who his master was. Cheng Yaojin said, "His master is spiritual master Lingshu. Dr. Sun must have heard of him." Sun Simiao said in surprise, "It's actually Senior Lingshu. I'm very impressed by his medical skills." "Little Xian, did you learn his medical skills?" Li Zishuan shook his head and said, "Master only taught me martial arts when he was alive. He didn't teach me medicine. Master said that I was still young and shouldn't bite off more than I can chew." Sun Simiao shook his head with regret. "That's a pity. Oh, little Xian, you said that you have a way to treat General Qin's illness. Tell me what it is." Li Zishuan saw everyone looking at him and said, "Everyone must have heard of the immortal drunken wine that's been popular in Chang'an recently." Cheng Yaojin laughed and said, "Of course we've heard of it. But now we're talking about treatment. Why are you talking about this?" The rest of the people were also puzzled. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "The method I'm talking about is to mix some herbs used to treat internal injuries with strong alcohol according to a certain ratio. Then, it will be used both internally and externally. I think it will have a very good effect on Uncle Qin's old injuries." Sun Simiao twirled his beard and smiled, "Little Xian, aren't you talking about medicinal wine? I already have this thing, but I don't think this medicinal wine can cure General Qin's illness." The appearance of medicinal wine can be traced back to ancient times. In addition to wine, there was also wine. Black millet was used as the raw material for brewing wine, and tulip grass, also a type of Chinese medicine, was added to brew it. This was the earliest medicinal wine recorded in written records. However, it was worth emphasizing that most of the medicinal wines in ancient times were made from medicinal herbs. They were fermented together with the raw materials used to make wine. It was different from the soaking method that was commonly used in later generations. The main reason might be that the alcohol content of the wine in ancient times was relatively low. It was not easy to store, and the immersion method could easily lead to the deterioration of the wine. The use of wine decoction and wine immersion began at least in the Han Dynasty. What Li Zishuan was talking about was precisely the use of extremely high concentration spirits and the immersion method to make medicinal wine. Hearing Sun Simiao's denial, Li Zishuan explained with a smile, "Daoist Sun, the medicinal wine this kid is talking about is brewed with extremely high concentration spirits. My master said before his death that the stronger the spirit used to brew medicinal wine, the better the final effect of the medicinal wine. Because the various active ingredients of medicinal herbs are easily dissolved in strong spirits, the medicinal wine uses the strength of the spirit and the spirit to fully display its efficacy and enhance its efficacy. Moreover, my master was troubled by his illness a few years ago. He left behind a medicinal wine prescription that can be taken orally and used externally. It can completely cure old injuries. As for whether it can cure Uncle Qin's illness, this kid is not too sure. A few days ago, after this kid finished arranging the matters of the winery, I personally concentrated several liters of high concentration spirits and concocted 2 bottles of medicinal wine according to the prescription left behind by my master. This kid came in a hurry today and forgot to bring them. I'll have to trouble Uncle Qin to send a servant to my house to fetch them." What Li Zishuan said was not nonsense. In fact, the alcohol concentration needed to concoct medicinal wine should be above 50%. According to modern scientific knowledge, alcohol is a good semipolar organic solvent. The various organic ingredients of medicinal herbs were easily dissolved in alcohol, but not in water. However, it was impossible to produce such strong alcohol in ancient times. Therefore, medicinal wine in ancient times was mainly nourishing. According to the theory of traditional Chinese medicine, prolonged illness would lead to a deficiency of vital energy and blockage of the meridians. Therefore, various chronic diseases often had different degrees of blockage of vital energy and blood and blockage of the meridians. Medicinal wine mainly nourished the vital energy and nourished the body. At the same time, the wine itself had the effect of refreshing and warming the body. As for the medicinal wine prescription that Li Zexuan mentioned, it was a prescription that his father often used in his previous life. When his father was young, he had a wild temperament. He had learned martial arts from several martial arts masters. Later on, after 2 years of learning, he began to wander around. His traveling expenses were all earned by his street acrobatics and magic tricks. At that time, Xinjiang had just been established for more than 10 years. Street acrobatics were still very common. Later on, after his father got married, his temperament gradually stabilized and he began to earn money to support the family. However, as he grew older, the internal injuries from his martial arts training and acrobatics when he was young began to flare up. His father found a prescription from somewhere and made his own medicinal wine. He found that it was quite effective, so he persevered until he was young. However, later on, Li Zexuan had to go to the pharmacy to get the medicine. Therefore, Li Zexuan had a deep impression of the prescription. On the day that Han Yushi mixed the wine at his house, Li Zexuan successfully purified white wine for the first time. After Han Yushi left, he distilled a portion of the purified wine several times. Li Zexuan estimated that the wine was at least 60% alcohol. Then, he asked someone to get the medicine according to the prescription and made 2 bottles of medicinal wine. He thought that if Sun Simiao couldn't cure Qin Shubao's illness, he would take it out and try it. It was a desperate attempt, wasn't it? When Mrs. Qin heard this, she said excitedly, "Xiaoxian, are you serious?" Qin Shubao's expression also changed slightly. He said it so indifferently before just to comfort his wife. However, if there was a chance to be healthy, who would be willing to be a sickly person every day? Li Zexuan nodded affirmatively. Mrs. Qin immediately went out and ordered the servants to get the medicinal wine from the Li family. Cheng Yaojin's face was full of excitement. He stepped forward and patted Li Zexuan's shoulder with all his strength, shouting, "Good boy, it turns out that you're already prepared. If your Uncle Qin's illness is cured this time, both the Qin and Cheng families will remember your kindness and will definitely not treat you unfairly in the future." Li Zexuan hurriedly said, "Uncle Cheng, what are you talking about? Uncle Qin is a great general of the Tang Empire and has made great contributions to the Tang Empire. Every citizen of the Tang Empire hopes that a hero like Uncle Qin will live a long life. Besides, I don't know if my medicinal wine will work." Cheng Yaojin laughed and said, "Since it's the prescription left by spiritual master Ling Shu, I believe it will work." Li Zexuan secretly cursed. Cheng Yaojin was too excited. How could he praise another doctor in front of a doctor? Fortunately, Sun Simiao was not a narrow-minded person. He himself also admired spiritual master Ling Shu's medical skills. At this time, Sun Simiao said, "Xiaoxian, since you haven't brought back the medicinal wine, can you write down the prescription for me?" He was also eager to find out. When he heard that the prescription was left by spiritual master Ling Shu, he wanted to find out. Li Zexuan nodded and said, "I was just about to ask Taoist Sun to help me look at it in detail so that I don't remember wrongly and make mistakes." Chapter 125. It was a May afternoon and there was already a trace of heat. Everyone in the room had some sweat on their faces, but no one said a word. They all watched Li Zexuan write on the table. After a while, Li Zexuan picked up the written prescription and handed it to Sun Simiao. "Daoist Sun, help me look at it in detail." Sun Simiao took the prescription and saw a few lines of crooked words. He immediately frowned. Didn't Daoist Ling Shu teach Li Zexuan how to write? Li Zexuan also saw Sun Simiao's slightly furrowed brows, and he couldn't help but feel embarrassed. He secretly decided that he would have to practice his calligraphy in the future. Calligraphy was a person's face, and he couldn't not practice it well. He was also somewhat helpless. In the memory of the body he merged with, there was really no experience in writing. Perhaps his predecessor also didn't practice writing. After Sun Simiao sighed at Li Zexuan's dog-like handwriting, he looked at the contents of the prescription and saw that it was written, orally, 2 liters of white wine, strong, raw rehania, cooked rehania, made fleece flour, angelica, asparagus, and ophiopagan, 3 taels each of ginseng and wolfberry, 4 taels of yellow angelica, 2 taels of poria cocos, 5 taels of jujube, 4 taels of schisandra, 4 taels of peach bark, 8 taels of cinnamon, and 6 taels of raw rehania. External use: 2 liters of white wine, very strong, 2 taels of datianki, blood, and liopa, 5 taels each of rhubarb, peach kernel, eupatorium, safflower, angelica, frankincense, myrrh, gentian, and chuan dieback, 3 taels each of eucommia, bone suebu, upper turtle worm, sumu, and wumingi, 3 taels each of margenzi, fried yellow hair removed, 3 taels each of chiyi, and 8 taels each. After Sun Simiao finished reading the prescription, he closed his eyes and muttered to himself intermittently. After a moment, he opened his eyes and said to Li Zexuan, "Little Xian, although this prescription seems to be a bit of a surprise move, in the end, it can only treat pain, promote blood circulation, and strengthen muscles and bones. If it's really used to treat internal injuries, I'm afraid that the medicinal effect is somewhat insufficient." Li Zexuan smiled and said, "What Daoist Sun said is reasonable, but this shows the key role of the strong wine. As the saying goes, medicine borrows the strength of the wine, and the wine helps the medicine. The two complement each other to maximize their effectiveness. Only in this way can Uncle Qin's internal injury be cured." Sun Simiao looked at Li Zexuan with some uncertainty and said, "Then let's wait until you bring out your medicinal wine to try." Qin's mansion and Li Zexuan's mansion were not far apart. In less than half an hour, a young servant knocked on the door and walked in, carrying 2 large porcelain vases. Li Zexuan took the porcelain bottle and handed it to Sun Simiao. "Priest Sun, please take a look." Sun Simiao took the bottle of medicinal wine with the words external use written on it and opened the wooden cork. This was a strong wine with more than 60% alcohol. Immediately, the room was filled with the fragrance of wine and medicine. Cheng Yarojin took a deep breath and praised, "Good wine, this is even more satisfying than the immortal drunken wine. Little Xian, do you have any more of this wine? Can you give me a jar as well? Damn, this old drunkard wanted to drink so much that he went crazy. If he drank such strong wine, wouldn't it burn him to death? Even if it didn't burn him to death, it would probably cause alcohol poisoning." Li Zexuan quickly shook his head and said, "Uncle Cheng, this wine can only be used externally. It can't be drunk. Besides, it's extremely difficult to brew this kind of strong wine. There's only a little left." Cheng Yarojin heard this and shook his head in disappointment. Sun Simiao put the medicinal wine under his nose and sniffed it for a while. Then, he said in surprise, "The wine is strong, and the medicine is also strong. It's true that the medicine borrows the strength of the wine, and the wine helps the medicine. Maybe it can really cure General Qin's injury." He opened another bottle of medicinal wine for oral consumption. After smelling it, he nodded and said to Qin Shubao, "General Qin, you can try this medicinal wine for a few days. After a few days, I'll come back to see how your internal injury has recovered." Qin Shubao cupped his hands and smiled. "Thank you, Dr. Sunday Little Xian, I'll remember your kindness this time." Li Zexuan quickly bowed and said, "Uncle Qin, you're too serious." He turned to look at Sun Simiao and said, "Priest Sun, my master once told me that the blood of a human body is generally less than 10% of the weight of a human body. The blood loss of Uncle Qin over the years is probably more than 3 times the total blood in his body. Moreover, Uncle Qin is now old, and his ability to produce blood is far less than that of a young man. I'm worried that your qi replenishing prescriptions won't be able to completely recover Uncle Qin's qi and blood." Sun Simiao nodded in agreement. "I also agree with your master's theory. General Qin has indeed lost too much qi and blood, but I can't think of any other way except to let General Qin recuperate slowly. Qin Shubao's eyes lit up at this time. He asked tentatively, "Little Xian, do you have any way to make me recover quickly?" He had really had enough of the days when he couldn't carry anything. If there was a way to make him recover quickly, Qin Shubao felt that he was willing to live a few years less. Cheng Yarojin and Mrs. Qin also looked at Li Zishuan eagerly. Li Zishuan pondered for a moment and chose his words carefully. He said, "Uncle Qin, although my method can make up for your loss of qi and blood in a short period of time, it can only treat the symptoms and not the root cause. It will make people dependent on it. Don't use it unless you have no other choice. You should slowly recuperate according to Priest Sun's prescription for a few days and see the effect. It is more reliable." Blood transfusion was indeed the fastest and most effective way, but now Qin Shubao's ability to produce blood was declining. Blood transfusion could only treat the symptoms and not the root cause. After one blood transfusion, there would be a second and third blood transfusion. Moreover, he didn't have any tools for blood transfusion. Qin Qiong waved his hand and smiled. "As long as it can make me feel good for a while, anything is fine." "Little Xian, tell me quickly." Sun Simiao also asked curiously, "Little Xian, what method do you have? Tell me first and I'll help you think about it in detail." Li Zishuan hesitated for a moment and said, "I don't know if Priest Sun has heard of the blood-stealing technique to prolong life." Hearing this, Sun Simiao's expression suddenly changed and he sternly scolded, "Little Xian, as a disciple of the Spirit Void sect, how dare you mention this kind of sorcery?" When Sun Simiao heard the words blood-stealing technique to prolong life, he instantly thought of some evil Jianghu cultivators. He had been practicing medicine all his life. How could he watch Li Zishuan go astray? That was why he sternly stopped him. Li Zishuan saw Sun Simiao's extreme reaction and knew that he had misunderstood. He hurriedly explained, "Priest Sun, the blood-stealing technique to prolong life is not a sorcery. My master once said that a person will continue to produce blood. If a little blood is drawn out at a time, as long as it doesn't exceed 10% of the total blood in the body, nothing will happen. Instead, it will be good for the body's metabolism." "Is that true?" Sun Simiao asked. "It's true. My master once used this method to save a seriously injured villager and the person whose blood was drawn out was still very healthy." Li Zishuan replied with certainty. Cheng Yarojin rolled up his sleeves and grinned. "Since drawing out blood can't kill people, Xiaoxian, quickly draw out my blood and give it to your Uncle Qin." Li Zishuan shook his head and said, "Uncle Cheng, there are 5 types of blood in this world. Except for a very special blood type, different blood types can't be mixed together. Moreover, when I went down the mountain, I didn't bring back the blood transfusion tools left by my master. Therefore, Uncle Qin's weak blood and qi are best treated with medicine. If the effect isn't ideal, I'll find a way to make a set of blood transfusion tools for Uncle Qin." Qin Shubao could only nod and say, "Then I'll do as Xiaoxian said. I'll recuperate for a while." Cheng Yarojin slapped Li Zishuan twice and said, "You wastrel, your master's things are so precious. Why didn't you bring them back?" Li Zishuan quickly jumped away and rubbed his head gloomily. Sun Simiao, on the other hand, was very interested in the blood type theory that Li Zishuan had just mentioned. He said as if he had discovered a new treasure, "Xiaoxian, do you have any evidence for the blood type theory that you just mentioned?" Li Zishuan said with certainty, "Of course I do. When I finish making the blood transfusion tools, Daoist Sun will come over and watch me do a little experiment." Sun Simiao nodded with satisfaction and said, "Okay, I've been temporarily working in the Imperial Medical Department. Remember to send someone to call me when the time comes." Chapter 126. After agreeing on Qin Shubao's treatment plan, Sun Simiao put away the medicine box and prepared to leave. Li Zishuan then remembered his other purpose of coming here today. He hurriedly called out to Sun Simiao and said, "Sir Sun Simiao, please wait for me." "Please wait a moment, Daoist Sunday. I came here today because I have something I need your help with." Sun Simiao asked unhurriedly, "What is it?" Li Zishuan described the illness of Hu Jing and Hu Zhen to Sun Simiao in detail. After listening, Sun Simiao stopped what he was doing and straightened up. He stroked his beard and pondered for a moment before saying, "Listening to your description, I feel that this Hu Zhen should not be born stupid. Instead, she seems to have a stutter. In addition, this child has been lonely since childhood and is unwilling to get along with others, causing her personality to be closed off. As for Hu Jing's blindness, I am not sure what caused her blindness. I need to see her personally to judge. How about this, Xiaoxian, if you have time in the next 2 days, bring these 2 children to the Imperial Medical Department. I will treat these 2 children. If I can cure them, I will definitely do my best. Li Zishuan hurriedly said, "Thank you, Sir Sunday Sun." Simiao waved his hand and said with a smile, "This is my duty. Besides, these 2 children are also pitiful." After saying that, he picked up the medicine box and said goodbye to Qin Shubao and his wife before leaving. Li Zishuan looked at Qin Shubao and suddenly asked, "Uncle Qin, I wonder if you still remember Han Tianhu?" He suddenly remembered the past of Han Lijing that Han Yushi told him last time, so he asked tentatively. Qin Shubao had just been treated by Sun Simiao's acupuncture and tried Li Zishuan's medicinal wine. He immediately felt that the illness in his body was much better. At this time, he was walking comfortably in the room. When he heard Li Zishuan mention Han Tianhu, Qin Shubao could not help but pause. He asked excitedly, "Xiaoxian, how do you know about Han Tianhu? Do you know his whereabouts?" Li Zishuan nodded. Qin Shubao hurriedly walked over and pressed Li Zishuan's shoulder. "Really? Xiaoxian, quickly take this old man to see him." Back then, Han Tianhu risked his life to block an arrow for this old man in front of the Turks. Later, he was afraid of dragging this old man down, so he chose to leave alone with the name of deserter. But after he left, this old man has been feeling guilty all these years. I have been sending people to look for him. I didn't expect to receive news from you today. Tell me quickly, tell me, how has his family all these years? Cheng Yarojin also chimed in, "Second brother, is this Han Tianhu the soldier who saved you during the battle with the Turks in the 6th year of Wuda?" Qin Shubao nodded and said, "That's right. If it wasn't for him, I might not be alive now." Mrs. Qin said with a face full of fear, "Little Xian, quickly tell us where this Han Tianhu is. He is our Qin family's benefactor, and we must properly thank him. To be S, quickly, tell me, quickly, where is this, quickly tell me, this. I, old Cheng, will treat him to a drink. He is a good man." Li Zishuan replied, "Uncle Qin, Auntie Qin, Uncle Cheng, this Han Tianhu is the Han village's Han Lijing. A few years ago, the Han village's fields were still owned by a landlord surnamed Liu. Those years, the people in the village did not have a good life." Li Zishuan then told Qin Shubao and the others about Han Tianhu's poor life after he returned to the Han family manor. After hearing this, Cheng's Qin Shubao stood up angrily and scolded, "Pei, what kind of dog is this Liu Shiren? How can the heroes of Great Tang be bullied by such lowly people? Xiaoxian, quickly tell this old man, where is this bastard? I, old Cheng, will chop off his dog head." Qin Shubao, who had always been kind, also had a face full of anger. He slammed the table and said angrily, "When a tiger goes down to the plains, he will be bullied by dogs. How dare such a lowly person bully Great Tang's good men? This old man will definitely report to His Majesty and punish this person for treason." Li Zishuan comforted, "Uncle Cheng, Uncle Qin, please calm down. This Liu Shiren has already been dealt with." Thus, he told them about how he had beaten up Liu Shiren and his father, and how they were attacked by the people of Plum Village. Madame Qin could not help but laugh. Evil really has its retribution. This pair of father and son really deserved it. Cheng's Qin Shubao laughed and said, "Good. Xiaoxian, you did well. This is really satisfying. At least that Liu guy knew what was good for him and left Plum Village. Otherwise, I, old Cheng, would definitely go to his door and teach him a lesson." Li Zishuan secretly wiped the sweat on his forehead. He thought to himself that Liu Shiren and his father had hit the jackpot and escaped. Otherwise, if they were targeted by the devil's incarnate, they would suffer more than death. Qin Shubao also looked at Li Zishuan with praise and said, "You know right from wrong and know what's right from wrong. Good young man. Xiaoxian, bring this old man to the Han Manor tomorrow. This old man wants to see Han Tianhu personally." Cheng's Yarojin patted his chest and said, "I'll go too." You brat, bring 2 jugs of good wine tomorrow. This old man wants to have a good drink with Han Tianhu. Li Zishuan was speechless. He suspected that Cheng Xiaojin was going to drink wine and not to see Han Tianhu. Yes, it just so happens that this little one is going to the Han Manor tomorrow to bring the Hu siblings into the city. When the time comes, I'll accompany the 2 uncles to Han Lijing's house. Li Zishuan nodded and agreed. Madame Qin said, Xiaoxian, Auntie heard you say that Han Tianhu's daughter was able to support a family by herself at the age of 7. This girl is really a miracle in Great Tang. Li Zishuan nodded and said, yes, that's true. Han Yushi's character is very strong. Those years were not easy for her. Madame Qin looked at Qin Shubao and discussed, Lord, this Han Yushi is a good daughter. Han Tianhu is also our family's great benefactor. This concubine wants to take Han Yushi as my adopted daughter. This way, this child can have a good identity and marry into a good family in the future. What do you think, Lord? Qin Shubao stroked his beard and pondered for a moment before agreeing, Madame's suggestion is very good. This old man will discuss it with Han Tianhu tomorrow. If he agrees, we will officially take Han Yushi as our adopted daughter. This child has suffered a lot these years. When Li Zishuan heard this, he was delighted. Although he did not care about status, it did not mean that others did not care. Han Yushi was now the adopted daughter of the current Duke of Yi. If he were to marry Han Yushi in the future, Han Yushi would not feel inferior because of the difference in status. In that case, it would be easier for them to be together. The joy that flashed through Li Zishuan's eyes was caught by the old and experienced Cheng Xiaojin. Cheng's heart instantly became lively as he thought when this brat was talking about Han Tianhu, 8 out of 10 sentences were related to that Han Yushi. Now that he heard that second brother Qin wanted to take Han Yushi as his adopted daughter, he was secretly happy. Could it be that this brat is interested in Han Tianhu's daughter? I have to observe carefully tomorrow. Chapter 127. Everyone in the room chatted for a while before Li Zishuan took his leave. Cheng Yaojin also followed him out. Li Zishuan and Cheng Yaojin walked side by side on the main road. He suddenly remembered that the Cheng family was also one of the shareholders of the winery. He didn't even ask for the Cheng family's permission to cooperate with Wang Runbiao in the morning. Thinking of this, Li Zishuan said somewhat embarrassedly, Uncle Cheng, there's something I forgot to tell you today. I'll tell you now, but you can't be angry. Cheng Yaojin waved his hand carelessly and laughed. Haha, you gave this old man a jar of strong wine just now. This old man won't be angry with you. Li Zishuan was speechless, but he also knew that Cheng Yaojin was making fun of him. After thinking for a moment, he told Cheng Yaojin about his cooperation with Wang Runbiao to open up the market of immortal drunken wine and gentle village in other regions. After hearing this, Cheng Yaojin became serious for once. He pondered for a long time and looked around. After confirming that there was no one around, he said to Li Zishuan, Little Xian, this old man actually doesn't want you to get involved in the affairs of the aristocratic families. In today's world, apart from the imperial family, the 6 aristocratic families have tens of thousands of direct descendants. There are also countless officials, scholars, and Jianghu wanderers who rely on the aristocratic families. This has already formed a huge force that is enough to threaten the stability of the Tang Empire. His Majesty is already thinking of weakening the aristocratic families. If you get too involved with the aristocratic families, I'm afraid it will be detrimental to your future. After hearing this, Li Zishuan was startled. He cupped his hands and said to Cheng Yaojin, Thank you for your reminder, Uncle Cheng. After this cooperation, this little one will try not to interact with the aristocratic families. Cheng Yaojin nodded and continued, But little Xian, the person you're cooperating with this time is not bad. Wang Runbiao is from the Wang family of Taiyuan in Qi County. Wang Runbiao's father, Wang Yu, is now the governor of Sui Province. Wang Runbiao's mother is the younger sister of the retired emperor, Princess Tong'an. His Majesty dotes on their family, and Wang Yu is also a supporter of His Majesty. Even if His Majesty really wants to clean up the aristocratic families in the future, Wang Yu's bloodline will definitely be fine. It won't be a big problem for you to cooperate with his son. Wang Yu's father, Wang Bing, was also a powerful person. He was once the Grand Minister of the Sui dynasty, a rank 1 official. Wang Yu's wife, Princess Tong'an, was conferred the title of Grand Princess after the founding of the Great Tang. Li Er had always been especially respectful to this aunt of his. After she married Wang Yu, he visited her house many times and rewarded her with many gifts. There was once a time when Princess Tong'an was ill. Li Er personally visited her and bestowed upon her 500 maidens and maids. According to historical records, Wang Yu also had a beautiful and docile grandniece. Princess Tong'an mentioned to Li Er that Li Ji took her as his princess consort. She was Empress Wang, who was later killed by Wu Zetian. Wang Yu's grandson, Wang Fengyi, was also a famous general during the Gaozong era. From this, it could be seen that Wang Yu's family was a true aristocratic family in the Tang dynasty. Under the background of the emperor's efforts to weaken the aristocratic families were all excluded from the center of the imperial court. Very few of them were able to reach rank 4 and above. As for the branch of the Wang family of Taiyuan in Qi County, Wang Yu relied on the emperor's favor to first become a secondary 3rd-grade provincial governor. Finally, he was promoted to a secondary 1st-grade provincial governor. This level of favor from the emperor was rare among the aristocratic families of that time. The next day, Li Zishuan, Qin Shubao, and Cheng Yaojin met up and rushed to the Han Manor. "Uncle Qin, is your body okay riding a horse? Why don't we hire a carriage for you?" Li Zishuan looked at Qin Qiong's sallow face and asked worriedly. Qin Qiong laughed and waved his hand. He said in a clear voice, "This old man is not that fragile. After taking Dr. Sun's medicine yesterday and drinking your medicine, this old man feels much better today." Cheng Yaojin said excitedly, "Then in a few months, second brother Qin will be as lively as a dragon and as lively as a tiger. When that time comes, we 2 brothers will be able to fight side by side on the battlefield." "Haha, great, great." When the 3 of them arrived at the Han Manor, it was already close to noon. Li Zishuan planned to bring them directly to the Han Manor's small courtyard. Along the way, many villagers saw Li Zishuan and greeted him enthusiastically. "Oh, Lord Ju, you're here? Can you come to my house for lunch? My husband's cooking is very good." "Nonsense, old man Wang, can your husband's cooking be eaten? Lord Ju, you should come to my house. I hunted 2 wild rabbits on the mountain yesterday and stewed them today. I hunted 2 pheasants and a rabbit this morning. Lord Ju, come to my house for lunch. Come to my house, come to my house." Li Zishuan hurriedly dismounted from his horse and comforted these people. Only then did they reluctantly open up a path for him. Qin Qiong and Cheng Yaojin stroked their beards and stood quietly at the side. They nodded at this scene. "Xiao Xian, I didn't expect you to be so popular in the Han Manor," Qin Qiong said with a casual smile as they walked on the path in the manor. Li Zishuan said humbly, "Uncle Qin, you must be joking. This is just the love of the villagers. Actually, I didn't do much for them." Qin Qiong shook his head and smiled without saying anything. Cheng Yaojin chuckled and said, "You brat, you're learning from those rotten scholars. Aren't your words sour? If second brother Qin and I praise you, you have to accept it. You're dawdling like a woman." Li Zishuan was speechless. He was just being modest out of habit. This Cheng Yaojin really didn't know how to say personal things. In the Han Manor's small courtyard. "Yushi, I'm going to Plum Village in the afternoon to see how the chicken farm is doing. You're alone at home, so be careful," Han Lijing said to his daughter as he tidied up a pile of firewood in the courtyard. "Yes, father. Don't worry. I'll be fine." Han Yushi agreed. "Uncle Han, look who's here to see you." The courtyard door was only ajar and not locked. Li Zishuan directly pushed open the courtyard door and shouted at Han Lijing. When Han Yushi heard Li Zishuan's voice, she quickly turned around and looked at Li Zishuan with her big, watery eyes. Han Lijing also looked over when he heard this. He saw Li Zishuan and was about to greet him, but then he saw Qin Shubao and Cheng Yaojin behind Li Zishuan. Han Lijing was about to greet them, but he couldn't say anything. His mouth was wide open as he stood rooted to the ground. Father! Han Yushi saw that her father was rooted to the ground for a while, so she reminded him in confusion. Han Lijing immediately came back to his senses. He hurriedly got up and limped over to greet them. He first greeted Li Zishuan, then looked at Qin Shubao. His lips kept trembling, and he was so excited that he didn't know what to say. In the end, he knelt on one knee and made a military salute. He said loudly, "I'm sorry." Deserter Han Tianhu greets General Qin and General Cheng. Unlike those ordinary villagers, Han Lijing had been in the army for many years, so of course he knew Cheng Yarojin. When Qin Shubao came in earlier, he saw the dilapidated courtyard and the father and daughter who depended on each other. He felt a little suffocated. When he heard Han Lijing call himself a deserter, Qin Shubao couldn't hold it in anymore. He pulled Han Lijing up from the ground and shouted, "Han Tianhu, you're not a deserter. Who dares to say that you're a deserter? I, Qin Qiong, would rather give up the title of duke and make him kneel down and apologize to you. I, Qin Qiong, have never had weak soldiers, let alone deserters. Yes, who dares to say that you, Han Tianhu, are a deserter? I, Cheng Yarojin, will be the first to disagree." Cheng Yarojin immediately jumped out and echoed loudly. Han Lijing couldn't hold it in anymore. He knelt on the ground and cried, "General." Back then, he was seriously injured, and one of his legs was disabled. In order not to drag down the army, he left the camp without permission. Although it was with good intentions, it was still not allowed by military law. All these years, the imperial court didn't convict him of desertion, and the government never issued a warrant for him. Han Tianhu knew that it was Qin Shubao who mediated for him and helped him get off the hook. Every night when he woke up, his ears would ring with endless shouts of killing. Although he left the army, his heart was always on the battlefield. But he was still a deserter. He didn't dare to meet his fellow soldiers, and even more so, he didn't dare to meet Qin Shubao. He was afraid that he would embarrass Qin Shubao. Now that Qin Shubao had personally cleared his name and said that he wasn't a deserter, the demon that had been lingering in his heart for many years had finally dissipated. How could he not be emotional? Qin Shubao's eyes were also wet. He squatted down and pressed on Han Lijing's shoulder, comforting him. "Tianhu, you have suffered all these years." Han Lijing choked and said, "I didn't suffer. As long as the general doesn't think that I am a deserter, I am satisfied and can die without regrets." These incomparably sad words deeply touched Cheng Yarojin and Qin Shubao, who had been on the battlefield for a long time. The two of them couldn't help but cry. The three men hugged each other and cried bitterly, reminiscing about the years of killing each other. Li Zishuan stood at the side and saw this scene. He was also very touched. At this time, he really wanted to sing Liu Tianwang's "It's Not a Crime for a Man to Cry." But after all, he had never been on the battlefield. He couldn't empathize with these veterans like Qin Shubao and Cheng Yarojin. He sighed for a while and left the three old men hugging and crying. He went to talk to Han Yushi, who was not far away. Chapter 128. In the small courtyard of the Han family. "Yushi, how have you been recently?" Standing side by side with Han Yushi under the parasol tree in the courtyard, Li Zishuan had a lot of things he wanted to say, but he could not bring himself to say them. In the end, he stammered for a while before squeezing out such a meaningless sentence. When Han Yushi saw Li Zishuan walking straight towards her, she was very shy and happy. Now that she heard this meaningless sentence, she could not help but secretly roll her eyes. She cursed Li Zishuan's slow EQ in her heart. She felt that she had already made it very obvious, but Li Zishuan just could not understand her feelings. She had also suspected that Li Zishuan already had someone he liked. However, later on, she saw that Li Zishuan had always been alone and liked to stick to her. This proved that Li Zishuan did not like anyone and did not hate her. After thinking about it, Han Yushi could only attribute it to Li Zishuan's slow EQ. I've been doing well recently. It's just that I kind of miss. Han Yushi was not careful and almost blurted out her true thoughts. Fortunately, she sobered up and stopped in time. "Miss what? Miss what?" Li Zishuan was overjoyed and quickly asked with anticipation in his eyes. "I miss the iron egg." Han Yushi secretly glanced at Li Zexuan's handsome face and understood the anticipation in his eyes. Although she was happy in her heart, she swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth. How could a girl take the initiative to admit such a thing? Therefore, her mind raced and she quickly thought of this excuse to smooth things over. Oh, you missed the iron egg. Li Zexuan was overjoyed by this sudden turn of events and scratched his head in disappointment. Yushi, go and prepare some food and wine. General Qin, General Cheng, and young master are all having lunch at our house. After the three old men in the courtyard finished crying, Han Lizheng walked over and said to Han Yushi, "Yes, father. Your daughter will go now." Han Yushi responded and glanced at Li Zexuan before walking to the kitchen. Today was also the first time she had seen her father cry. She secretly thought of making something delicious for lunch so that her father wouldn't be so sad anymore. "Young master, General Qin, General Cheng, let's go inside and sit. Uncle Han, please accompany Uncle Qin and Uncle Cheng in and have a seat first. I brought some pastries, wine, and dishes. I'll bring them to the kitchen and let Yushi heat them up." After Li Zexuan finished speaking, he slipped out of the courtyard like a wisp of smoke and took the bundle from the horse. Han Lizheng could only take Cheng Yarojin and Qin Shubao into the house to rest. Before Cheng Yarojin entered, he looked at Li Zexuan suspiciously. "Yushi, you don't have to cook other dishes. I brought a lot of dishes over. You can just heat them up and eat them." Li Zexuan walked into the kitchen with a big food box and said. He came today not only to bring 2 pots of wine for Cheng Yarojin, but he also asked the cook at home in advance to make a few dishes that could only be eaten by the Li family and brought them over. Because he knew that Qin Shubao and Cheng Yarojin would definitely eat at Han Lizheng's house when they came over. At that time, Han Yushi would be busy preparing a big table of dishes. He didn't want her to work too hard, so he did this. "Ah, young master, how can this be? Isn't it too rude?" Han Yushi was a little hesitant. The 2 people who came today were both founding dukes. It was really unreasonable to heat up the dishes that had been cooked before for them. "Hey, there's nothing rude about it. Yushi, listen to me. It's okay. Uncle Qin and Uncle Cheng definitely won't have any objections." Li Zexuan said affirmatively. Qin Qiong and Cheng Yarojin probably hadn't eaten braised pork, braised lion's head, and other pork dishes. It would be strange if they had any objections to this. Han Yushi saw that Li Zexuan said firmly and finally nodded. "Yushi, let me help you." Li Zexuan wanted to stay here for a while longer. The air smelled especially good when he was with a beauty. "Ah, young master, get out quickly. How can you be in the kitchen?" When Han Yushi heard this, she hurriedly pushed Li Zexuan out of the kitchen without any explanation. Although she also liked to stay with Li Zexuan, she still understood the principle of a gentleman should stay away from the kitchen. "Hey, Yushi, don't push me. Let me help you." Li Zexuan could only helplessly return to the front hall to accompany the 3 old men. Inside the house, Qin Shubao was talking to Han Lizheng. When he saw Li Zexuan enter, the 2 of them nodded at him as a greeting. Cheng Yarojin deliberately threw a very strange look at Li Zexuan, causing Li Zexuan to be confused. "Tianhu, our Qin family owes you for so many years." Qin Qiong looked at the 4 bare walls in the front hall and sighed. Han Lizheng hurriedly said, "This subordinate is afraid." Back then, this subordinate was the general's personal army. Protecting the general is this subordinate's duty. The general does not owe this subordinate anything. Qin Qiong patted Han Tianhu's shoulder and said in a deep voice, "You don't have to say that. This old man can still distinguish between right and wrong. How can I, Qin Qiong, be someone who doesn't repay kindness? I have discussed with my wife that I want to take Yushi as my adopted daughter. This way, this child will have a bright identity in the future and can marry into a good family. Today, I came here to ask for your opinion." Han Tianhu stood up in shock and bowed. "How can this be? General Qin is a duke. How can my family be worthy of you?" Qin Qiong shouted unhappily, "Nonsense. Didn't this old man's current position rely on you, my former comrades on the battlefield, to fight for it? Back then, if you hadn't risked your life to block an arrow for this old man might have died long ago. Now, There might not be any Duke of Yi. Besides, if you don't think for yourself, don't you think for this child, Yushi? This old man has also heard that in those years when you left, this child supported the entire family on her own. She has suffered so much. As her father, don't you want her to marry into a good family and enjoy the rest of her life? Qin Qiong's words made Han Lijing hesitate in his heart. As a father, he more or less knew his daughter's thoughts. Now that his young master had been conferred the title of baron, his daughter was just a peasant girl. The difference in status was too great. Even though his young master did not care about status, it was inevitable that others would gossip. Therefore, he had always been pessimistic about his daughter's relationship with Li Zishuan. However, he owed his daughter a lot, so it was impossible for him to stop her. Now, Qin Qiong's suggestion made him see a glimmer of hope. As long as his daughter could live a good life in the future, he, Han Tianhu, would shamelessly accept this favor today. Even if he was accused of climbing up the social ladder in the future, it would be worth it. Han Lijing looked at Li Zishuan and finally gritted his teeth and made up his mind. He knelt on one knee and said, "This subordinate thanks the general for his kindness. It's a pity that this subordinate is now disabled and cannot protect the general. If there is a next life, this subordinate will be an ox and a horse to repay the general." Qin Qiong hurriedly pulled Han Lijing up and said loudly, "Tianhu, you don't have to be so polite. You don't owe this old man anything. Today's action is this old man repaying your kindness. You don't have to feel that you owe me." Cheng Yarojin also chimed in, "Second brother Qin is right. Han Tianhu, you are a man. Old Cheng, like honest men like you. Later, you must accompany me for a few drinks." Han Tianhu smiled and cupped his hands. "I dare not disobey. This subordinate's alcohol tolerance in the army was excellent. I'm just afraid that General Cheng won't be able to drink as much." Cheng Yarojin slammed the table and said anxiously, "What big words. Later, I will let you, Han Tianhu, broaden your horizons and let you know what it means to be able to drink." Li Zishuan watched this heartwarming scene from the side and felt very gratified. Although Han Lijing had military merits, he was still a deserter. It was very difficult and unrealistic for the imperial court to completely overturn the case and reward him based on his merits. Now that he had received such an outcome, it seemed pretty good. Chapter 129. Father, General Qin, General Cheng, Young Master, it's time to eat. Han Yushi walked in with 2 plates of dishes and shouted. She placed the dishes on the table and turned back to the kitchen to get the rest of the dishes. General Qin, General Cheng, Young Master, come to the table and eat. Han Lijing stood up and called out. Qin Shubao and Cheng Yarojin nodded. Li Zishuan stood up and said, "I'll help Yushi serve the dishes." After saying that, he did not wait to refuse and directly chased after Han Yushi into the kitchen. "This." Han Lijing stretched out his hand and wanted to stop him, but it was too late. "Hihi, brother Tianhu, just let little Xian go. Haha. I think it won't be long before I attend your wedding. I wonder if old Han's family has a daughter Red." Cheng Yarojin winked and laughed mischievously. After Qin Qiong heard this, he suddenly understood. He smiled and looked at the direction Li Zishuan disappeared in thoughtfulness. Young master, why are you in the kitchen again?" Han Yushi had just entered the kitchen when she heard footsteps coming from behind. She turned around and realized that it was Li Zishuan. She was shocked. "Yushi, let me tell you a secret." In order to avoid being chased out again, Li Zishuan pretended to be mysterious and said, "What secret?" Han Yushi's curiosity was piqued as she asked doubtfully. "Come closer, I'll tell you." Li Zishuan hooked his finger and pretended to be careful as he said. Han Yushi hesitated. If she really leaned over, it would be too ambiguous. However, she saw Li Zishuan's mysterious face, as if he really had something important to tell her. She thought for a long time, but in the end, she could not hold back the curiosity in her heart. She leaned her ear over and said shyly, "Young master, tell me quickly. My father and the others are still waiting to eat." Li Zishuan was about to speak when he smelled a charming fragrance. He thought to himself that there was no shower gel or shampoo in ancient times. He did not know where the fragrance on Han Yushi's body came from. He caught a glimpse of Han Yushi's tender and fair neck and sparkling earlobes. For a moment, he could not help but feel a little moved. He really wanted to kiss her neck and earlobes. Han Yushi was tickled by Li Zexuan's hot breath beside her ear, but she waited for a long time and did not hear Li Zexuan speak. She thought that Li Zexuan was deliberately teasing her, and she could not help but feel a little embarrassed. When Li Zexuan saw that Han Yushi was about to turn her head, he hurriedly swallowed the saliva in his mouth. He forcefully suppressed the thoughts in his heart and said in a low voice, "Yushi, in a moment, Duki wants to recognize you as his adopted daughter. You have to be mentally prepared." "Ah, what?" When Han Yushi heard this, she did not care about the shyness in her heart and asked in disbelief. Li Zexuan smiled and said, "What I said is true. Let's take the dishes out quickly." After saying that, he did not care about Han Yushi, who was still in a daze at the side. He carried 2 plates of dishes and went out. Sigh, Han Yushi reacted and was about to ask Li Zexuan to put down the dishes, but Li Zexuan had already walked far away. She stomped her feet in anger, but she felt a little sweet in her heart. When the dishes were served, Han Lijing said to Han Yushi, "Yushi, father wants to tell you something." "Tianhu, let me say it." Qin Qiong waved his hand and interrupted. Then, he looked at Han Yushi and asked, "Yushi, my wife and I want to take you in as our adopted daughter. We just discussed it with your father and he agreed. What do you think?" Although Han Yushi had just heard Li Zexuan mention this in the kitchen, she still could not hide her surprise when she heard Qin Shubao say it himself. She looked at her father hesitantly, hoping to get some pointers from him. Seeing Han Lijing gently nod his head, Han Yushi bowed and said, "Yushi greets foster father." "Ha ha, good child, quickly get up." Qin Qiong laughed heartily, but it was not appropriate for him to pull her up. He could only tell Han Yushi to get up quickly. Han Yushi stood up and poured a cup of tea for Qin Qiong. She raised it with both hands and bowed as she said, "Foster father, please have some tea." Qin Qiong was grinning from ear to ear. He took the teacup, took a sip, and put it down. He said, "Good child, go to the Qin manor to visit your foster mother another day. She likes a sensible daughter like you very much." "Yes, foster father," Qin Qiong said with a smile. "All right, you will be my daughter from now on. If anyone dares to bully you, just tell me. I will definitely uphold justice for you." Han Yushi's heart warmed as she thanked him sincerely. "Thank you, foster father." "Haha, second brother Qin, you have taken in an adopted daughter today. This is a joyous occasion. We must drink to our heart's content. Brother Tianhu, don't you think so?" "Haha." Cheng Yarojin laughed heartily. He looked at the delicious food on the table and thought of the wine Li Zexuan brought. He could not help but want to eat. General Cheng is right. I must toast to the 2 generals today. Han Lijing smiled. Cheng Yarojin could not wait and said, "Haha, Xiao Xian, quickly take out the good wine you brought." Li Zexuan smiled as he went to take 2 pots of wine and put them on the table. He said to Qin Shubao, "Bad wine will hurt your stomach. Uncle Qin, your old injury has not healed yet. You should not drink this kind of strong wine. You should drink the fruit wine." Qin Shubao opened his mouth and looked depressed. However, in his opinion, Li Zexuan was equivalent to half a doctor. He could not refute and could only nod helplessly. Cheng Yarojin glared and said, "Xiao Xian, the medicinal wine you took before, second brother Qin was fine after drinking it. Why can't he drink it now?" Qin Shubao's eyes lit up when he heard this. He looked at Li Zexuan. Li Zexuan still shook his head and said, "Uncle Cheng, these are 2 different things. The wine in the medicinal wine is just a catalyst. The main body is still medicine. Uncle Qin's old injury is very bad for his recovery if he drinks this kind of strong wine. Yushi, go and get some fruit wine. I will drink with Uncle Qin." Han Yushi responded and went to the inner room to get the fruit wine. Cheng Yarojin could only say gloomily, "Forget it. Brother Tianhu, let's drink a few cups today." "Haha, I dare not to." After the meal, Cheng Yarojin and Han Lijing were both drunk. After all, the immortal drunk was too strong. The other 3 people in the room looked at the 2 drunk people and smiled bitterly at each other. Alas, there was no other way. Li Zexuan could only do this kind of hard work himself. He could not let the sick Qin Shubao and the weak Han Yushi go. Li Zexuan dragged the 2 into the room and threw them on the bed to let them rest. Xiao Xian, Yushi, go do your work. I will walk around the Han family manor. When Jijie wakes up, we will go back to Chang'an. Qin Qiong remembered the strange words Cheng Yaojin said and wanted to matchmake them. He also felt that Li Zexuan had a good character. If he could be together with Han Yushi, it would be a good thing. Li Zexuan quickly said, Uncle Qin, please be careful. Han Yushi also said with concern, Godfather, your body is not well yet. Why don't I go with you? Qin Qiong quickly waved his hand and said, No, your godfather is much better now. It's okay. If he let Han Yushi come, wouldn't his efforts be wasted? So he quickly left the courtyard after saying that. P.S. The subscription data is terrible. Readers who like this book, please pay a few cents to subscribe so that Swordsman will have the motivation to continue writing. Thank you. I can't continue writing like this. Please subscribe. Don't read the pirated version. Brothers, you still have to subscribe when you need to. Chapter 130. Yushi, do you want to enter the city with me today? We can go to Uncle Qin's house and visit Aunt Qin. In the courtyard, a man and a woman were alone. It was very ambiguous. Li Zexuan really wanted to spend the rest of his life quietly with Han Yushi. Han Yushi looked at Li Zexuan, who was sitting on the swing beside her. She felt a little amused. This swing was tied to the iron egg by Han Lijing in the past. Now, Li Zexuan was sitting on it to play. Her young master was sometimes mature and steady, but sometimes he was like a child. Hearing Li Zexuan's words, Han Yushi thought for a while and replied, Young master, when you go back today, it will definitely be late. If I go, I probably won't be able to make it back in time, so I'll go tomorrow. Li Zexuan subconsciously wanted to say, if you can't go back, then stay at my house. However, he was afraid that he would offend the beauty, so he could only swallow the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Then you have to be careful when you go alone tomorrow. Or you can go with the farmer who is going to the market tomorrow. Li Zexuan thought for a while and still instructed. He still had no clue about the martial arts expert who stole the wine that Han Lijing mentioned last time. He always felt that the person's goal was not that simple. Han Yushi's heart warmed. She replied softly, Young master, don't worry. Yushi will be careful. Li Zexuan's heart was slightly relieved. He looked up at Han Yushi, who was holding the rope of the swing. Suddenly, his childish heart was awakened. He smiled and said, Yushi, sit on top. I'll help you on the swing. Han Yushi frowned and said, Young master, this is for children. Who said that this thing can only be played by children? Didn't you see that I played with it just now? Han Yushi was speechless. Come up quickly. If you don't come up, I'll carry you up. Li Zexuan was a little unrestrained at this moment. Don't, I'll go up myself. Ah, young master, put me down quickly. It's too high. Han Yushi closed her eyes and grabbed the rope tightly with both hands as she shouted. Don't worry, I'll protect you. You won't fall. No, put me down. Don't, Yushi, don't you think it's very interesting? Don't be afraid. With my martial arts, even if you fall, I can catch you. After a while, Han Yushi finally adapted to this height. She stopped screaming and gradually quietened down. Under the setting sun, a flower-like young girl sat on a swing. Behind her, a handsome man was slowly pushing the swing. Both of them were silently enjoying this rare tranquility and warmth. Cough cough. Qin Qiong felt that he had returned late enough, but he did not expect to see something that he should not have seen. He hurriedly coughed twice to remind them that someone had come. Han Yushi was like a frightened rabbit. She hurriedly grabbed Li Zexuan's hand and signaled him to stop pushing. Then, Han Yushi got off the swing. Li Zexuan only felt a burst of warmth and smoothness in his hand, and he couldn't help but stop. Then, the wonderful touch disappeared, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of loss. Godfather, you're back. Han Yushi clenched her hands and greeted Qin Qiong like a child who had done something wrong. Yes, I'm back. Qin Qiong naturally pretended that he didn't see anything and replied. Uncle Qin, how was your tour of the manor? Li Zishuan spoke to hide his awkwardness. When Qin Qiong heard this, he stroked his beard and said half-jokingly, this old man discovered that the villagers of this Han manor are clearly much wealthier than the people in other manors. Xiao Xian, you're a good landlord. Li Zishuan chuckled and said, you're flattering me. Qin Qiong wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, he said, Little Xian, come out with me. I have something to ask you. With that, he walked out of the courtyard, leaving Li Zishuan with his back. Li Zishuan looked at Han Yushi and said, Yushi, I'm going out for a while. Go and see if Uncle Han and Uncle Cheng are awake. Han Yushi nodded. At the same time, she was a little nervous. She didn't know what her godfather wanted to say to Li Zishuan. Could it be that he and she? Aya, please don't be like that. Han Yushi blushed at the thought of this and hurried into the house. Outside the courtyard, Qin Qiong stood under a tree with his hands behind his back, waiting for Li Zishuan to come over. Uncle Qin, why are you looking for me? Qin Qiong turned around and looked at Li Zishuan. He asked with a serious face, Little Xian, tell me the truth. Why are you raising so many chickens? Li Zishuan said curiously, Uncle Qin, didn't I already say it at the morning court? You were there too. Qin Qiong shook his head and said, I believed you before, but I went to the chicken farm in the back mountain of the Han Manor today. I don't believe your excuses now. Tell me the truth. Li Zishuan asked curiously, why? Qin Qiong sneered, H, you're still lying to me. I just went up the mountain to take a look. Every chicken farm on the mountain has a person training the chickens. If it's just because of the two reasons you mentioned before, why do you have to do this? What are you hiding? Can you tell me? Li Zishuan suddenly understood. So this was the problem. However, he really couldn't tell anyone about the locust plague. Otherwise, there would be trouble. He was in a dilemma. Uncle Qin, you're right. This matter is indeed not that simple. However, please forgive me for not being able to tell you the real reason. Li Zishuan gritted his teeth. Qin Qiong heard this and quickly stepped forward. He grabbed Li Zishuan's arm and said anxiously, What can't you tell me? I'm not a talkative person. Don't you trust me? Li Zishuan hurriedly waved his hand and explained, It's not like that. Uncle Qin, don't misunderstand. I definitely don't mean that. It's just that I really can't tell anyone about this. Uncle, please don't make things difficult for me. Qin Qiong released his hand and turned around. He looked at the setting sun and sighed. Forget it, I won't force you. However, I feel that something big is going to happen behind this. This old man joined the army when he was young, and after many twists and turns, he finally joined the Great Tang. After hundreds of battles, the world was finally at peace. Even if this old man fell ill, this old man has no regrets, because the Han people can finally settle down and recuperate. Little Xian, you're the disciple of an immortal. You may not know the suffering of the human world. A few years ago, the world was in chaos and the Central Plains was empty. People's lives were worse than dogs. I really can't bear to see the people suffer. Because the people's suffering is the shame of us Tang Empire soldiers. We didn't protect them well. Qin Qiong turned around and stared into Li Zishuan's eyes. He said seriously, I've heard that spiritual master Ling Shu is one of the immortals. He has great wisdom and ability. As his disciple, you must know many things. I don't care what you're hiding, but I hope that before you do anything, you can consider the people's lives. The people have suffered enough. Chapter 131. Under the tree outside the Han family's courtyard. The old man and the young man were silent. Finally, Qin Qiong broke the silence. He looked up at the sky and said, It's getting late. Call Jijia. Let's go back to Chang'an. After saying that, he walked towards the courtyard door, leaving behind a bleak figure. Li Zishuan looked at the old man who had fought for the country all his life. He couldn't bear it. Seeing that Qin Qiong was about to reach the door, he said, Uncle Qin, please wait. I'll tell you the truth. Qin Qiong stomped his feet, turned around, and then walked over. He looked at Li Zishuan and nodded with gratification. After saying good child, he quietly stood to the side and listened to Li Zishuan continue. Li Zishuan thought for a moment and said, Uncle Qin, the reason I have so many chickens is because of a prophecy my master left behind. My master said that in June next year, there will be an unprecedented plague of locusts in the Tang Empire. As Li Zishuan spoke, Qin Qiong's face grew more and more serious. After Li Zishuan finished telling his father the story he had told that night, Qin Qiong couldn't help but point at Li Zishuan and scold him. You bastard! Why didn't you tell His Majesty about this earlier? Can you bear to watch the people of the other provinces starve to death when the plague of locusts comes? I only realized today that you, Li Zishuan, have such a heart of stone. What good will it do you to let the people starve to death? Could it be that you, the son of an immortal, really want to become an immortal? Qin Qiong's words pierced Li Zishuan's heart, and Li Zishuan was instantly covered in wounds. He thought of all the hard work he had done in the past few months, only to be criticized by Qin Qiong as selfish. The grievance and anger in his heart immediately gushed out. He could no longer hold it in and roared angrily. Do you think I want to hide it? If I told His Majesty the truth, would His Majesty believe me? They might even punish my family and implicate my nephew's parents. Moreover, once this matter spreads out, it will surely cause panic among the common people. At that time, countless people will madly fight for food, and it will surely cause the price of food to soar. How can this nephew bear such a crime? Qin Qiong was stunned. Li Zishuan took a deep breath and continued. The plague of locusts is only my master's prophecy. If the plague of locusts doesn't come when the time comes, wouldn't the people of the world have worried for nothing? When that time comes, I will definitely be condemned by everyone and be cursed for eternity. I'll be fine. At worst, I'll be like my master back then, living in seclusion and living a carefree life. But what about my father, mother, and sister? They still had to continue living on the land of the Great Tang. Moreover, do you really think this nephew can bear to watch the common people suffer? If that was really the case, then why did that brat bother to raise 150,000 chickens in the Han village and Plum village? Do you think this kid has a heart of stone? Like you, this nephew loves the land of the Great Tang and deeply loves the people of the Great Tang. This nephew also wants to save them very much. After Li Zishuan finished speaking, he let out a long sigh and leaned against the tree trunk dejectedly. He closed his eyes and said no more. If one looked carefully, one could see that there were tears in his eyes. Qin Qiong stood there with a complicated expression. His expression changed for a while before he finally sighed. He walked over and patted Li Zishuan's shoulder lightly. Little Xian, this old man misunderstood you just now. Please don't take it to heart. Li Zishuan hurriedly said, Uncle Qin, what are you saying? I know that you truly care about the country and the people, and your heart is for the common people. This nephew's tone just now was very offensive. Please don't take it to heart. He had suppressed the matter of the locust plague in his heart for a long time. He knew that what he was doing now could only save a portion of the common people. When the time came, there would still be tens of thousands of common people who would suffer. He felt very uncomfortable, but he had no other choice. Call him selfish or cold-blooded, but he had to consider his family before doing anything. Today, he finally found someone to vent his feelings, but he was criticized. The negative emotions that he had suppressed for a long time finally erupted. Although he felt much better now, he also realized that his tone just now was too harsh. Qin Qiong shook his head and said, It's normal for young people to be angry. This old man will not blame you. But little Xian, is there really no other way? Li Zishuan thought for a while and replied, Since ancient times, haven't the kings of the past been helpless in the face of the locust plague? I also want to save more common people, but this nephew's ability is limited. There really is no other way. Qin Qiong was silent for a long time. Then, he sighed deeply. At this moment, he seemed to have aged 10 years. He angrily punched the tree trunk and said unwillingly, This old man will go back today and draft a secret report. Tomorrow, I will present it to His Majesty. If His Majesty has any blame, this old man will bear it. Li Zexuan was shocked. He waved his hand to stop him and said, "Absolutely not. The locust plague is only a prophecy. There is no conclusive evidence. Uncle Qin, please think twice. Don't be rash." Qin Qiong shook his head and said, "Little Xian, it's better to believe in this kind of thing than not. Otherwise, when the locust plague really comes, all we can do is wait for death. Moreover, the weather this year is so abnormal. It's just May and it's already so hot. This old man estimates that there will be a drought this year. As the saying goes, after a drought, there will be locusts. Your master's prophecy is not without reason. Your strength is limited. If you want to save all the common people of the Tang Empire, you have to rely on the power of the imperial court." But Li Zexuan wanted to continue dissuading him, but Qin Qiong waved his hand and stopped him. "Little Xian, you don't have to persuade me anymore. This old man has been on the battlefield all my life. It's not easy to see the world at peace and the common people living and working in peace. I will not watch them starve to death because of the locust plague. My hands are already stained with the blood of countless people. I should have been taken away by the heavens long ago and fallen into the cycle of reincarnation. Now, I can still use this broken body to do something for the common people. Even if I am condemned by His Majesty or condemned by everyone, this old man will have no regret." Li Zexuan was moved by the old man's sad words. He felt that he was so small compared to Qin Qiong. At this moment, he felt that a man should take responsibility like Qin Qiong, so he said, "Uncle Qin, this happened because of me. How can I let you take responsibility? Uncle Qin, please report to His Majesty. If His Majesty wants to punish you, I will take responsibility with you." Qin Qiong said in surprise, "How can I do that? Little Xian, you are still young and have a long way to go. Don't let your emotions affect your decisions." Li Zexuan said firmly, "I am not letting my emotions affect my decisions. This is a decision I made after careful consideration. If Uncle Qin does not agree, I will write to His Majesty alone." Qin Shubao saw that Li Zexuan had made up his mind, so he could only nod and say, "All right, I will also write your name in the secret memorial. The two of us will write together. It's getting late now. Call Jijie and let's go back to the city." Li Zexuan returned to the small courtyard and found Han Yushi waiting for him in the courtyard. He smiled at her, indicating that he was fine. Cheng Yarojin sat in the courtyard with his eyes slightly closed. He probably hadn't completely recovered yet. He didn't see Han Lizheng. He was probably still drunk. Li Zexuan went over to say a few words to Han Yushi and reminded her again to be careful when she entered the city tomorrow. Then, he pulled Cheng Yarojin, who was slightly sober, and called Hu Jing and his brother over. Anyway, they were just 2 children and weren't heavy. Each of them could sit on one more. Just like that, the 5 of them rode 3 horses and left the Han family village. Under the setting sun, they rushed towards Chang'an City. Chapter 132. In the evening, the 5 of them finally returned to Chang'an. After parting with Cheng Yarojin and Qin Qiong at Yanqing Gate, Li Zexuan dismounted from his horse and walked home with Hu Jing and his brother. He had the servants settle the siblings in 2 rooms on the west side of Mingyu Pavilion. At this time, Wang Zhong came to find him. "Young master, this is the account book that shopkeeper Liu sent over today. He said he wants you to take a look." Wang Zhong handed over a small booklet and said respectfully. Li Zexuan nodded and took the booklet curiously. He was shocked when he opened it. It turned out that it was the profits of the Drunken Immortal restaurant for the past few days. The day before the launch of the Drunken Immortal restaurant, the Drunken Immortal restaurant earned a total of 352 strings of cash. On the day of the launch of the Drunken Immortal restaurant, the Drunken Immortal restaurant earned a total of 672 strings of cash. On the second day, they earned 956 strings of cash. On the third day, they earned 1,167 strings of cash. Today, they earned 1,450 strings of cash. Li Zexuan was shocked. The profits were too terrifying. They earned more than 1,000 strings of cash in a day. The Drunken Immortal restaurant had become a money tree. It seemed that he only needed to lie at home and count money in the future. Li Zishuan thought happily. Haha. Not bad, not bad. Uncle Wang, tell shopkeeper Liu to do well. Li Zishuan chuckled as he handed the account book back to Wang Zhong. After thinking for a moment, he said, Uncle Wang, bring Hu Jing and his brother to the Imperial Physician Bureau tomorrow and hand them over to Dr. Sunday. I'll go take care of some matters first and then go take a look. Wang Zhong smiled and nodded. Yes, young master. Yunqi Pavilion. Young master. Xiao Ying trembled as he bowed to the young master by the window. Just as he was about to say something, he saw a ball of paper flying towards him. He didn't dare to dodge and could only let the paper ball hit his head. Trash, I left the Yunqi Pavilion to you to manage. Look at what it's become now. I helped you find the imperial chef, but you still can't beat the Drunken Immortal restaurant. Now our restaurant has fewer and fewer customers and the Drunken Immortal restaurant has more and more people. What use do I have for you? The young master turned around and scolded Xiao Ying while pointing at his nose with a sinister expression. After scolding him, he still wasn't satisfied. He picked up the teacup on the table and threw it at Xiao Ying's feet. Xiao Ying's voice trembled in fear as he said, This subordinate has failed in his task. Please calm down, young master. Calm down? What can you use to appease this young master's anger? Do you know how much the Drunken Immortal restaurant earns in a day? Nearly 1,500 strings of coins. That's equivalent to 4 days of profit for our Yunqi restaurant. This young master has always had high hopes for you, and this is how you repay me. What a waste. The more the young master spoke, the angrier he got. In the end, he couldn't help but kick Xiao Ying twice. Xiao Ying gritted his teeth and endured it. He did not make a sound. He immediately got up from the ground and cupped his hands. Young master, I've investigated. The reason the Immortal Indulgence Inn has been so popular recently is mainly because they've launched 2 new wines, the Immortal Drunken Wine and the Paradise of Warmth. These 2 wines have unique concocting methods and extremely unique tastes, so they've attracted batch after batch of returning customers. The young master calmed down a bit and ordered, then send someone to their winery and steal the secret recipe for their new wine. We also want to imitate this new wine. Xiao Ying awkwardly said, Young master, I'm afraid this won't work. Li Zishuan placed his new wine in Duke Lu's winery to brew it. There are many guards from the Cheng residence around the winery. Those people used to be soldiers and their skills are not bad. If we force our way in, I'm afraid we'll get into big trouble. After all, in Zhengguan Great Tang, the title of Demon King Cheng Yaojin was very intimidating. No one was willing to provoke this old demon. Then who else knows the secret recipe? The young master helplessly asked. Replying to young master, the craftsmen of the winery naturally know the recipe, but they have signed a contract with the Cheng family. I'm afraid they won't easily reveal it. But according to what this subordinate knows, there should be another person who knows the recipe. Who? Speak quickly. Xiao Ying cautiously said, replying to young master, that person is Han Tianhu's daughter. According to this subordinate's investigation, Han Tianhu's daughter is very likely to have participated in the brewing of the new wine. Moreover, she's one of the earliest participants. Oh! The young master raised his brows in surprise. Then, he paced back and forth in the room with his hands clasped behind his back. Xiao Ying hesitated for a moment before he clenched his teeth and cupped his fists. Young master, this subordinate has another matter. I don't know. The young master unhappily waved his hand and said, Speak. Yes, young master. The subordinate reported that Miss Lung Yuyao has also arrived in Chang'an. Yesterday, she and eldest young master went to Li Zishuan's residence and stayed there for a total of 2 hours. As for what they discussed, this subordinate doesn't know. The young master halted his steps upon hearing this. His expression changed before he finally scolded with a cold expression. It's this little bitch again. Send someone to investigate what my big brother discussed with Li Zishuan yesterday. This young master feels that this matter isn't simple. Xiao Ying cupped his fists and replied, Yes. This subordinate will arrange it now. Wait. The young master muttered, There's no need to investigate. According to my big brother's usual style, I reckon that he most likely went to find Li Zishuan to cooperate. It's too late to investigate now. The immortal drunken wine's profits are huge. No matter what agreement they reached, it's extremely disadvantageous to us. We must find a way to turn the situation around as soon as possible. Otherwise, this young master will definitely lose this clan's trial. Xiao Ying softly said, I'll follow young master's instructions. The young master thought for a moment before saying to Xiao Ying, come closer. Xiao Ying hurriedly did as he was told. The young master whispered a few words in his ear before returning to his normal voice. Do you understand? Xiao Ying replied, this subordinate understands. Young master, please rest assured that nothing will go wrong. The young master coldly said, if there are any more mishaps, you don't need to live anymore. Xiao Ying's body trembled as he cupped his fists and said, yes. The young master continued, this immortal drunken wine's profits are so huge. We're definitely not the only ones keeping an eye on it. You have to move quickly and pay attention to propriety. Don't kill anyone. If this matter gets out of hand, this young master won't be able to explain. Do you understand? Xiao Ying nodded and said, this subordinate understands. The young master nodded with satisfaction and instructed, to ensure that nothing goes wrong, you'll go this time as well. But if this matter is exposed, you must not reveal your identity. This time, all of you should avoid Han Tianhu as much as possible. Don't cause any trouble. This subordinate understands. The young master waved his hand and said, go. The faster, the better. Xiao Ying slowly retreated. In the room, after a long time, the young master's muttering voice could be heard. Since young, you've always been better than me in everything. Everyone looked down on me. This time, I definitely won't lose to you again. However, no one noticed that a black-clothed man on the roof lightly flew away. Chapter 133. Azure Dragon District, Wang Runbiao's residence. Young lord, that's all Yu Yao heard. As for what second young lord said to Xiao Ying, Yu Yao doesn't know. Lung Yuyao softly reported to Wang Runbiao in an exquisitely decorated room. Wang Runbiao stood up, closed his fan, and gently tapped his left hand. He slowly walked to a row of bookshelves, pondered for a moment, and sighed. Alas, Yarrow even if you didn't hear those words, this young lord can guess most of it. It seems that this younger brother of mine is going to do something foolish. Lung Yuyao was curious, but she didn't ask. This was also her nature. In her mind, if the young lord was willing to tell her, he would tell her even if she didn't ask. Wang Runbiao hesitated for a moment, then finally made up his mind. No, Li Zishuan is no longer the same as before. If second brother is allowed to do as he pleases, it will definitely bring disaster to the Wang family. Besides, I just started working with Li Zishuan, how can I let him ruin it? Yarrow leave immediately and secretly follow Xiao Ying. If he does anything unusual, immediately send a message to me. Lung Yuyao nodded. Yes, young lord. With that, she picked up her sword and was about to leave. Wait. Wang Runbiao called out to stop her. Lung Yuyao turned back and asked, young lord, do you have any other orders? Wang Runbiao took a deep look at Lung Yuyao's beautiful eyes and said in a deep voice, be careful in everything you do. Don't try to be brave. If you're discovered, remember to withdraw in time. Nothing is more important than your life. A trace of gentleness flashed across Lung Yuyao's frosty face. She said softly, don't worry, young master. Yuyao's divine breathing technique is a secret technique of my sect. Even a Grandmaster-level expert would find it hard to detect it. Wang Runbiao nodded. Lung Yuyao pushed open the door and left the courtyard, disappearing without a trace in a flash. The next day, in Taiji Palace, the morning court had reached its end. Your Majesty, the 30,000 curved plows manufactured by the Ministry of Works have all been distributed to the county offices near Chang'an. They will be rented or sold to the farmers. Yang Li bowed. Li nodded in satisfaction. That's great. Minister Yang, you've worked hard. Although it's a little late for spring plowing now, we can still recover some of the losses for the people. Your Majesty is wise. After saying that, Yang Li returned to his original position. Is there anything else you would like to report? Li secretly rubbed his old waist and asked the officials. In his heart, he thought that he seemed to have overworked himself last night. He should get the imperial chef to make some tiger penis soup to replenish his energy. The ministers looked at each other and then lowered their heads. Seeing this, Li announced the end of the court session. Not long after, the officials dispersed. Only Qin Qiong walked out and quietly turned back. After Li left the court, he went to the back hall of Taiji Palace. Just as he was about to change his clothes and go to the west inner garden to rest, a servant came in and reporting to your majesty, Duke requests an audience. Li stopped what he was doing and said in surprise, "Oh? What business does Xu Bao have? Hurry up and announce it." "Yes." The attendant cupped his hands in acknowledgement and slowly retreated. A moment later, Qin Qiong walked in shakily and bowed to Li. "Greetings, your majesty." Li hurriedly said, "Xu Bao, quickly dispense with the formalities. Men, give me a seat." The attendant brought over a stool. Qin Qiong cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, your majesty." Li waved his hand and asked, "Xu Bao, why do you want to see me? Why didn't you say it in the court session just now?" Qin Qiong looked at the surrounding palace maids and servants. After hesitating for a moment, he cupped his hands and said, "This is an important matter. If I may be so bold, your majesty, please dismiss your servant." Li was even more curious. He waved at the palace maids and servants and said, "You may leave first." "Yes." After they all left the inner hall, Li looked at Qin Qiong and smiled. "Xu Bao, this is the first time you are discussing matters with me so seriously. Now that everyone has left, Xu Bao can speak, right?" Qin Qiong took out a memorial from his sleeve and stood up to present it to Li with both hands. He said, "Your Majesty, please take a look." Li smiled and took the memorial. He casually opened it and took a look. A moment later, Li's expression suddenly changed. The relaxed expression on his face was no longer there. Qin Qiong stood quietly at the side with his hands behind his back, silent. About 15 minutes later, Li put down the memorial. His face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He stood up and stared at Qin Qiong. "Xu Bao, do you believe the prophecy of spiritual master Ling Shu?" Replying to your majesty, this old subject believes that it is better to believe that such a thing is true than not. Furthermore, spiritual master Ling Shu is an immortal with great achievements. I think that this prophecy is credible. Li said angrily, "Nonsense. Do you want me to order the people of the world to deal with the locust plague in advance because of a prophecy? Do you know that this matter will cause chaos in the world if it gets out? This nonsense must have come from that brat Li Zeshuan's mouth, right? That brat is restless every day. I think that he has had enough of his leisurely days." Qin Qiong hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, this matter was brought up by me. Li Zeshuan did not intend to speak of this prophecy. He was forced by me to speak of the truth. My personal honor is irrelevant. I only hope that the people of the world will suffer less. I am willing to bear the consequences of this matter." Qin Qiong bowed deeply to Li. Although he and Li Zeshuan had agreed yesterday that they would jointly sign the memorial and share the responsibility when something happened, Qin Qiong had thought about it and decided not to write Li Zeshuan's name when he was writing the memorial last night. In his opinion, Li Zeshuan was still young and had a long road ahead of him. As for himself, he was already a crippled person. He would just take it as sharing the burden for the younger generation. Only then did Li's expression change. He hurriedly helped Qin Qiong up and said, "Xu Bao, why do you have to do this? You are dedicated to the country and the people. How can I not distinguish right from wrong? But Xu Bao, are you so sure that this prophecy will come true?" Until now, Li was still unwilling to believe that there would be a locust plague. Because once the locust plague happened, there would definitely be people spreading rumors that the ruler was heartless and that this was a punishment from the heavens. Qin Qiong said, "Your Majesty, have you noticed that this year's weather is really abnormal? It is just May and it is already so hot. In the history books, there have been several locust plagues. The first year was a drought. So when I heard this prophecy, I felt that something would happen next year." Li touched his chin and said in disbelief, but there have been countless years of drought. I have never seen so many locust plagues in history. Seeing that he could not persuade Li Qin Qiong hesitated for a moment and gritted his teeth. Your Majesty, according to Li Zhuan, spiritual master Ling Shu had another prophecy a few years ago. Li instinctively asked, what prophecy? Your Majesty, that prophecy came true on the 4th of June last year at the Xuanwu Gate. Silence. The entire hall suddenly fell into a strange silence. Only Li heavy breathing could be heard. Qin Qiong frowned and held his breath. His expression was serious as he stood to the side with his head lowered and did not speak. Li eyes were red as he stared fixedly at Qin Qiong. The Xuanwu Gate change. There was someone who dared to mention the Xuanwu Gate change in front of him. If it was someone else in front of him, Li would definitely not hesitate to have someone drag him out and behead him. But the person in front of him was Qin Qiong, the second brother Qin who had saved him from danger many times in the past. Qin Qiong was the only general among Li trusted aides who did not participate in the Xuanwu Gate change. Later, the court officials all thought that Li would completely ignore Qin Qiong because of this. But they did not know that Qin Qiong's position in Li's heart had never been shaken. After a long time, Li flicked his sleeves and turned around. He shouted coldly, "Come, summon Li Zhuan into the palace." Yes. Chapter 134. Li Residence. After Li Zhuan finished his breakfast, he called for Hu Jing and her brother. After the two children came yesterday, they had been very careful and well-behaved, afraid of causing trouble for Li Zhuan. Mrs. Li had heard about the two children's experience from her son and was very sympathetic to them. She personally went to Mingyu Xian to give them many exquisite pastries. Li Zhuan looked at Hu Jing and said, "You and Guoji, follow butler Wang to the Imperial Physician Department to find Daoist Sunday. I'll go out to do something and then come see you. Don't worry, Daoist Sun's medical skills are superb, he will definitely be able to cure you too." Hu Jing smiled sweetly. "Thank you, young master." "Don't worry, young master, my brother and I will be fine." Hu Guoji scratched her head and laughed. "Hihi, young master, don't worry, Guoji will take good care of, sister." Li Zhuan patted Hu Guoji's head with a smile. When this chubby child giggled, Li Zhuan couldn't help but think of Da Bai from the movie Superland Troopers in his previous life. This kind of giggle was always able to bring an inexplicable warmth to one's heart. "Uncle Wang, please take good care of them." Wang Zhong clasped his hands and said, "Young master, don't worry." Li Zhuan nodded and Wang Zhong left with the two siblings. Hu Jing turned around and waved goodbye to Li Zhuan with a smile. Li Zhuan smiled with relief and turned back to the west courtyard. He changed his clothes and prepared to go out. He planned to go to the workshop today to see how the carriage was doing. This carriage took him a lot of effort. Just as he walked to the door, he saw Cheng Chumo and Li Chengqian walking together. The two of them met at the entrance of the workshop by chance. Li Chengqian came today mainly to thank Li Zhuan for giving him the new wine. This helped him a lot in front of Li. Of course, he was also helping to pass on his father's decree a few days ago. Although this decree was a bit of a scam, he couldn't not come. The reason why Cheng Chumo came to look for Li Zhuan was very simple. This guy had nothing better to do, so he came out to play. These days, the Drunken Immortal and the Land of Warmth and Tenderness were extremely popular, which made him and his father extremely happy. Today, he came over to drag Li Zhuan to a restaurant to celebrate. Who knew that he would meet Li Chengqian so coincidentally? Because of his relationship with Li Zhuan, Cheng Chumo wasn't as estranged as before. They even chatted with each other on the way. Of course, the center of their conversation was always about Li Zhuan. When Li Zhuan saw the two of them, he hurriedly greeted them. "Your Highness, Cho Nyo, you're here. Please come in." Inside the room, Li Zhuan expressed his gratitude. Li Zhuan smiled and said, "Your Highness, there's no need to be so courteous. It's just a few jars of fine wine. It's not worth mentioning." However, Li Zhuan's next sentence made Li Zhuan unable to smile anymore. "Oh right, my father also said that in the future, the palace's wine will be purchased from your winery. It's just that, It's just that the price will be 50% off according to the market price. Li Chengqian hesitated for a moment, but still said it. After saying it, he felt a bit embarrassed and felt that he couldn't stay any longer. When Li Zishuan heard it, his old face immediately darkened. This Li was really an old hoodlum. 50% off the market price? Why didn't he just rob a bank? Cheng Chumo also almost jumped. His family had 10% shares in the winery. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became very awkward. In the end, Li Chengqian said embarrassedly, how about I ask my father to take back the order? Li Zishuan rolled his eyes and waved his hand, saying, Your Highness, there's no need for that. Our winery will provide new wine to the palace as scheduled. This matter didn't only have disadvantages. It also had advantages. After the land of tenderness and immortal drunken wine became the imperial wine, it was equivalent to having an invincible protective umbrella. If others wanted to touch it, they would have to think twice. Cheng Chumo glared and wanted to refute, but Li Zishuan gave him a look to calm him down. Cheng Chumo then sat down reluctantly, thinking that His Majesty was really black-hearted. Li Chengqian said happily, Thank you Zishuan for understanding. Li Chengqian's goal was achieved. He chatted with Li Zishuan for a while and was about to leave. Li Zishuan and Cheng Chumo sent him to the door. At this moment, a group of people suddenly came from afar. They were carrying a badly mutilated injured person and rushed over. Young master, something bad happened. Li Zishuan looked carefully and saw that these people were the villagers of the Han village. He couldn't help but be shocked and quickly went to greet them. Uncle Nyo, what happened? Young master, something bad happened. Old who was almost beaten to death. We wanted to go to the East Market today and found Old who on the way. He was already unconscious. Old Nyo said while wiping his sweat and panting. Li Zishuan then noticed Old who was being carried by a few people behind him. He saw that Old who was covered in blood, as if he had walked out of a blood pool. Li Zishuan was shocked. He quickly squatted down and patted Old who's face and shouted, Uncle Hu, wake up, wake up. After shouting for a long time, Li Zishuan tried to pinch Old who's philtrum. Old who groaned and opened his eyes with a painful expression. When he saw Li Zishuan in front of him, he immediately shouted excitedly, Young master, quickly go and save the Han family's girl. She was taken away. Boom. Like a bolt from the blue, Li Zishuan was immediately shocked by this news and was stunned on the spot. Little Xian, what's wrong? Cheng Chumo walked over and saw Li Zishuan as if he had lost his soul. He quickly shook his arm and asked with concern. Li Chengqian also looked at him with a worried face. Li Zishuan immediately reacted. Now was not the time for him to be sad. He looked at Old Hu and asked anxiously, Uncle Hu, quickly tell me where Yushi was taken, who took her, and where did they take her? Old Hu held his breath, afraid that he would faint at this critical moment. He quickly bit the tip of his tongue, and blood immediately flowed out of the corner of his mouth. He said weakly, Young master, it's four black-clothed masked men and a group of bandits. Me and Han girl, at Rhinoceros Slope, were blocked by them. Old Hu couldn't beat them. Han girl was taken away by them. They went to the Qinling Mountains. Young master, quickly go save. Before Old Hu could finish speaking, he fainted again. Ridiculous, little Xian, don't worry. I'll go back now and ask my father to send someone to help you find her. Han Yushi is now Uncle Qin's adopted daughter. I believe Uncle Qin will also send someone to help you. Cheng Chumo understood the whole story and immediately shouted. Li Chengqian also said, These bandits are too arrogant. Zishuan, don't be impulsive. I'll go back to the palace and report to my father. I'll send the Yulin guards to help you find her. Li Zishuan's heart was in a mess. The woman he loved the most had been taken away. He only wanted to kill someone at this moment. He wanted to save her. Even if the other party had thousands of experts, he was not afraid. He still wanted to go. He couldn't even protect his own woman. What kind of man was he, Li Zishuan? Your Highness, I'll have to trouble you to send Uncle Hu to the Imperial Medical Department. I'll go save Yushi. His voice was bone-chilling, without a trace of emotion. After he finished speaking, he went into the house to take the wind-chasing sword. Ignoring the dissuasion of his two good brothers behind him, he mounted his horse and was about to leave. Then he heard a sharp voice from the side, "Lord Li, His Majesty summons you to the palace for an audience. Quickly follow me into the palace." Li Zishuan fiercely slapped the horse's belly. He ignored the attendant who delivered the decree and rushed out like a gust of wind, leaving only an angry roar, "I don't have time." The attendant was so scared that he fell to the ground, not knowing how to return to the palace and report the decree. Li Chengqian hurriedly had people carry Old Hu to the Imperial Medical Department and called for the captain of his personal guards, Wu San. Quickly mobilize all the Imperial guards in the Eastern Palace to assist Li Zishuan in investigating Miss Han's whereabouts. Yes. Wu San bowed in agreement. Then he quickly called for 2 personal guards and ordered them to protect the Crown Prince. He mounted his horse and returned to the Eastern Palace to mobilize the troops. Sigh. Li Chengqian shook his head and sighed. This was the first time he had seen Li Zishuan lose his self-control. He was afraid that this Miss Han was really important to him. He hoped that both of them would be safe and sound. Cheng Chumo anxiously stamped his feet and said goodbye to Li Chengqian. He went home to find his father for help. Chapter 135. Taiji Palace. Your Majesty, the messenger who went to deliver the decree to Li Zishuan bowed to Li trembling in fear as he did not know how to report to Li Where's Li Zishuan? Li frowned and asked unhappily. Your Majesty, Lord Li. Lord Li said he's not free. The messenger felt Li's blade-like gaze and hurriedly told the truth. Of course, he omitted the first 2 words of Li Zishuan's sentence. Although Qin Qiong, who was standing at the side, remained calm on the surface, his heart was in turmoil. He thought to himself that this Li Zishuan was really bold. Li slammed the table and said angrily, "Impudent, this brat is simply lawless." Men. Qin Qiong knew that something was wrong and was about to plead for mercy when another servant hurriedly came in and bowed. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince requests an audience. Li suppressed the anger in his heart and said, "Let him in." Yes. A moment later. Greetings, Father. Li acknowledged and asked, "Chengqian, what's the matter?" "Father, I'm here today for Li Zishuan." Li Zishuan had just left. As a friend, he naturally had to help him clean up his mess. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. You still dare to mention that brat to me. I summoned him, but he didn't even dare to come. He's getting bolder and bolder, Li said angrily. Li Chengqian hurriedly said, "Father, please calm down. Li Zishuan has a reason for this. Father, please listen to me slowly." Li Chengqian told him everything that had just happened. When Qin Qiong heard that something had happened to Han Yushi, he immediately rushed forward and said, "Your Majesty, this Han Yushi is the adopted daughter that I just adopted. I didn't expect that she would be captured by criminals today. I beg your Majesty to allow me to bring people to rescue her." Li said in surprise, "Shu Bao actually adopted a daughter?" Qin Qiong nodded anxiously and said, "Your Majesty, I just acknowledged it yesterday." Li saw the anxious expression on Qin Qiong's face and knew that now was not the time to ask for details. He said, "Shu Bao, you are injured and cannot go. Men, summon Dugu Xin." "Greetings, Your Majesty." Dugu Xin, clad in radiant armor, cupped his fists at Li. Li ordered, "Dugu Xin, take 1,000 featherwood guards and immediately search for Han Yushi's whereabouts in the vicinity of Mount Qinling. If you encounter bandits who resist stubbornly, you can kill them without mercy." Dugu Xin said awkwardly, "Your Majesty, I don't know Han Yushi." Li thought for a moment and said, "Go to the Imperial Physician's office and bring an uninjured Han villager with you. Have him search with you." "Yes." Dugu Xin cupped his fists and left. "Wait." Li glanced at Qin Qiong and added to Dugu Xin, "You must ensure the safety of Han Yushi and Li Zishuan." Although he was angry at Li Zishuan, he did not want Li Zishuan to die. He also admired Li Zishuan's talent. "Yes, Your Majesty." "Your Majesty, I wish to return home and send my men to search." "Your Majesty, please allow me." Qin Qiong said with a sorrowful expression. At this time, there was no time to continue discussing the locust plague. Thus, Li Er nodded and said, Shu Bao, take care of yourself. Go. Soon, only Li Er was left in the hall. After thinking for a long time, he shouted, summon Li Junxian. Then, a valiant young man in martial attire entered the hall. He bowed and said, This general, Li Junxian, greets your majesty. Li Er nodded and told Li Junxian about Han Yushi's capture. Then, he ordered, Junxian, take 500 cavalry and investigate the background of these bandits. How dare they cause trouble near the capital? This general obeys the decree. At the same time, in the Cheng residence. What? You said that Han Yushi was captured. Cheng Yaojin's eyes widened as he exclaimed. Yes, father, quickly send someone to search for her. Your son is about to go crazy from seeing little Xian, Cheng Chumo said anxiously. Cheng Yaojin said, Of course we have to search for her. She is the adopted daughter of second brother Qin. In the end, she is half my adopted daughter. How can I just stand by and watch? After saying that, Cheng Yaojin rushed outside the house and shouted, Zhuangqi. A few seconds later, a man came in and bowed. Master. Cheng Yaojin said, Zhuangqi, immediately take all the guards in the residence and search for Li Zishuan in the Qinling Mountains. If he needs your help, do as he says. Yes, master. Zhuangqi cupped his hands and accepted the order. He was about to go out to search for him. Wait, father, I'll go with them. Cheng Chumo said anxiously. He remembered how cold-blooded and violent Li Zishuan was like a demon from hell. He was worried about his good brother. If he did not go personally, he would not feel at ease. Cheng Yaojin nodded. All right, Cho Nyo, you go first. I'll look for Shu Bao and come later. Cheng Chumo and Zhuangqi immediately mobilized their men and headed for the Qinling Mountains. Qin Manor. Master, why are you leaving court so late today? Madame Qin asked when she saw that the other officials in the square had already returned home. Qin Qiong was full of impatience. He did not have the time to chat. He hurriedly said, Madam, we don't have time to talk about this now. Han Yushi has been captured. Little Xian went to search for her alone. Both of them are in danger. I have to rescue them as soon as possible. Ah! Madame Qin was shocked at first, then she was endlessly anxious. Yesterday, Qin Qiong told her that Han Yushi had agreed to acknowledge him as her godfather. Madame Qin was overjoyed from the bottom of her heart. She and Qin Qiong only had one son, Qin Huayu. Although before giving birth, she hoped that she would give birth to a son, after giving birth, she would greedily think about how good it would be if she had a daughter. Han Yushi was obedient and strong. She was also the daughter of their benefactor. Madame Qin was very satisfied to be able to take in such a daughter. Therefore, she asked the servants in the manor to clean the entire manor early in the morning, inside and out. She was waiting for Han Yushi to visit her. In the end, she received such bad news. Master, you must not let anything happen to our daughter. Madame Qin sounded like she was about to cry. Qin Qiong waved his hand in annoyance and asked someone to take out his pair of golden maces. He walked into the courtyard and shouted, Ding Quan, quickly gather all the guards in the manor and follow me to save them. Qin Qiong could not care less about his injuries at this moment. Whether it was Li Zishuan or Han Yushi, he did not want anything to happen to either of them. Yes, master. A loud answer came from a corner of the courtyard. Second brother, is your body all right? Why don't I take them to find it? Cheng Chumo rode his horse over. He knew that Qin Qiong would not be able to sit still. He might even go personally. He was worried that Qin Qiong's body would not be able to hold on, so he let Cheng Chumo leave first. He would come over himself to take care of him. Jijia, I'm much better now. It's fine. Time is of the essence. Let's set off quickly. Qin Qiong waved his hand and said anxiously. Cheng Chumo was naturally not a wishy-washy person. He saw that Qin Qiong's complexion was indeed much better than a few days ago, so he laughed loudly and said, Good, I can finally fight side by side with second brother Qin again. I want to see which group of bandits dare to bully us. Go. Qin Qiong was also full of heroic spirit. He flipped onto his horse and held his golden maces. He shouted, "Follow me." The dozens of guards behind him mounted their horses one after another and loudly answered, "Yes." They were all old soldiers who had followed Qin Qiong into battle. At this moment, they felt as if they were on the battlefield again. A bloodthirsty killing intent gradually spread out in the field. Go! More than 70 riders whizzed past like a whirlwind, heading straight for Yenching Gate in the east of Chang'an City. Chapter 136. The general guarding the gate of Chang'an's Yenching Gate had truly broadened his horizons today. First, he saw a youth, dressed in white and mounted on a white horse, charge toward the gate like an arrow. Although one could ride a horse in Chang'an, such a fast horse was not permitted unless there was an urgent report from the front line. Just as the general of the city gate was about to extend his lance to stop him, he met the young man's cold eyes. Immediately, a chill rose from the bottom of his feet. In that moment of hesitation, the young man had already rushed out of the gate and disappeared without a trace. The general immediately felt that he had lost some face. After cursing at the youth, he returned to the gate to drink tea. A little while later, he saw another group of soldiers, several hundred in number, charging toward him. Upon questioning them, he realized that they were Eastern Palace guards. Frightened, he hastily let them pass. 15 minutes later, a large group of soldiers, led by a young general, charged toward Yenching Gate. The general took a closer look and estimated that there were around 1,000 soldiers. He couldn't help but be shocked, wondering if there was another battle going on. Why would the imperial court send so many soldiers? Only when the group entered did the general realize that the leader was a Featherwood Guard commander. After examining the token, he immediately let them pass. Once the 1,000-some soldiers had all left the city, he couldn't help but wipe away the sweat on his forehead. Just what day was it today? This lineup was truly frightening. But the following scenes left him completely numb. First, Li Junxian came with 100 of the Great Tang's most mysterious horsemen. Then, the Demon King's eldest son came with 70 to 80 powerful guards. Finally, he saw the ailing Duke of Yi ride a horse to Yenching Gate with the Demon King of Lu Guogong. The guard at the city gate pinched his thigh hard to make sure that he was not dreaming. He could not figure out what had happened that had alarmed so many big shots in Chang'an. Cheng Chumo had told Li Zishuan that Chang'an only had a few things happening throughout the year. If there was even the slightest rustle of grass in the wind, those who paid attention would definitely know. Today's Chang'an wasn't as simple as a rustle of grass in the wind. Those with a little status would immediately find out what was going on. Biyu Zhengfang, Yuqi Jingda's home. Jinda, I heard that Shubao and Jijie went out of the city together. It seems they are going to search for Li Zishuan and a girl. Yuqi Jingda stroked his large beard and said solemnly. Niu Jinda nodded and said, I've also heard about it. Jingda, Shubao's body has yet to fully recover. How can we just watch with folded arms? Why don't we bring our family generals and lend him a helping hand? Yuqi Jingda laughed heartily and said, That's exactly what I was thinking. Speaking of which, us brothers haven't fought side by side for a long time. Moreover, Li Zishuan is also a pretty good young man. Who knows how many people have been saved by the curved plow he invented. Azure Dragon District. Young Master, the army in Chang'an has been deployed everywhere. His Majesty has even sent out hundreds of riders. Li Zishuan was the first to leave the city, followed by the Eastern Palace Imperial Guards of the Crown Prince. Then, Cheng Yarojin, Qin Qiong, Yuqi Jingda, Niu Jinda, and other military generals have also led their families out of the city. In the courtyard, Lu Yun reported the unusual movements in Chang'an City to Wang Runbiao. Hearing this, Wang Runbiao's face turned ashen. He frowned in disbelief and shouted, How did this matter become so big? Han Yushi is just a peasant girl. It's fine if Li Zishuan is crazy about her, but why are these military generals also? Lu Yun carefully said, Young Master, it said that Han Yushi is the adopted daughter of Duke Yi yesterday. Wang Runbiao's face suddenly froze. After a long while, he said in a deep voice, We can't let second brother continue to mess around like this. He's going to harm our entire Wang family. Where is Yaroa now? Young Master, Miss Yuyao is following Xiao Ying and the others. They are going to the Bloodwind stronghold. Wang Runbiao's face changed and muttered, second brother is actually mixing with such desperados. This is simply ruining the family's reputation. Quickly send a message to Yarrow and ask her to do her best to assist Li Zishuan and save Han Yushi. Yes, young master, Lu Yun responded and hurriedly left. On the mountain road outside the eastern city of Chang'an, Li Zishuan was burning with anxiety as he galloped wildly on his horse. Although the big white horse under him was a famous horse in the western region, it couldn't withstand such a wild gallop. However, Li Zishuan couldn't care less about the horse now. He just wanted to find Han Yushi quickly. If he had known that something like this would happen today, he would have taken Han Yushi back to Chang'an yesterday even if he had to forcefully snatch her. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Thinking of Han Yushi's gentle personality and peerless appearance, Li Zishuan only hated himself for not taking the initiative to pursue Han Yushi earlier. Then, she would have stayed in the Li residence and this kind of thing wouldn't have happened. In less than a quarter of an hour, Li Zishuan had already arrived at the Rhinoceros Slope, which was 10 miles away from Chang'an City. He saw 4 or 5 pools of blood on the ground and many traces of a fight. It was enough to show that the battle was fierce. Previously, he had heard from Han Lijing that old who had also been a government soldier a few years ago. Judging from the traces of the battle, old who's kung fu was probably not weak. It was just that 2 fists couldn't fight against 4 hands. Before old who fainted, he said that the group of thieves took Han Yushi and fled in the direction of the Qinling Mountains. Li Zishuan raised his head and looked at the vast Qinling Mountains in the north. He couldn't help but feel despair in his heart. Where could he start looking for such a large mountain range? The more delay, the more danger Han Yushi would be in. Li Zishuan had never been so desperate and anxious as he was at this moment. He was unwilling to give up and shouted to the north, "Yushi, where are you?" The roar lasted for more than a mile before it gradually subsided. The pedestrians on the road heard the roar and stopped to look in this direction. Li Zishuan vented the depression in his chest, adjusted his mood, and mounted the horse. No matter how big the Qinling Mountains were, even if he had to search for a lifetime, he would find Han Yushi. At this moment, a ball of object flew towards Li Zishuan's face. Although the speed was fast, Li Zishuan didn't feel any killing intent. He tilted his head and used his strength to grab the ball of object in his palm. Who is it? Li Zishuan looked around and saw that there was nothing around except trees and weeds. He paused and looked at the object in his hand suspiciously. He saw that it was a silk cloth wrapped around a stone. Li Zishuan threw away the stone and opened the silk cloth. He saw the words on it, "If you want to save Han Yushi, go to the Bloody Wind stockade of Mount Mang quickly." Li Zishuan was suddenly shocked and hesitated. He didn't know if the person who delivered the letter was purposely making a diversion to distract him or was sincerely helping him. After hesitating for a moment, Li Zishuan gritted his teeth. He had to risk it. Having a specific location was much better than him running around like a headless fly. He threw away the silk cloth and walked to an open area. He found a passerby and asked for the location of Mount Mang. He rode his horse and galloped over. Chapter 137. Giddy up. On the mountain path to the southeast of the Qinling Mountains, Li Zishuan whipped his horse and galloped wildly. The white horse beneath him seemed to have sensed his master's anxiety. Its 4 legs were crisscrossing at an extremely high frequency, kicking up a trail of dust. Li Zishuan's mind kept thinking about Han Yushi's smile and the words on the silk cloth. Bloodwind stockade, Bloodwind stockade. He could not help but murmur. At this time, he felt that Bloodwind stockade sounded very familiar. Suddenly, he quivered. Wasn't the previous owner of this body accidentally knocked off the cliff to save a woman from the bandits of Bloodwind stockade? According to his memory, these bandits were extremely vicious. They even dared to kill people. If Han Yushi fell into their hands, wouldn't she be in great danger? Thinking of this, Li Zishuan became more anxious. The horse was urged faster and faster by him. Suddenly, the white horse under him neighed tragically and fell forward. Li Zishuan quickly flew down from the horse. After stabilizing himself, he saw that the white horse was panting heavily and its front legs were retracted. It seemed to be injured. Li Zishuan quickly went forward to check carefully. He found that the horse's front hooves were nailed with thorny vines. Li Zishuan touched the white horse's ears and said softly, "You've worked hard today. From now on, you can follow me and enjoy your life. You stay here first. When I'm done, I'll take you home." The white horse seemed to understand his words. It shook its head on the ground and gently touched Li Zishuan's palm with its nose. Li Zishuan gave a knowing smile and patted its head. Using the cloud-piercing steps, he rushed towards Mount Mang in the north. Time was of the essence and he did not have the time to find another horse. He could only rely on his Qinggong to hasten his journey. At the foot of the North Mang Mountain, a group of bandits in ragged clothes were escorting a flower-like girl up the mountain. "Boss, this little girl is crying and walking so slowly. Why don't you let this little one carry her?" A wretched young man flatteringly said to the leader. After he finished speaking, he couldn't help but glance at Han Yushi's stunning face. "If you dare to touch me, I will immediately bite my tongue and commit suicide." Han Yushi's eyes reddened when she heard this. She had been sad for the dead old Hu the whole way. After all, old Hu had been beaten to such a state. Han Yushi thought that old Hu must be dead. That family, which was already very unfortunate, had now lost its pillar of support because of her. Thinking of this, she could not help but feel a wave of grief in her heart. She cried all the way, almost forgetting the dangerous situation she was in. Along the way, she also discovered that although these people were ferocious, they didn't seem to dare to force her too much, especially the leader of the bandits. He was very wary of the black-clothed middle-aged man beside him. The bandit leader slapped the young man's head and scolded him. "Put away your tricks. Do you think I don't know what you're trying to do? If this juicy little girl could do it, would it be your turn? Get lost." After saying that, he kicked the wretched young man twice. The middle-aged masked man next to the bandit leader nodded when he saw this. He turned around and said in a suppressed voice, "Han Yushi, you'd better hurry up. Don't stall for time. You should get rid of your unrealistic thoughts as soon as possible. No one will come to save you in this wilderness. My patience is limited. You'd better not force me." Han Yushi's body trembled when she heard this. The reason why she walked so slowly was because she wanted to stall for time and wait for Li Zishuan to save her. She didn't expect that the other party would still see through her. Han Yushi was also worried that the masked middle-aged man would do something excessive next, so she could only reluctantly speed up. Next to the masked middle-aged man stood a very thin and weak masked man. Han Yushi couldn't tell whether he was a man or a woman along the way. At this moment, she heard that person say softly, "Ayo, Master Xiao. You see, I'm not interested in women. Why don't you let me carry this fair and tender little girl up the mountain?" After saying that, he used his orchid fingers to poke the masked middle-aged man's shoulder. He saw that Master Xiao was obviously shocked. He was probably disgusted. He quickly frowned and said, "Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and don't complicate things. If you ruin Master's plans, Master won't forgive you." That thin masked man used his orchid fingers to stroke his cheek and snorted unhappily. He twisted his butt and walked in front of the crowd with enchanting steps. The bandits either lowered their heads to count ants or pretended to block the sun with their hands to cover their eyes. If they had also transmigrated from the modern world like Li Zishuan, they would definitely say 3 words at this moment: "My eyes hurt." On the other side. Reporting. "General, there's a piece of silk cloth with words and horsehoof prints ahead." Dugu Shin took the silk cloth. On it was written, "If you want to save Han Yushi, quickly go to Mount Mang's Bloodwind stronghold." After reading it, Dugu Shin's face was dignified. He said to himself, "Bloodwind stronghold. It's actually Bloodwind stronghold." In the past few years, the imperial court has sent troops to clean up the mountain bandits, but the bandits of Xiefeng Stockade have not been eradicated. This time, I will uproot you and see if you can still harm the people. Hey, wooden face, did you find little Xian's whereabouts? Not far away, there was a sudden shout. The person who spoke was Cheng Chumo. Although the Cheng family's soldiers were old soldiers who retired from the front line, after all, they had slacked off for so many years. They naturally could not compare with the elite Yulin guards. Therefore, they arrived a little later than the Yulin guards. As the second-generation leader of the military, Cheng Chumo certainly knew Du Guxin. However, this person often put on an indifferent expression that kept strangers away. Therefore, everyone privately called him Wooden Face. However, no one called him by his nickname like Cheng Chumo. When Du Guxin heard Cheng Chumo call him Wooden Face, he immediately became angry. He threw the silk cloth into Cheng Chumo's hand and said, "See for yourself. I will lead the Yulin guards first. You send your soldiers to inform the 2 Grand Dukes behind." After saying that, he directly turned over and mounted his horse. He roared, "Yulin guards, follow me. Let's go to Mount Mang." This army of 1,000 people, upon hearing the command, immediately gathered and set out. Their movements were neat and uniform. This was a strong army. This was the true obedience of orders and prohibitions. After Cheng Chumo finished reading the contents of the silk cloth, he hurriedly said, "Zhuangqi, you send a few people to inform my father and Uncle Qin. Then you take the rest to Mount Mang. I will go with Wooden Face to find little Xian." Zhuangqi hurriedly said, "Yes, young master. Please be careful." Cheng Chumo nodded. He mounted his horse and chased after Du Guxin. He shouted, "Hey, Wooden Face, wait. I, old Cheng, will go with you." Chapter 138. Blood Wind Stockade. The gate of the stockade was closed, and there were 2 people standing guard on the simple turrets on both sides of the gate. There were people moving in the stockade. In a dark hut on the east side. "Miss Han, I won't talk nonsense with you. Quickly hand over the formula of tenderness and immortal intoxication. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless." Master Xiao played with the knife in his hand, stared at Han Yushi, and threatened her. Han Yushi's hands were tied to a pillar. She was shocked when she heard that. She did not expect these people to be here for tenderness and immortal intoxication. Tenderness and immortal intoxication had an unusual position in Han Yushi's heart because this was the first thing she did for Li Zishuan. She would not tell the formula even if she died. Hearing the middle-aged man's threatening words, Han Yushi's mind was full of thoughts. She decided to delay for a while, so she pretended to be calm and asked, "Who are you? Do you know that tenderness and immortal intoxication are new wines jointly brewed by the men of Lantian County and Lu Guogong's family? Are you not afraid of Lu Guogong's revenge?" Master Xiao was obviously stunned when he heard that. He did not know that the Cheng family was also involved in the new wine. He and the second young master both thought that Li Zishuan was just borrowing a winery from the Cheng family. It seemed that things were a little out of control, but he still had a glimmer of hope in his heart. Perhaps Han Yushi was deliberately scaring him. Panic flashed in Master Xiao's eyes. He said sternly, "Little girl, you're talking nonsense. The Cheng family just lent a winery to Li Zishuan. What does this new wine have to do with them?" Han Yushi's heart moved. It seemed that these people were not fearless. She said seriously, "I don't need to lie to you. My young master told me before that he gave the Cheng family 10% of the shares. So, even if you get the new wine formula from me, I'm afraid you won't dare to brew the new wine and sell it, right?" If Li Zishuan was here, he would definitely give Han Yushi 32 likes. This was what it meant to be advancing step by step and not be afraid in the face of danger. Master Xiao panicked, but he was unwilling to let Han Yushi take the initiative to control the situation like this. Cut the crap. If worse comes to worst, I'll just take the formula far away and sell it to other merchants at a high price. I don't believe that Lu Guogong can find me. Quickly hand over the formula. Otherwise, you will not be able to avoid physical pain. He thought to himself, since he had already spent so much effort to capture Han Yushi, wouldn't it be a loss to let her go so easily? He would get the new wine formula first. As for the follow-up matters, he would go back and slowly discuss it with the second young master. Han Yushi's heart sank, and she had a bad feeling. She said stubbornly, "I don't know the formula, and I won't give it to you." Master Xiao smiled coldly and said, "Fine. It seems like you're refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Don't think that I won't dare to do anything to you. Many people in the stronghold are drooling over your beautiful face. Han Yushi's face turned pale. The thing she was most worried about was still going to happen. She pretended to be fierce and shouted, "You dare? My young master won't let you go." Of course, Master Xiao didn't dare to be too ruthless. This Han Yushi had a strong personality. If she really killed someone, she would really have a life-and-death feud with Li Zishuan. In the end, it wouldn't be easy for him to clean up the mess. He was just deliberately scaring Han Yushi. Master Xiao pretended to be indifferent and said, "Hey, why wouldn't I dare? I advise you to obediently hand over the formula. After we verify its authenticity, we will let you go down the mountain." Han Yushi's heart was suddenly filled with despair. Master Xiao's words had blocked her last path. It wasn't that she hadn't thought about it. If it really didn't work, she could just say a fake formula to fool them. "What, you still don't want to say it? Then I'm going to call someone over," Master Xiao said with a fierce face. Han Yushi closed her eyes and clenched her teeth, ready to bite her tongue and commit suicide. At this moment, a scream suddenly came from outside. Ouch! Someone broke into the stronghold. Master Xiao frowned and looked at the bandit leader beside him. He asked, "What's going on?" The bandit leader shouted outside, "Men!" A small follower immediately came in from outside and hurriedly said, "Boss, there's a young man outside the stronghold. He's breaking into the stronghold. He even killed a few of our brothers." The bandit leader stared with his bell-like eyes. He stepped forward and grabbed the follower's collar. He angrily said, "You guys can't even beat a little kid." The follower quickly said with a bitter face, "Boss, that young man's martial arts are too powerful." Master Xiao frowned and said, "Song Tiandao, get someone to guard this door. Don't mess around. Let's go out and take a look." It turned out that the bandit leader was called Song Tiandao. Song Tiandao nodded. After arranging the men, he went to the stronghold gate with Master Xiao and the others. The person who was breaking into the stronghold was Li Zishuan. He ran all the way and finally came to the vicinity of Mount Mang. After spending a lot of effort, he finally found the stronghold. He saw that the stronghold was located in the middle of a lofty mountain range. It was surrounded by cliffs. Only this 30 feet wide stronghold gate could be passed through. It was easy to defend and hard to attack. Li Zishuan took a breath and no longer wasted time. He planned to force his way in. At least he had to see Han Yushi first. He gathered his chi in his palm and threw out 2 pebbles. With his current power, just his hand strength alone had the strength of 1,000 pounds. The 2 pebbles instantly shot out like bullets and sank into the space between the eyebrows of the 2 bandits who were dozing off on the turret. Yes, Li Zishuan did not plan to leave anyone alive. From the moment he heard that Han Yushi was captured, he had been suppressing a killing intent in his heart. Anyone who dared to touch his woman must die. He used the cloud-piercing steps and directly crossed the stronghold gate. After the 2 bandits guarding the gate were killed, they directly fell to the ground. At that time, the bandits in the stronghold were already alarmed. At this time, they saw a young man jumping in from outside the stronghold gate. They immediately shouted and gathered their companions to surround Li Zishuan. "Where did this kid come from? How dare he kill our brothers of Bloody Wind stronghold? Does he want to die? Yes, how dare he come to our Bloody Wind stronghold to make trouble? Does he want to die? Brothers, chop him up and avenge Doggy and Doggy. Kill." Time was tight. Li Zishuan did not have the patience to listen to their nonsense. There were only 20 or 30 people in front of him. He was confident that he could deal with them. He directly used the 3rd move of the 9 Taishen swords, snow treading. Li Zishuan's footsteps changed cleverly. He waved his sword and attacked in all directions. The bandits only saw a blur in front of them. A moment later, they saw more than 10 bandits covering their throats and falling to the ground, dead. This was the suppression of strength. Facing a group of bandits, most of whom had not even succeeded in chi drawing, Li Zishuan, a master at the peak of chi forming, was like an adult strong man bullying a newborn baby. Today was the first time Li Zishuan had killed someone. He did not feel any discomfort, nausea, or dizziness. He only thought of Han Yushi in his heart. There was only endless killing intent. He did not even look at the fallen bandits. The rest of the surviving bandits were scared out of their wits. Suddenly, a chill rose from the soles of their feet. They desperately retreated, and no one dared to come forward. Therefore, such a funny scene appeared. In the stronghold of the bandits, a young man with a long sword forced a group of bandits to retreat. When Song Tiandao came out, he happened to see this funny scene. Chapter 139. Beimang Mountain, Blood Wind Stronghold. Song Tiandao, Master Xiao, and the feminine man walked out side by side, followed by a black mass of bandits. Li Zishuan roughly glanced and estimated that there were at least 700 or 800 people. His heart sank as he did not expect the scale of this stronghold to be so large. His martial arts were indeed strong, but as the saying goes, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Even if he was a master, he could still kill a master. He could deal with dozens of small fries, but with nearly 1,000 bandits, even if he was a master, he would still be beaten badly. Moreover, he had used Qinggong to rush 7 or 8 miles. The true qi in his body was seriously consumed, which made things worse. I was wondering who it was. It turned out to be you, little bastard. I did not expect you to not fall to your death and dare to take the initiative to come to my door. But you came just in time. I, Song Tiandao, will avenge my second brother and third brother today. It was Song Tiandao who came to the front of the crowd. When he saw Li Zishuan, he suddenly felt a little familiar. Looking carefully, wasn't this the little kid who ruined their Bloodwind Stronghold's business 2 months ago in the Zhongnan Mountains? New hatred and old hatred surged in his heart. Song Tiandao stepped out of the crowd and pointed at Li Zishuan and scolded. Master Xiao and the feminine man had not seen Li Zishuan before, but they often heard of him. At this time, they looked at Song Tiandao suspiciously. They did not expect Song Tiandao to have an old grudge with the young man in front of them. Li Zishuan smiled contemptuously. Loser, how dare you be arrogant? If you know what's good for you, quickly let Han Yushi go. Otherwise, I will flatten your stronghold today. When Song Tiandao heard Li Zishuan call him a loser, his face could not help but flash a trace of anger. 2 months ago, the robbery in the Zhongnan Mountains was the shame of his life. Not only did he not get the beauty, money, and goods, but he also lost his men and was ridiculed by the Lulin people. When he heard Li Zishuan threaten to flatten the stronghold, Song Tiandao laughed angrily. Oh, I did not expect the little kid to be a lord. I don't know which Java country you are a lord. You are really a don't yawn. What a big tone. We have more than 1,000 brothers, you want to try to flatten one? Ha ha. Ha ha, has this little brat watched too many dramas? That's right, that's right. How dare you come to our bloody wind stockade when you haven't even grown your hair? There was a burst of laughter among the bandits. Li Zishuan frowned. He exerted his strength to the tip of his foot and gently kicked the ground under his feet. Several stones shot out and flew towards Song Tiandao and the others. He had just taken the opportunity to recover his true qi. Although he had not recovered to his peak, he was almost there. He had not seen Han Yushi for so long, and the ominous premonition in his heart was getting stronger and stronger. He could not wait any longer. No matter how many bandits there were in front of him, he had to kill his way out. Song Tiandao, Master Xiao, and the feminine man easily avoided Li Zishuan's sneak attack. However, the bandits behind them did not have time to dodge. 4 or 5 bandits were instantly killed and fell to the ground. When the rest of the bandits saw this, they glared at Li Zishuan, but did not dare to say a word. Of course, Li Zishuan did not expect to kill the bandit leader with just this. His goal was only to enrage him. When people were angry, they would often lose their rationality. Perhaps the bandit leader would come out and fight him one-on-one in a fit of rage. In his previous life, when he read the legend of the Sui and Tang heroes, he often saw that when 2 armies faced each other, they usually liked to fight the generals first. Although he was not sure if there would be such a thing in the real Tang dynasty, he still wanted to try. In a one-on-one fight, he was certainly not afraid of the defeated general. At that time, he might be able to capture him and save Han Yushi. Song Tiandao saw that Li Zishuan dared to kill his men under his nose. As expected, he was furious. He shouted angrily, "How dare you? Men, take my broadsword. Little child, you'd better tell me your name first. Otherwise, you'll be a nameless ghost after you die. Li Zishuan saw that Song Tiandao was indeed enraged and wanted to fight him one-on-one. He was delighted. At this moment, he looked at the hundreds of thatched cottages behind the bandits. He did not know where Han Yushi was locked up. He shouted loudly, "I am Li Zishuan, the man of Lantian County, who was personally conferred by the emperor. You gathered in the forest and kidnapped my fiancé. If you don't want to die under the encirclement of the imperial army, immediately put down your weapons and hand over my fiancé. I will spare your lives." His shout contained a bit of true qi and traveled far. His purpose was to tell Han Yushi that he was here and to tell her not to do anything stupid. Han Yushi was in the house, like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Her heart was filled with despair. Suddenly, she heard Li Zishuan's voice. Her desperate heart was instantly filled with joy. When she heard Li Zishuan say "my fiancé," Han Yushi could no longer hold it in and cried emotionally. She had waited for this sentence for a long time. Finally, it came. In front of the stronghold, Master Xiao was obviously stunned. He never expected that Li Zishuan could find Han Yushi so quickly after he captured her in the wilderness. He also did not expect that Li Zishuan would dare to break into the stronghold alone. He also did not expect that Han Yushi was Li Zishuan's fiancé. The situation was getting more and more serious. They only wanted the new wine formula. They did not intend to fight to the death with Li Zishuan. The hatred of snatching his wife was comparable to the hatred of killing his father. This time, the grudge was big. Song Tiandao did not have so many scruples. His heart was full of hatred and anger. He raised the 9-eared chain knife that his subordinates carried over and scolded, "Bah, Grandpa, I don't care if you are some *T Master Jew. Last time, you ruined Grandpa's good deed and caused my second and third brothers to be captured and beheaded by the imperial court's dog officials. Today, Grandpa, I want you to pay with your life. Hey, watch the knife." Song Tiandao took 2 steps and jumped up. He aimed at Li Zishuan's forehead and chopped it with great force. When the blade was less than an inch away from Li Zishuan's forehead, Li Zishuan's body leaned back, showing a strange 20-degree angle with the ground. Taking advantage of this gap, he lifted the sword with one hand and pushed the blade away. His other hand gently supported himself on the ground. His whole body drew a semicircle with his heel as the center. With such a fall, a lift, and a turn, Song Tiandao's powerful killing blow was easily resolved by Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan did not stop. He used the third sword of 9 Taishen swords, snow treading. Song Tiandao suddenly felt his eyes blur. Then, he felt that every part of his body was about to be attacked. Song Tiandao was shocked. He did not understand why this little boy's skill had improved so much in just 2 months. He desperately waved the big knife, trying to protect the vital parts of his body. However, he was only at the peak of body refining and had not yet reached the Qi transformation realm. How could he be Li Zishuan's opponent? After a while, he could not hold on anymore. His body had suffered more than 10 minor injuries. Li Zishuan saw that the time was right. He poured genuine qi into his feet and used the orchid butterfly steps, ready to capture Song Tiandao. At this moment, Li Zishuan saw a strange black shadow suddenly flash in front of Song Tiandao. Its speed was so fast that it was not inferior to his orchid butterfly steps in the slightest. He saw the black shadow reach out and pull Song Tiandao out of the battle. Li Zishuan was furious. This person did not follow the rules. He directly used his fastest sword, the 5th sword of 9 Taishen swords, parting the dust. The sword parted the dust and was bleak and cold. It went straight for Song Tiandao's back. Since he could not capture him, he would kill him. After killing so many people, Li Zishuan's killing intent was getting heavier and heavier. Song Tiandao only felt a cold chill piercing his back. He secretly said, "My life is over." The feminine man next to him had no time to save him. The main reason was that Li Zishuan's sword was too fast. At the critical moment, Master Xiao flung his sleeve. An iron ball flew out and hit Li Zishuan's sword. This Shorkill sword finally deviated from its trajectory and only cut off Song Tiandao's left arm. A thick and heavy arm fell to the ground with a clang. Even though Li Zishuan hurriedly retreated, he was still splashed by the blood from Song Tiandao's shoulder. Suddenly, his white clothes turned red. The elegant young master turned into a demon god. Chapter 140. Silence. The bandits were cheering for their leader's bravery, but in the blink of an eye, Song Tiandao's arm was cut off and he almost died. They were all scared out of their wits and stood rooted to the ground. Master Xiao's heart was also in turmoil. He and the second young master had focused on Li Zishuan's ability to make money, but they didn't make a correct assessment of Li Zishuan's strength. They didn't expect this weak youth to have such high martial arts. It was really unexpected. Li Zishuan returned to his original spot and secretly used the Taishen Sutra to recover his internal energy. In the battle just now, he had used up 20 to 30% of his qi. Leader Song, you can't beat him one-on-one, so you plan to fight together? Li Zishuan said sarcastically. Song Tiandao covered his right arm and his face was pale. Facing Li Zishuan's sarcasm, he had nothing to say and could only stare back angrily. On the other hand, the skinny man who had just rushed in walked out with one hand on his waist and the other hand on his thumb and middle finger. He said in a sweet voice, Ayo tilde, our Lord Li is young and has a high position. His martial arts are also so good. My little heart is beating fast. Lord Ju, why are you so angry? Why don't I accompany you to the front of the flowers under the moon? Li Zishuan was disgusted. He quickly jumped away and scolded, damn transvestite, stop. You're neither yin nor yang, hiding your head and tail. I don't think you're a good person either. He didn't expect to meet a transvestite in ancient times. It was really disgusting. The transvestite pointed at Li Zishuan with his thumb and middle finger and said unhappily, How can you say that to me? I'm so sad. Do you think I'm willing to cover my face in such hot weather? I'm just afraid that you guys won't be able to walk if I take off my veil. Also, what's a transvestite? Why do you say I'm a transvestite? Cough cough. Master Xiao couldn't help but retch. He shouted, Flying snake, come back. Don't mess around. Flying snake. This person was actually the flying snake who went to the Han village to steal wine last time. Flying snake waved his hand discontentedly and said, Master Xiao, let me interact with this handsome young man. Li Zishuan was furious. He pointed his sword at the flying snake and cursed, What bullshit flying snake? You just disturbed my duel with Song Tiandao. Now, I will turn you into a dead snake. Li Zishuan had secretly observed that this flying snake was only in the middle stage of qi transformation, but his movements were too strange. As long as Master Xiao didn't interfere, Li Zishuan was confident that he could defeat him. Yo, since you're so fierce to me, I'll play with you. After saying this, the flying snake's aura suddenly changed. He was no longer as frivolous as before. He took the initiative to move forward, and 3 arc-shaped spikes suddenly extended from his sleeves. They emitted a faint blue light, and were obviously dipped in poison. The flying snake waved his spikes and clawed fiercely at Li Zishuan's face. Li Zishuan had long been on guard against this person's ghostly speed. As soon as the flying snake moved, he had already channeled his strength to his feet. Seeing the flying snake's poisonous spikes attack, he dodged to the side, raised his sword, and slashed at the 3 poisonous spikes. The swords and spikes clashed. Metal clanged and sparks flew in all directions. Both of them were sent flying. The chasing wind sword could cut through iron like mud. Li Zishuan originally thought that this sword could cut through the spikes. Who knew that the result would be like this? It seemed that the flying snake's weapon was not ordinary. Li Zishuan adjusted his body and used the first 5 moves of the 9 Taishen swords: Riding Wind, Graceful Grace, Snow Treading, Wave Breaker, and Parting Dust. He wanted to end this battle quickly. The flying snake had previously seen Li Zishuan use Snow Treading and Parting Dust. At that time, he had been amazed by the exquisiteness of Li Zishuan's swordsmanship. However, he had never imagined that this was a complete set of swordsmanship. Furthermore, as he continuously used them, his attacks were endless. Each move was fiercer than the last. The flying snake could only rely on his ghostly body movements to barely block. However, When Li Zishuan used his final move, parting dust, the flying snake could clearly see that this move was exactly the same as the one that had cut off Song Tiandao's left arm. However, it was even faster than before. It was truly as fast as flowing light. This was the superposition effect of the 9 Taishen swords. Faced with this extraordinary parting dust sword, the flying snake had no time to dodge. Even Master Xiao, who was beside him, could not save him. Without any suspense, this sword pierced the flying snake's throat. The flying snake cried out twice. His neck tilted and he became a dead snake. Master Xiao's eyes widened. Just as he was about to attack Li Zishuan, a masked man suddenly appeared and whispered a few words into his ear. A trace of panic flashed through Master Xiao's eyes. He ignored Song Tiandao and the other bandits and led the rest of the black-clothed men to retreat. Li Zishuan felt somewhat baffled. Song Tiandao felt even more incredulous. He cried out, "Hey, Master Xiao, where are you going?" However, the other party simply ignored him. Song Tiandao stomped his feet in anger. He looked at Li Zishuan and said hatefully, "Little bastard, you're really good at fighting. Then I, your grandfather, will see if you can beat over 1,000 of us. Brothers, let's go. Chop this bastard up and avenge the second and third masters. Whoever can cut this brat once will be rewarded with 10 strings of cash." With such a great reward, brave men were bound to emerge. Moreover, it was 1,000 people against one person. The bandits' fighting spirit immediately soared. They waved the weapons in their hands and rushed toward Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan's face darkened. He didn't expect Song Tiandao to be so shameless. The thing he was most worried about had happened. There was no other way. He could only fight head-on. Li Zishuan gritted his teeth and took the initiative to attack. He used his body to his advantage in the crowd. While constantly dodging attacks, he used the wind-chasing sword in his hand to harvest lives. Song Tiandao retreated far away. He looked at Li Zishuan in the crowd and sneered. He didn't believe that this brat would never run out of strength. Song Tiandao was right. After all, Li Zishuan was only at the peak of the qi refining stage. He hadn't reached the supreme power level yet. After half an hour, although he had killed 70 or 80 bandits, his genuine qi had been almost exhausted. He also had more than 10 knife wounds on his body. Li Zishuan felt a little powerless. No matter how good his kung fu was, he was still afraid of a kitchen knife. If he could get out of here alive today, he must get some high-tech weapons to defend himself. Damn it, how dare you bully my brother? Wooden face, hurry up and let your men kill them. Just when Li Zishuan was feeling desperate, he suddenly heard Cheng Chumo's voice behind him. He used the last of his genuine qi and used the orchid butterfly steps to escape the battle in an instant. He retreated to Cheng Chumo's side and said angrily, "Damn it, if you had come a little later, I would have died." Cheng Chumo hurriedly supported him and said heartlessly, "Didn't I come? Little Xian, hurry up and rest. These bastards dare to bully people with numbers. I, old Cheng, will let them see what it means to have a lot of people. Wooden face, hurry up." Li Zishuan looked back and saw an old acquaintance. He smiled and said, "Thank you for your trouble, General Dugu." Dugu Xin bowed and said, "This is this general's duty." Today was different from the past. Li Zishuan was now a noble, so the necessary respect was indispensable. Dugu Xin waved his hand. 1,000 featherwood guards in bright armor entered in a line with murderous intent. It's the imperial court's officers and soldiers. It's the featherwood guards. It's over. Run. When the numerous mountain bandits saw the dense mass of soldiers swarming in from the stronghold gate, they were immediately thrown into disarray and were about to scatter and flee. They were nothing more than a motley crew. How could they dare to cross hands with the elite regular army of the Featherwood Guard? All officers and soldiers, listen to my order. Don't let anyone go. If there is resistance, kill without mercy. Yes. The bandits pushed and shoved each other in panic. The well-trained Featherwood Guards wrapped all the bandits like dumplings in a moment. There were also bandits who were unwilling to be captured and wanted to kill their way out of the encirclement. However, they were cut down by the Featherwood Guards in a few rounds. As the Imperial Army, if they couldn't even defeat the bandits, Then wouldn't they, the Featherwood Guards, be laughed at by the other armies? Song Tiandao also wanted to run, but he was surrounded by people. He was seriously injured and couldn't run. A small bandit next to him said with dissatisfaction, "Boss, who did you catch in the end? How did you provoke the Featherwood Guards?" Song Tiandao said angrily, "How the hell did I know that girl's background was so big? It was Master Xiao who paid me 3,000 strings of cash to catch her. It doesn't seem like it's just the Featherwood Guards. How come there are people behind them? Hey, that seems to be Lu Guogong. I've seen him before in Chang'an City. First Master, you've put us in a lot of trouble. Why did you provoke that madman Lu Guogong?" Song Tiandao said with displeasure, "Mother **K, you were more active than anyone else when it came to splitting the money. Now you have the face to say this. Hey, that's Yi Guogong. And Wu Guogong." It turned out to be the Eastern Palace Imperial Guards following behind the Featherwood Guards. Cheng Yarojin, Qin Xiong, Yuqi Jingda, Niu Jindar, and the others all rushed over one after another. The bandits were scared out of their wits. They never thought that they would alarm so many important people. Now their legs were weak. How could they dare to run? They could only pray that they would suffer less after being caught. Cheng Chumo laughed arrogantly at the bandits. "Haha, you want to compete with Laozi in terms of numbers? Mother **K, come out and fight again." Li Zishuan ignored that fool. After he thanked Cheng Yarojin and the others, he quickly called a bandit to take him to find Han Yushi. People often don't know how precious they are until they lose something. He really wanted to see Han Yushi right now. He didn't want to wait a moment longer. Chapter 141. The underling led Li Zishuan through many twists and turns before arriving at a small, shabby hut. Then, he respectfully said, "Lord Ju, it's here." Li Zishuan nodded and said, "Go squat in front of the stockade by yourself. Don't think about running away. As long as you haven't committed murder or arson, I'll get someone to give you a lighter punishment." The henchman immediately bowed excitedly and said, "Thank you, Lord Ju." "Don't worry, Lord Ju. I definitely won't dare to run away." Li Zishuan waved his hand and sent him away. Then, he pushed the door open and entered. He saw Han Yushi's hands tied to the pillar. She was looking at him with tears in her eyes. Li Zishuan hurriedly went forward and helped Han Yushi untie the rope. He grabbed her shoulder and asked with concern, "Yushi, are you okay? They didn't do anything to you, right?" Han Yushi shook her head. She looked at Li Zishuan's tattered and blood-stained clothes. She thought of the person in front of her running dozens of miles alone and ignoring the danger. He went deep into the nest of thousands of bandits to save her. She could not help but say sadly, "Young master, why are you so seriously injured?" "It's all my fault. I caused uncle Hu's death and young master's injury. Yushi is an inauspicious person." Sob sob. Li Zishuan's heart melted when he heard Han Yushi's crying. He ignored the pain in his arm and pulled Han Yushi into his arms. He said gently, "Nonsense. How can you be an inauspicious person? Yushi, you're a fairy given to me by the heavens. At the same time, you're a demon sent to me by the heavens." Han Yushi was obviously stunned when she heard these contradictory words. She stopped crying and looked up at Li Zishuan. "Young master, how can I be a demon?" Li Zishuan stared at Han Yushi's beautiful face that was still stained with tears. He brewed his emotions and said in a slightly magnetic voice, "Yushi, no matter how many lives the flower blooms and how many times the flower falls, no matter where the wind rises and where the wind stops, you will never be able to escape, because you know in your heart that you are my inner demon." Han Yushi had never heard such touching words of love. She could no longer hold it in and threw herself into Li Zishuan's arms. She hugged him tightly and cried bitterly, "Sob sob, young master, Yushi is not worth your effort. Yushi is not worth it. Yushi even killed Uncle Hu before." Sob sob. Han Yushi hugged him too tightly. Although Li Zishuan grimaced in pain and gasped, he couldn't bear to break such a warm and romantic atmosphere. He could only grit his teeth and endure. He stroked Han Yushi's soft long hair and said softly, "Silly girl, who said that Uncle Hu is dead? He's not dead yet. He's being treated at the Imperial Physician's Department." Han Yushi raised her delicate tear-stained face and said in disbelief, "Young master, are you saying that uncle who is still alive?" "Young master, is this true?" Li Zishuan nodded. Although old Li Zishuan's injuries were serious, his vital parts were not injured. Li Zishuan believed that with Sun Simiao's medical skills, he would definitely be able to save old Hu. "Uncle who is indeed still alive. Yushi, don't blame yourself for everything. It's my fault. I didn't protect you well." Han Yushi quickly shook her head and said, "It's not young master's fault. It's not young master's fault." Li Zishuan stroked her cheek and said affectionately, "Yushi, marry Yushi. Yushi, marry me. Let me protect you for the rest of your life. You are my inner demon. I can't leave you. I want to turn my inner demon into a fairy who will accompany me for the rest of my life. I want to love you until we grow old." "Ah, young master." Han Yushi was so embarrassed by such straightforward words of love that her face turned red. With a cry, she plunged into Li Zishuan's arms like an ostrich. "Ah!" Li Zishuan scratched his head awkwardly. He had racked his brains to recall these words of love from some movies and television works in his previous life. Did Han Yushi agree or not? "Yushi, are you not willing?" Li Zishuan probed carefully. When Han Yushi heard Li Zishuan ask such an idiotic question, she couldn't help but secretly roll her eyes. She thought to herself, young master's words of love before were quite touching, but why is his EQ still so low? However, she was also afraid that Li Zishuan would really misunderstand, so she quickly said, "Young master, Yushi is willing." "Haha." Li Zishuan carried Han Yushi in his arms and spun around in a circle with pride and excitement. He laughed and said, "Haha, that's great. Yushi, you finally agreed." Hiss tilde tilde in the end, this guy's extreme joy turned to sorrow. It affected the wound on his back, and he gasped in pain. Han Yushi first thought to herself, "What do you mean by I finally agreed? It's you who finally said that you love me, silly young master." Behind him, he heard Li Zishuan's cry of pain. He quickly pulled Li Zishuan's hand and asked anxiously, "Young master, where do you hurt? Let me take a look." Li Zishuan waved his hand and said nonchalantly, "It's just a small injury. It's fine, it's fine." He looked at Han Yushi's stunning face and delicate red lips. For a moment, he couldn't help but feel a little restless. He swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva and murmured, "Yushi, Han Yushi raised her small face and looked at Li Zishuan curiously. She saw that handsome face getting closer and closer to her. She also realized what was going to happen next. After hesitating for a moment, she didn't refuse. She closed her eyes and nervously clenched her hands, waiting for the sacred moment to arrive. When Li Zishuan saw that Han Yushi finally put on a look of letting him do whatever he wanted, his index finger couldn't help but move. His heart was also beating wildly with excitement. He tried his best to slowly get closer to Han Yushi's delicate lips, afraid that he would wake up this stunning beauty who was in a deep sleep. At this moment, he could even smell Han Yushi's body fragrance. He was only 0.01 centimeters away from Han Yushi's red lips. He heard Cheng Chumo shouting from not far away, "Little Xian, we're going back to the city. Hurry up." Han Yushi suddenly woke up. She was afraid that Cheng Chumo, who was not far away, would barge in. She hurriedly broke free from Li Zishuan's embrace and stood at the side with her head lowered shyly. "Cow, Cheng Chumo, I won't live under the same sky as you." Li Zishuan roared at the sky unwillingly. The thousands of troops finally set off and returned to Chang'an. Among them were less than 1,000 bandits. Li Zishuan held Han Yushi's hand and walked at the back, mainly to take care of Han Yushi's emotions. This little girl was now so shy that she didn't dare to see anyone. Even when Qin Qiong came over to talk to her, she didn't dare to raise her head. She only stared at the tip of her feet and reluctantly replied with a mosquito-like voice. Cheng Yarojin, Qin Qiong, and the others all laughed knowingly. They let the accompanying military doctor treat Li Zishuan's wounds simply and let the young couple show off their love sweetly at the back. Cheng Chumo also wanted to come over and be a troublemaker before, but he was slapped back by Cheng Yarojin and scolded, "You little bastard, why don't you hurry up and find a good girl to marry into the family? Why are you running over there blindly to meddle?" Look at little Xian. He's so young, but he's already kidnapped a beautiful little girl. Cheng Yaojin's words were too *king heart-wrenching. Cheng Chumo's expression suddenly looked as if he had eaten a pile of shit. He secretly hated Li Zishuan for not being a good brother. He actually found a wife first, causing him, a single young man, to be scolded by his father. Chapter 142. The sun was setting in the west. This huge team of more than 2,000 people finally arrived at the east side of Chang'an City. In the team, there were handsome and energetic generals, tall and heroic dukes, well-trained soldiers in bright armor, simple but powerful family generals, ragged and dispirited bandits, and even more strange was that there was a team of strong men carrying a white horse. Of course, there was also a pair of adulterous couple who were holding hands and showing off their affection to the crowd. That's right, at least that's what Cheng Chumo thought to himself about Li Zishuan. The white horse that was being carried was the horse that was stabbed by vines on the way to Xiefeng's stockaded village by Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan spent money to hire 10 relatively young Cheng family guards to carry the horse back home. At that time, these men refused to take the money. Later, Li Zishuan said, "If anyone dares not to take the money, I will pay a few children to pee in front of your door every day." The 10 guards wiped away the cold sweat on their foreheads and hurriedly took the money from Li Zishuan. They secretly thought that this young master was truly rich and willful. However, this way of thinking was truly too immoral. Han Yushi looked at the familiar Yanxing gate and felt that it was a lifetime ago. During the few hours when she was taken away, she was frightened all the way. She was afraid that the bandits would ruin her innocence and she was prepared to die to protect her innocence. Later, when she was full of despair, Li Zishuan went deep into the village alone to save her. She really did not expect that she could be saved so quickly. After all, Xiefeng's stockaded village was in the wilderness. It was not easy to find it in such a short time. Thinking of this, Han Yushi could not help but hold his hand tighter, as if this would make her feel safer. They were about to enter the city. Han Yushi did not intend to let Li Zishuan let go of her hand. Although it was embarrassing to be pointed at by so many people, she thought that since the young master liked to hold her hand, then let him hold it. If others liked to say it, then let them say it. She was the young master's woman for the rest of her life. Even if the young master wanted her to die now, she was willing to do so. Holding hands was a small matter and she could just follow the young master's temperament. As for Li Zishuan, ever since this fellow held Han Yushi's smooth and soft little hand, he could not bear to part with this wonderful touch. Today, he had finally won Han Yushi's hand with great difficulty, so he could not bear to let go. If he wanted to hold her hand, he would hold her hand for a lifetime. It had to be said that after experiencing life and death, Han Yushi and Li Zishuan's attitude towards each other had changed greatly. When the citizens of the city saw such a complicated and strange team, they couldn't help but discuss among themselves. "Ayo, where did so many troops come from? It's been a long time since I've seen so many troops move out together. I don't know. It looks like the Featherwood Guard. Could it be that there's a war somewhere? Hey, why did the Featherwood Guard send so many people? Do you think these people are bandits? I think they are quite similar. Hey, isn't that Duke Lu? There's also Duke Yi and Duke Wu. Heavens, where are these bandits so powerful that they can even alarm these dukes to personally suppress the bandits? Hey, who said they weren't? These bandits really don't have eyes. How can they casually provoke these people in Chang'an City?" When Song Tiandao heard these people's discussion, he felt so wronged that he was about to cry. Was he willing to provoke the Featherwood Guard, Cheng Yaojin, and other big shots? How could he know that a little country girl would have such great power behind her? Song Tiandao was now cursing Master Xiao in his heart. If it weren't for him, he would still be the head of the carefree camp in the mountain stronghold. As a result, not only did he not get the 3,000 string of cash, but he also became a prisoner. Thinking about how Li Zishuan was alone among thousands of people in the mountain stronghold, as if he was in a no-man's land. With a long sword, he killed people like cutting melons and vegetables. Thinking of this, Song Tiandao felt goosebumps all over his body. This was not something a 14 or 15-year-old child would do. This was much more ferocious than the authentic bandits. Song Tiandao looked at Cheng Yarojin, Qin Xiong, and other big shots in front of him, and then secretly glanced back at Li Zishuan, who was talking about love. He couldn't help but feel despair in his heart. He didn't know what kind of cruel punishment was waiting for him. Yushi, let's go to the Imperial Medical Department to see Uncle Zhong first, and then turn back home. Li Zishuan thought about it and suggested. The main thing was that he was now injured all over. When he went back, his mother would definitely be distressed. Moreover, she might even resent Han Yushi because of this. After all, her son was seriously injured in order to save her. Li Zishuan was sure that according to his mother's personality, this kind of thing could really happen. In order to avoid affecting their relationship, Li Zishuan decided to go to the Imperial Medical Department to see Old Hu first, treat his wounds, and change his clothes before going home. Han Yushi didn't know that Li Zishuan had secretly thought so much for her. Hearing this, she raised her head and said, "Young master, you're going back so late. Will master and madam be worried? Why don't you go home first while Yushi goes to see Uncle Hu?" Li Zishuan smiled and said, "It's okay. I'll send someone back to report that I'm safe." He brought Han Yushi to the front of the group, bowed to Qin Xiong, Cheng Yarojin, Yuqi Jingda, and Niu Jinda, and said sincerely, "I thank all of you for your help today. In 2 days, I will hold a banquet at the Drunken Immortal restaurant. I will use the strongest wine and the most delicious dishes to entertain all of you." Cheng Yarojin laughed loudly and said, "Haha, good boy, I like hearing these words." Yuqi Jingda and Niu Jinda nodded with a smile. Although part of the reason they came today was because of Li Zishuan, it was mainly because of Qin Xiong. Qin Xiong smiled and said, "Little Xian, you don't have to be so polite to me. Yushi is my adopted daughter. You went to save her alone. I should thank you." Li Zishuan repeatedly said that he didn't dare. He thanked Dugu Xin again and asked him to investigate the person behind this group of bandits. Then, he bid farewell to Qin Xiong and said, "Uncle Qin, I'll bring Yushi to the Imperial Medical Department to see Uncle Hu first." Qin Xiong nodded and said solemnly, "Speaking of which, this Hu Hanyun was injured because of Yushi. It's already late today, so I won't go over. Little Xian, you have to thank him on my behalf. I'll visit him personally another day." Li Zishuan replied, "Don't worry, Uncle Qin. I will." Qin Xiong looked at Han Yushi and said, "Yushi, you have to visit your adoptive mother tomorrow. She has been talking about you. When she heard that something happened to you, she was worried sick at home." Han Yushi bowed and said, "Yes, adoptive father. Yushi will definitely visit adoptive mother tomorrow." Qin Xiong smiled and waved his hand. He said kindly, "Good child, quickly go to the Imperial Medical Department." Chapter 143. Uncle Hu, are you all right? Li Zishuan and Han Yushi came to the Imperial Physician's office and asked about Old Hu's room. They pushed the door open and entered. They saw that Hu was indeed serving Old Hu, who was wrapped up like a dumpling, medicine. He quickly walked over and asked. When Old Hu saw Li Zishuan come in, he quickly pushed the medicine bowl away and smiled at Li Zishuan. "Young master, you're here. I'm here today to thank you for helping Zhenjing and Zhenjing find a miracle doctor. Sai, it's great that you saved the Han family's girl so quickly. Otherwise, I, Old Hu, would never have the face to return to the Han family village." Hearing this, Han Yushi said with red eyes, "Uncle Hu, please don't say that. It's all Yushi's fault that you're so seriously injured. If anything happens to you, Yushi won't have the face to see Aunt Liu." Old Hu said indifferently, "Sai, this injury is nothing. When I was fighting in the early years, I was injured more seriously than this several times, but I'm still fine. Han girl, young master, don't worry. I, Old Hu, have a tough life." "What do you mean by fine? You broke 12 bones and lost more than half a liter of blood. If your injuries were more serious, I'm afraid you would have died." At this moment, Sun Simiao walked in and said angrily. Behind him, Hu Zhen, who had a white cloth wrapped around his eyes, followed. When Old Hu heard Sun Simiao's scolding, he laughed embarrassedly and didn't say anything else. Patients were always in awe of doctors. Seeing Sun Simiao come in, Han Yushi bowed to him. Then, she went to pull Hu Zhen to the side. Li Zishuan stood up and cupped his hands to Sun Simiao. Daoist son, is Uncle Hu's injury serious? He was shocked when he heard Sun Simiao say that it was so serious. He secretly thought that old Hu was really tough. If it were someone else with such a serious injury, they probably wouldn't have been able to hold on. Sun Simiao said with a serious expression, the injury is very serious. I'm afraid it will take at least 3 months to recover. Xiao Xian, your injury isn't light either. I'll get someone to bandage it for you first. Li Zishuan breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they were fine, everything was fine. He nodded and said, thank you. Daoist Sunday Sun Simiao summoned 2 doctors from the Imperial Physician Department. He planned to clean and bandage Li Zishuan in this room. Han Yushi quickly brought Hu out of the door. Daoist son, how is your illness? Inside the room, Li Zishuan gritted his teeth as he endured the doctor's bandaging while looking at Sun Simiao, who was examining old Hu's injuries. If it weren't for what happened today, he would have come to see Sun Simiao treat Hu Jing and his younger brother in the morning. In the end, he didn't come. Instead, he sent old Hu over. It could be said that the family of 3 was reunited in the Imperial Medical Department. Sun Simiao replied, as expected, Hu is only born with a stutter. He is not mentally retarded. I will perform acupuncture on him for a few days and prescribe him some special medicine. In less than 10 days, he should be able to speak fluently. Li Zishuan looked at Hu Jing next to him with joy. The little fatty scratched his head and smiled gratefully at him. Sun Simiao continued, as for Hu Jing, alas, this child was born with a natural blockage in her Tongzi Chong acupoint and Chengqi acupoint. I previously performed acupuncture on her, but I didn't manage to open these 2 blocked acupoints. I can only supplement it with herbs and acupuncture. Old Hu, who was lying on the bed, said worriedly, Dr. Sun, can my daughter's eyes be cured? This child can't see at such a young age. What will she do in the future? Sun Simiao thought for a moment and nodded. It can definitely be cured. As the saying goes, a rope can cut a wood, and dripping water can penetrate a stone. Her blocked acupoints are not unbreakable, but it will take a lot of time to cure her eyes. Old Hu's eyes widened in surprise. He pleaded excitedly, Dr. Sun, please save my daughter. I beg divine Dr. Sun to save my daughter. This child has suffered too much since she was young. Every time I see this child's eyes, I, Old Hu, feel heartache. As long as you can help my daughter see the light again, I, Hu Hanyun, am willing to do everything I can and serve you for the rest of my life. Li Zishuan also said, Priest Sun, since this child's eyes can be cured, please help. You can use whatever herbs you need. All the expenses will be on me. Old Hu said in surprise, Young master, how can I do that? Sun Simiao patted Old Hu on the shoulder with a smile and said, why not? Xiaoxian is so rich. Who else can pay for him? Don't worry. How can I not save a dying child? This penniless Daoist will definitely save this child. Old Hu said happily, thank you, Dr. Sunday. Thank you, young master. Sun Simiao nodded and said, it's just that it will take a long time to cure this child's eyes, and I have to do acupuncture every day without stopping. But I can only stay in Chang'an for a month. If you want her to see the light again, this child must leave Chang'an with me in a month. After her eyes are cured, I will send her back to Chang'an. Old Hu lowered his head and thought for a moment. Sun Simiao was really a person of virtue and prestige. If his child went with him, he should be at ease. So he cupped his hands and said, then I will leave my daughter to you, Priest Sunday. I can't repay your kindness. If you need me in the future, I will not hesitate. Li Zishuan suddenly remembered a conversation with Hu Jingjing. He suddenly had an idea and said to Sun Simiao, Priest Sun, since she will follow you from now on, why don't you teach her some medical skills? I have talked with her before and found that this child is quite interested in medical skills. You have cured countless people in your life, but your strength is limited. Why don't you teach a few disciples and pass down your medical skills so that more people can benefit? Hearing this, Sun Simiao's eyes lit up. He stroked his beard and said, this child is indifferent. She is quite suitable to learn medicine. I will teach her some basic medical knowledge in the next 2 days. If this child is really talented, I will accept her as my disciple. Old Hu said happily, "Thank you, divine doctor." Sun Simiao was the best doctor in the Tang Empire. If his daughter learned medicine from him, she would have another survival skill in the future. This was a great kindness. After half an hour, Li Zishuan's wounds were all bandaged. Sun Simiao asked someone to send a clean set of clothes. Li Zishuan changed hastily and went out to find Han Yushi, planning to go home. Han Yushi saw that Li Zishuan's clothes were messy and hurried over to help him tidy up his clothes. This ambiguous posture made Li Zishuan's index finger twitch. If it wasn't for the wrong place, he really wanted to do this girl. Sun Simiao coughed dryly behind her. Han Yushi hurriedly helped Li Zishuan tidy up his clothes. Li Zishuan looked and found that from the outside, it was impossible to tell that he had been injured today. Only then did he nod his head in satisfaction. Old Hu's injuries were too serious and it was inconvenient for him to move. Hu actually had to stay by Sun Simiao's side recently. As expected, Hu had to stay in the Imperial Medical Department to take care of her father. Therefore, when they returned, only Li Zishuan and Han Yushi were with them. Chapter 144. Yongle Lane, Li Residence. Ever since Li Zishuan returned to his room in the morning with his sword and left on his horse, the entire Li residence was in chaos. When the servant girl returned to the east courtyard and reported what had happened to Madame Li almost fainted from shock. She hurriedly sent someone to invite Li Jingmo back from the West City. When Li Jingmo returned, he heard that Han Tianhu's daughter had been taken away and that his son had disobeyed the imperial decree and gone to the village alone to save her. He was so angry that his face darkened. He couldn't help but curse, "This unfilial son, ouch. Who are you calling an unfilial son? Our son is in danger now. As his father, you don't think of a way to save him. Instead, you're making sarcastic remarks. Are you Xian'er's father or not?" Mrs. Li was already anxious. Now that she heard her husband scold her precious son as an unfilial son, how could she hold herself back? She used the 9-yin white bone claw to viciously vent her anger on Li Jingmo's waist. When Li Jingmo heard the second half of his wife's words, his already dark face became as dark as the bottom of a pot. However, due to his wife's many years of power, he didn't dare to say anything. He could only wave his hand and say, "Madam, calm down. Your husband will think of a way right now." Madame Li released her hand hatefully. Li Jingmo rubbed his waist as his mind raced to think of a way. His unfilial son's words were of course words spoken in anger. His concern for his son was no less than his wife's. "Madam, don't be anxious. Your husband will personally go to Duke Lu's residence to ask for help. Duke Lu treats Xian'er like a nephew. He is also a veteran who has led troops for many years. He will definitely be able to save Xian'er." Li Jingmo thought about it and felt that this was the only way at present. Madame Li said anxiously, "Then go quickly, master." Li Jingmo nodded and spurred his horse out the door. An hour later, Li Jingmo returned. "Master, how is it? Is Duke Lu willing to save Xian'er?" Madame Li asked as soon as Li Jingmo entered. Li Jingmo handed the reins to the servant and said to his wife, "Madam, I just went to the house of Duke and didn't run into Duke Lu." The servants in their house said that Duke Lu and Duke Yi brought their family to save Han Yushi and Xian'er. Madame Li said in pleasant surprise, "That's great. Master, with Duke Lu and Duke Yi taking action, our Xian'er won't be in any danger, right?" When Li Jingmo saw his wife looking at him expectantly, he hurriedly nodded affirmatively and comforted her. Of course, High Duke Lu and High Duke Yi were both great generals who could fight against 100 men on their own back in the day. The two High Dukes didn't even take a few bandits seriously. On the way back, I heard that His Majesty had sent 1,000 Yulin guards to assist Xian'er in exterminating the bandits. "Madam, don't worry. Xian'er will definitely be fine." Madame Li was slightly relieved. When she heard the second half of Li Jingmo's words, she said in disbelief, "Master, Xian'er defied the imperial edict and didn't answer the summons. Not only did His Majesty not punish him, he even sent troops to help Xian'er. What's the reason for this?" Li Jingmo was also somewhat bewildered. He shook his head and said, "I don't know. Let's just wait for Xian to return safely. The couple waited for half a day. During this time, Lan and Iron Egg also heard about this matter. Although the two little ones were anxious, this was an adult matter and they couldn't help much. Thus, the two children stayed in the front hall and waited with Li Jingmo and his wife. The servants in the house also noticed that the atmosphere in the house wasn't right today. Every one of them was extremely careful, afraid that they would make a mistake. In the evening, San Bao rushed in and said excitedly, "Master, Madam, the Yulin guards have already entered the city. Young Master and young Miss Yushi are inside and will probably be back soon." Madam Li stood up excitedly and looked at Li Jingmo. She said in a trembling voice, "Master, Xian is back. Xian is back." As she spoke, she couldn't help but cry. Although Li Jingmo comforted her that her son would be fine, she had waited for so long without seeing her son. God knew how much suffering she had experienced as a mother. Now that she finally heard the news of her son's safe return, her suspended heart finally settled. Li Jingmo patted Madam Li's shoulder lightly and said with a smile, "Madam, you don't have to worry now. I said before that Xian will be fine." At this time, Lana also cried out happily, "Mother, don't cry. Lana knows that Big Brother is the best. He will definitely be fine." Iron Egg heard that his sister and young master were fine and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After waiting for half an hour, what they waited for wasn't Li Zishuan, but their family's white horse. Madam Li asked the horse carriers where Li Zishuan went and was told that Li Zishuan and Han Yushi had gone to the Imperial Medical Department to visit Hu Hanyun. When Madam Li heard this, she was secretly annoyed at her son's thoughtlessness. He didn't even know to come back and see his parents first. It wasn't until nightfall that Li Zishuan led Han Yushi back home. Lana was the first to run over. She held Li Zishuan's hand and asked, "Big brother, are you okay?" Lana and mother were worried sick. When Li Zishuan heard this, he patted Lana's head with heartache and said, "Big brother is fine." Madam Li and Li Jingmo also walked out at this time. Madam Li hurriedly stepped forward and held Li Zishuan's arms with both hands. She carefully examined Li Zishuan's body for a while before saying, "Xian, are you hurt?" Li Zishuan hurriedly pretended to be relaxed and said, "Mother, I'm not hurt at all. Don't worry, I've learned martial arts for so many years. I'm very powerful." Lana interjected, "Mother, you see, Lana already said that Big Brother's martial arts are the best. He'll definitely be fine." At this time, Iron Egg ran over to greet Li Zishuan first. Then, he went to Han Yushi's side and asked softly, "Big sister, are you okay?" Han Yushi shook her head and whispered, "Big sister is fine." At this time, Madam Li looked at Han Yushi with a complicated expression. Every mother was selfish when it came to their children. She did like Han Yushi before, but today, her son was in danger because of her. Madam Li's heart more or less had a knot in it. "Miss Han, it's good that you're okay." Madam Li thought for a long time, but still said this in a neutral tone. Han Yushi's pretty face turned pale when she heard these obviously distant words. She immediately realized that Madam Li had distanced herself from her because of what happened today. She was so anxious that tears almost rolled out. She held back her sadness and hurriedly bowed down. "Madam, it's Yushi's fault. Yushi caused young master to be in danger. Yushi has let master and madam down." Li Zishuan also heard the coldness in his mother's words. He secretly thought that it was a good thing that he went to the Imperial Medical Department first. Otherwise, if he came back covered in blood, wouldn't his mother turn the sky upside down? He quickly went over to help Han Yushi up and said to his mother, "Mother, you can't blame Yushi for this. Those bandits kidnapped her mainly to get the formula for our family's new wine from her. In fact, it's still my fault. If I didn't ask Yushi to help me brew wine, she wouldn't have gone through this disaster now." On the way back, Han Yushi told Li Zishuan everything that had happened during the time when she was captured. When Madam Li heard Li Zishuan's words that were obviously protective of Han Yushi, she couldn't help but roll her eyes at her son. She thought to herself that her son had forgotten his mother when he had a wife. She couldn't help but say unhappily, "Mother didn't blame Yushi. Why are you in such a hurry to jump out and say this?" Actually, She just had a knot in her heart. She didn't really have a problem with Han Yushi. Li Jingmo saw that the atmosphere was awkward, so he quickly coughed dryly and said, "Cough cough, Xian Yushi, you haven't eaten yet, right? Don't stand here. Go in, madam, go in too." Cough cough. Lana also chimed in, "That's right, mother. Hurry up and eat." Lana didn't even eat lunch. She's hungry and thin. Fat. Madam Li couldn't help but laugh. She poked Lana's forehead with her finger and said angrily, "You little girl, you only know how to eat." Chapter 145. Yunshi Building, Private Room. Bang. "You dog, Han Yushi is Qin Qiong's adopted daughter. Why didn't you investigate clearly? Now, not only did you not get the formula, but you also made enemies on all sides. This time, I'm in big trouble because of you." The second young master of the Wang family was no longer as calm and composed as before. At this moment, his eyes were spitting fire and he was like a mad demon. Although the great expert Xiao Ying's head was broken, he still did not dare to make any movements. He could only let the blood roll down from his forehead and down his cheeks. In fact, he felt wronged in his heart. Han Yushi had just become Qin Qiong's adopted father. How would he know? Young master, Xiao Ying wanted to explain, but the young master waved his hand and said with a dispirited face, "It's over, it's all over. This time, we have offended almost half of the forces of the imperial court and the military. It seems that this young master will directly lose the qualification for this family trial." Azure Dragon Lane. Young master, this is what happened. The Yulin Guards, the Eastern Palace Guards, Duke Lu, Duke Yi, Duke Wu, and General Niu all came together. In the end, of the 1,128 bandits of the Bloody Wind Stockade, except for the 82 who were killed by Li Zishuan, the rest were captured by the Yulin Guards. Li Zishuan was slightly injured, and Han Yushi was safe and sound. In an exquisite room, Leng Yuyao was reporting to Wang Runbiao in detail what happened during the day in the Bloody Wind Stockade. Wang Runbiao gasped after listening. First, he was shocked by the relationship between Li Zishuan and the military leaders in the imperial court. Second, he was shocked by Li Zishuan's shocking fighting strength. Alas, in order to defeat me, my second brother actually came up with such a stupid idea. I'm afraid he can't stay in Chang'an anymore. I'll write a letter and tell my father everything. As for my second brother's punishment, I'll let the family make the decision. But this time, it's all thanks to you. If you hadn't told Li Zishuan Han Yushi's location, I'm afraid that Han Yushi would have already met with misfortune. If that happened, it wouldn't be easy to deal with this matter. Our Wang family would also have offended too many powers because of this. Although the Wang clan was one of the 5 clans and 7 watch clans and had a deep foundation, if they were to directly go against these high-ranking military bigwigs, the Wang clan would not be able to withstand it. At this time, the 5 families did not have an absolute advantage in the imperial court. The first reason was that the Guanlong military group was still very powerful at that time. The second reason was that the emperor wanted to suppress it. The third reason was that the imperial examination system was vigorously implemented, which led to the appearance of many concubine court officials. Their only advantage at this time was the public opinion of the world and their unparalleled right to speak as a landowning household. Leng Yuyao shook her head and continued, the Jianghu expert second young master recruited, Flying Snake, was also killed by Li Zishuan with a single sword strike. Li Zishuan's combat strength is infinitely close to the Grandmaster level. If young master wants to be his enemy in the future, you must be careful. Xiao Ying heard the news before the imperial court's army arrived and fled in advance. Wang Runbiao said in surprise, Li Zishuan is actually that formidable. This young master really did not expect it. But Yarrow, why do you always think that I will become enemies with Li Zishuan? I am currently working with him, so you shouldn't always look at things based on your personal grudges. Leng Yuyao was still expressionless. She said coldly, young master, Yuyao is not saying this because she hates Li Zishuan. Yuyao is just relying on her intuition that young master and Li Zishuan will become enemies in the end. Wang Runbiao asked curiously, oh? Why is that? Leng Yuyao replied, because young master and Li Zishuan are both equally outstanding people. Wang Runbiao. After a while, Leng Yuyao broke the silence. Young master, Li Junxian personally led a group of 100 cavalry out of the city today. Yuyao guesses that it is very likely to be to investigate second young master's kidnapping of Han Yushi. Wang Runbiao's expression became unprecedentedly grave. He stood up and said, "It seems like second brother, the mastermind behind the scenes, will be exposed soon. This won't do. If I want to save second brother's life, I'm afraid that I'll have to have my father personally make a trip to Chang'an." Yao grind the ink. "I'll write a letter right now." Leng Yuyao frowned unwillingly. Second young master was against young master before. Why are you still helping him now? Wang Runbiao scratched Leng Yuyao's nose in amusement and sighed. "Although he doesn't treat me as an older brother, I have always treated him as a younger brother." Leng Yuyao's face turned slightly red. She still said unhappily, "Young master is so magnanimous, but second young master will definitely not remember your kindness." Wang Runbiao smiled and shook his head, not replying. Taiji Palace. It was still brightly lit. "Paying respects to your majesty." Li Junxian bowed. Li nodded and asked, "Junxian, have you found out who ordered these bandits?" Replying to your majesty, according to this general's investigation, the person who contacted the bandit leader Song Tiandao is called Xiao Ying, the shopkeeper of Yunxi Pavilion. He intended to kidnap Han Yushi to obtain the recipe for immortal intoxication and gentle softness. The owner of immortal intoxication is Wang Rani, the bastard son of Sui Province's governor Wang Yu. His birth mother is Kui Qinfang of the Kui family of Qinghe. When Wang Yu married Princess Tong'en, Li Yuan was only a duke and had not yet started a rebellion. At that time, Princess Tong'en was still not a princess. Thus, it was not against the law for Wang Yu to take a concubine. After hearing Li Juanxian's report, Li frowned deeply. He said unhappily, "Under the feet of the Son of Heaven, this Wang Rini actually dared to collude with bandits and kidnap Xu Bao's adopted daughter. He is truly audacious." Moreover, immortal intoxication and gentle softness have already become the imperial wine of the palace. Wang Rini dared to dream of getting his hands on them. I would like to issue an edict to ask Wang Yu how he disciplined him. If Wang Rini was here, he would definitely cry out that he had been wronged. Firstly, he did not know that Han Yushi was Qin Qiong's adopted daughter. Secondly, he did not know that immortal intoxication and gentle softness were the imperial wine of the palace. If he had known either of these points, he would definitely not have done so. This was completely a disaster caused by the lack of information. Tonight, Chang'an City was not peaceful. Those who were observant would be able to find out what had happened during the day. Thus, those who had hedonistic sons were all taught not to offend the girl called Han Yushi. Of course, they could not offend Li Zeshuan either. The military forces supporting them were simply too powerful. Yongle Lane, Li Mansion. This place was filled with laughter. Li Zeshuan did not even have time to eat lunch. Later on, he had used up so much energy that he was so hungry that his chest was sticking to his back. Now that he saw a table full of delicious food, how could he endure it? Not long later, he was full to the point of groaning. Just as he was about to go outside for some fresh air and digestion, he heard Li Jingmo say, "Xian sleep early tonight. You still have to attend the morning court tomorrow." Li Zeshuan opened his eyes wide in disbelief. "Father, why do I have to attend the morning court?" If he attended the morning court, he would not be able to sleep in. He did not want to attend the morning court. Li Jingmo said angrily, "His Majesty sent someone to pass on a message this afternoon. He wants you to attend the morning court tomorrow. You have to go this time. You disobeyed the edict today. Later on, you will have to write a memorial to ask for forgiveness. Go and ask for forgiveness tomorrow." Ah! Li Zeshuan was dumbfounded. Chapter 146. Li Residence, Study. "Xian why are you looking for me? Why are you being so secretive?" After dinner, Li Zeshuan quickly invited his mother to the study while everyone else went back to their rooms to rest. Li Zeshuan smiled as he poured a cup of tea and handed it to Mrs. Li. "Mother, have some tea." Mrs. Li looked at her son suspiciously but still took the teacup. She took a sip and asked, "Xian Why are you looking for me? Tell me. Li Zishuan laughed dryly. Hehe, mother, look at what you're saying. Can't I chat with you if I have nothing to do? Mrs. Li rolled her eyes and said in disbelief, TSK, do you think I don't know you? You've been back for so long, and when have you ever chatted with me? If you have something to say it quickly. Li Zishuan was embarrassed. No one knew him better than his mother. He said awkwardly, mother, what do you think of Yushi? Mrs. Li replied in confusion, she's okay. What's wrong? Li Zishuan scratched his head and said embarrassedly, mother, I want to. Mrs. Li saw her son's shy and stuttering look. She thought for a moment and immediately understood. She couldn't help but find it funny. She had just told her husband about this a few days ago. She had already been looking for a matchmaker to arrange this matter. She didn't expect her son to be so impatient. Mrs. Li deliberately teased, Xian'er wants to get married. Although Li Zishuan was a little embarrassed, if he didn't step forward to arrange this matter, was he going to wait for Han Yushi to bring it up? Li Zishuan couldn't do such an irresponsible thing. Mother, I want to marry Yushi. What do you think? Mrs. Li was relieved. This blockhead of a son was finally enlightened. You. Mother has already arranged this matter for you. In a few days, a matchmaker will go to Han Tianhu's house to propose marriage. Mrs. Li smiled. Li Zishuan opened his mouth in surprise. Mother, how did you know? Mrs. Li said unhappily, Mother carried you for 10 months and gave birth to you. How could Mother not know what you're thinking? You just have to stay at home and wait for your bride to come in. Li Zishuan was also very happy that his mother was so considerate. He smiled and said, Thank you, Mother. Thinking that her son was about to have a family and start a career, Mrs. Li was truly happy. She got up and said with a smile, Well, look at how proud you are. Go back and rest. You still have to go to the morning court tomorrow. After Madame Li finished speaking, she went out with a smile. The next day, after the bell and drum of Chang'an City had been struck 4 times, the lights in the Li mansion began to be lit one by one. The maids and servants were busy lighting the fire and boiling water, preparing to wash their masters and make breakfast. The groom washed the horse clean. Li Jingmo and Madame Li hurried back and forth, not daring to be careless in the slightest. Today was their son's first official appearance in court. Last time, Li Zishuan had been summoned by Li to denounce him for his crimes, not to have an official appearance. Li Zishuan was still asleep when he was pulled up. Mrs. Li gave Xiao He a strict order. The little girl ignored Li Zishuan's muddle-headed complaints and wiped his face and brushed his teeth. The bitterness of the willow branches didn't drive away Li Zishuan's sleepiness. He put on the official uniform and the golden crown. He was underage, so he couldn't wear the official hat. He changed into thin deerskin boots and fastened the ceremonial sword to his belt. He came to the front hall and ate a big bowl of porridge hastily. He felt a little less sleepy, so he checked his equipment again. Under the gaze of the whole family, he got on the horse and went out. It was about 4 o'clock in the morning, and it was not yet time to open the doors. The entire market was quiet, and a cold crescent moon was hanging in the sky. Shouldn't they be lying on their beds and sleeping comfortably at this time? Li Zishuan couldn't help but criticize the inhumane morning court again. After a long time, the gate was finally opened. Li Zishuan got on the horse and went out of Yongla Lane to Vermilion Bird Avenue. He saw soldiers patrolling the streets, but no other officials passed by. After checking his identity, the soldiers of the warden's office saluted in unison, leaving 2 carrying huge lanterns to lead the way. Taiji Palace was in the north of the city. It was built against the mountain, facing the south with its back to the north. This was the privilege of the imperial family. Of course, it wasn't a big deal for ordinary people to live in the north. Li didn't have to care about this. He arrived at the imperial city. From a distance, he saw the brightly lit gate and a crowd of people. They cupped their hands in greeting and chatted amiably. But whether they were smiling sincerely or hiding a knife in their smile, he couldn't tell. Li Zishuan saw the civil and military officials were divided into 2 groups, clearly separated. He was in a dilemma. He didn't know whether he was a civil official or a military general. Cheng Yarojin came over to solve the problem. He patted Li Zexuan's shoulder vigorously and said in a rough voice, "You brat, why aren't you coming with me? What are you waiting for? Don't tell me you want to join that group of scholars." Cheng Yarojin ignored the angry glares of Fang Xianling, Zhongsun Wuji and the other civil officials. He slowly pulled Li Zexuan into the military general group. Li Zexuan argued fiercely in the imperial court last time. He fought with Yuan Wendao and Wei Zheng and was finally conferred the title of Baron Lantian. All the military generals knew him. Besides, after the big commotion in Chang'an yesterday, everyone had a direct understanding of Li Zexuan's connections in the military. They knew that this young man shouldn't be offended. So they all nodded kindly to Li Zexuan. Li Zexuan was just a loser in his previous life. He had never been an official and wasn't good at socializing. But he adhered to the principle that people shouldn't be offended by too much courtesy. He bowed respectfully to all the big shots. After one round, his face muscles were stiff from smiling and his neck was sore from nodding. Then he returned to Cheng Yarojin, Qin Qiong and the others. Li Zexuan went to Qin Qiong and whispered, "Uncle Qin, I didn't answer the summons yesterday. Will His Majesty punish me today?" He heard that Han Yushi was in trouble yesterday and his heart was in a mess. He didn't have time to care about Li Er's summons. Later, when he returned home, he felt a lingering fear. In his previous life, he had seen many historical dramas. In them, it was said that disobeying an imperial decree was a serious crime. So he was very uneasy now. Qin Qiong stroked his beard and smiled, "It should be fine. Yesterday, His Majesty heard that you disobeyed an imperial decree and was indeed very angry. But later, His Highness the Crown Prince and I mediated between them. His Majesty then calmed down. Today, he shouldn't punish you too much. In fact, disobeying an imperial decree depended on the situation. There was no such thing as disobeying an imperial decree in the laws of previous dynasties. This was a general term for such crimes. 9 familial exterminations wouldn't be used easily. Even the most violent monarchs would use it carefully. If disobeying an imperial decree was disobeying an imperial decree, then there wouldn't be an immortal poet who said that he was a wine immortal. After hearing Qin Qiong's words, Li Zexuan heaved a huge sigh of relief in his heart. He secretly praised Li Chengqian, this brother, and Qin Qiong, this elder, for being too reliable. He bowed deeply to Qin Qiong and thanked him. "Many thanks, Uncle Qin." Qin Qiong waved his hand and didn't care. At this time, a servant came forward and shouted, "Go to court." The officials immediately quieted down and lowered their heads. They carried the imperial decree and slowly entered Taiji Palace. Chapter 147. Following the crowd, Li Zexuan entered the Taiji Palace. It was his first time attending the court, so he didn't know where he should stand. Adhering to the principle of not standing out, he quietly hid at the back of the army, where there was a big pillar. After the officials greeted Li Er, the deacon eunuch announced, "If there's something to report, the court is dismissed." The morning court officially began. The first one to stand out was Fang Xianling. Old Fang spoke a lot of words. Li Zexuan listened for a long time before he understood the general idea. The general idea was that the people of Jinju, Bazhu, Chenju, Luoju, and other provinces far away from Chang'an had heard that a better plough had appeared near Chang'an. They had gathered at the local government office to petition for the court to give some of the curved ploughs to them. Li Er waved his hand and ordered the Ministry of Works to increase production and promote the curved ploughs to the whole country. Li Zexuan listened for a while and felt a little sleepy. He had woken up too early in the morning. He secretly glanced around and saw that no one was paying attention to him, so he leaned against the red pillar behind him and took a nap. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel lucky that he had chosen a good position. This feeling was just like when he was in university. He always sat at the back, and the teacher didn't notice him. It had to be said that Li Zexuan's action was quite confusing. He leaned against the pillar, hugged the table, arched his back, and closed his eyes to sleep. From afar, he looked no different from the other officials. After a while, he fell asleep. Li Zexuan had a strange dream. He dreamed that he was back in university, back in the classroom. On the podium was the beautiful advanced mathematics teacher who had taught him before. She was talking about the Taylor series, which troubled Li Zexuan the most. Strangely, his girlfriend was sitting next to him. After all, his girlfriend and he were not in the same school. In the dream, Li Zexuan didn't raise any questions about this. He held his girlfriend's hand and leaned over the table to chat with her in a low voice. As they chatted, they even started to play kissing in class. Li Zexuan, get up and expand this function into a Taylor series. The teacher slammed the table and yelled at Li Zexuan. Li Zexuan quivered and was immediately startled awake. Lord Li, His Majesty is calling for you. Quickly wake up and let go of my hand. When Li Zexuan opened his eyes, he saw a military official with a face full of pimples and wearing a green robe beside him. The military official was calling him to wake up in a low voice, and at the same time seemed to be pulling his hand. Li Zexuan was shocked. He lowered his head and saw that the hand of his girlfriend in his dream was actually this person's dog paw. No wonder it felt wrong. He felt a chill in his heart and hurriedly threw away the military official's hand. With a face full of fear, he took 2 steps back. At this moment, Li Er's slightly angry voice came from above. Lan Tianju? I asked you a question, why aren't you answering? All the officials in the hall looked over. Li Zexuan knew that things were not good. Old Li was going to mess with him. Li Zexuan walked forward while thinking of a countermeasure. After a while, he came to the front of the officials and bowed to Li Er. Your Majesty, when I was listening to Your Majesty's teachings, I felt as if I was bathing in the holy light. In my mind, I couldn't help but think of the red sun rising, its great light, the magnificent scene of the river flowing out of the water. Your Majesty's words were like pearls, and every sentence contained the truth of heaven and earth. I was meditating and was a little distracted, so I didn't hear what Your Majesty said. I am guilty, Your Majesty, please punish me. Cheng Yarojin widened his eyes and looked at Li Zexuan as if he was looking at a monster. He thought to himself, good boy, your skin is so thick. It's almost as thick as mine. Qin Qiong turned his face away and pretended not to know this shameless junior. Li Chengqian, who was standing below Li Er, didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he looked at his good brother. This was the first time he saw Li Zexuan being so shameless. Some of the civil officials were shocked, but most of them were indignant. Scholars valued integrity. As a baron of the Great Tang, Li Zexuan actually flattered Li Er in such a blatant manner to cover up his crime. This was too shameless. He could be called a treacherous traitor. Li Er's face darkened. He had clearly seen the little movements of Li Zexuan and that military official from his seat above. He had not expected that Li Zexuan would come up with such blatant lies, his mouth full of nonsense. Moreover, he could make the matter of sleeping in court sound so fresh, refined, and reasonable. In the entire Great Tang, perhaps only this brat could do such a thing. Shut up. Li Er angrily slapped the dragon table and pointed at Li Zexuan. He was burning with anger, but he didn't know how to reprimand Li Zexuan. Li Er took a few deep breaths and calmed himself down. Then he said again, I just said, Lord Lantian, you disobeyed the imperial decree yesterday. What should be your punishment? Qin Qiong had already told him about this matter. Li Zexuan already had an idea in his heart. Li Er was probably trying to scare him. Li Zexuan pretended to be terrified and bowed down. Your Majesty, I am young and inexperienced. I didn't know the severity of the matter and was confused for a moment. I made a big mistake. Your Majesty, please punish me. All right, I'm only 14 years old. I'm young and don't know any better. You are the emperor, you can't be so calculative with a kid, right? Moreover, as to why I disobeyed the imperial decree, I'm sure you know the reason better than anyone. Li Zexuan thought to himself. This was the advantage of being young. Li Er choked on Li Zexuan's words. It was rare for someone to be conferred a title at the age of 14. After experiencing so many things, Li Er had almost forgotten Li Zexuan's true age. The matter of disobeying the imperial decree, there is a reason for it. I can temporarily not pursue it. Li Zexuan quickly thanked him. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your kindness. Li Er said in annoyance, Don't be in a hurry to thank me. I haven't finished speaking. A few days ago, I heard that you made immortal drunken wine and gentle village, as well as red braised meat, red braised lion's head, and other dishes. When Li said this, some of the officials in the hall couldn't help but swallow their saliva. It was obvious that these people had eaten the new dishes and drunk the new wine of the drunken immortal restaurant. When Li mentioned this, although his mouth was a little greedy, he still continued to speak with a serious face. As a baron of a country, you don't do proper work. Instead, you spend all your time studying eating and drinking. What a scandal. A few days ago, the Imperial College's mathematics doctor, Liu Qingshan, retired. I originally planned to let Xu Hongji teach on his behalf, but Mr. Xu wrote a letter saying that your mathematics ability was above his and recommended you to teach. After much consideration, I have decided to appoint you as the Imperial College's mathematics doctor. You will take up the post tomorrow. Li Zishuan was immediately dumbfounded. Letting him teach a group of hedonistic brats, wasn't this a scam? How could this be more comfortable than being an otaku at home and hugging his goddess? Old Li couldn't bear to see him idle. Ah, Your Majesty, this official's talent is shallow. I'm afraid I can't take on this heavy responsibility, Li Zishuan weakly protested. Li waved his sleeves and said decisively, stop talking nonsense. If I tell you to go, then go. Do you still want to disobey the imperial decree? After he finished speaking, he stared at Li Zishuan with a murderous gaze. Li Zishuan felt Li's deep malice and full of threat. He secretly scolded Li for not talking about human rights and democracy and for forcing women into prostitution. This official obeys the imperial decree. All right, the arm can't win against the thigh. Li Zishuan could only admit defeat. Only then did Li nod his head in satisfaction. He looked at the group of civil officials and said, Chancellor Kong, from now on, Li Zishuan will be supervised by you at the Imperial College. If this person is lazy, late, or leaves early, inform me. I will deal with him. An elegant white-haired old man walked out and bowed. This old official obeys the imperial decree. Li Zishuan secretly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Not only did old Li give him work, he even sent an old man to be his supervisor. The imperial court schemes are deep. I have to go back to the countryside. I can't live like this anymore. Chapter 148. Imperial Palace, Taiji Palace. Li Zishuan, who felt that there was no more joy in life, wanted to return to his original position but was interrupted by a cold snort from Li. He obediently walked to the position that Li pointed to, which was the 6th row of the civil officials. In front of him stood Chancellor Kong, who had previously stepped forward to answer. Li Zishuan guessed that this Chancellor Kong should be Kong Ingda. This little old man was quite famous in the Tang dynasty. Li Zishuan had heard of him in the future. The morning court session was still going on. Li Zishuan stood there listlessly with his head drooped as he listened to the various big shots tear each other apart. Although the battle was intense, he was not interested in it at all. This kind of scheming imperial court really did not suit him. There was no table in front of him to lie down on and no pillar behind him to lean on. Standing in this awkward position, Li Zishuan could not fall asleep even if he wanted to. After waiting in a daze for nearly 2 hours, the morning court session finally ended. Li Zishuan could not help but want to look up to the sky and howl. It finally ended. After moving his sore thighs and rubbing his hungry stomach, Li Zishuan followed the civil and military officials out of the main hall and prepared to go home to eat. He saw that the person walking in front of him was Kong Ingda. He thought that in the future, he would be going to the Imperial College to teach. This old man was equivalent to the principal of the Imperial College. In order to ensure that he would not be bullied in the future, he had to pay his respects and build a good relationship with the leader. Chancellor Kong, please wait. When Kong Ingda heard someone calling him, he slowed down his footsteps. Li Zishuan quickly walked forward and cupped his hands. This little one greets Mr. Kong. Mr. Kong has abandoned the regional prejudice of the southern and northern schools. Mr. Kong is a famous scholar of the present age. This little one has admired Mr. Kong for a long time. This little one feels extremely honored to be able to work under Mr. Kong in the future. As the saying goes, flattery never fails. Li Zishuan came up and started to flatter Kong Ingda. However, Kong Ingda had experienced the vicissitudes of life and was indifferent to fame and fortune. Li Zishuan's flattery had no effect on him. He looked at Li Zishuan with his wise eyes and said with a smile that was not a smile. If this old man remembers correctly, Lan Tianjue should belong to the Daoist lineage, right? Why would he admire our Confucian culture? Li Zishuan almost choked to death in an instant. He secretly thought that this old man was not an easy character to get along with. He laughed dryly and said, "Master, I'm afraid that you are mistaken. So what if it's Confucianism or Taoism?" Back then, Kongsha eliminated the views of the Confucian school of scripture and the Daoist school of thought and selected the best school of thought from the various schools of thought. Thus, he brought an end to the various disputes that had existed since the Western Han dynasty. Later on, he abandoned the prejudice of the northern and southern schools of thought and embraced the various schools of thought. He merged the northern and southern schools of thought together and preserved the results of the Western Han dynasty. This way, the teachings of the predecessors would not disappear and the scholars of the future generations would be able to look up to him. Since Kongsha was able to embrace different schools of thought within the Confucian school, why couldn't he jump out of the Confucian school and look at the other schools of thought with a tolerant attitude? Since ancient times, the existence of the two schools of thought is reasonable. Confucianism and Taoism have existed for thousands of years, and there are many similarities between the two schools of thought. Why can't they learn from each other's strengths and make up for their weaknesses? Li Zishuan was just speaking casually. However, as he spoke, he couldn't help but reveal some of his understanding of Confucianism and Taoism from the depths of his mind. In the memories that he inherited, he had an extremely deep impression of the Daoist school of thought. Kong Ingda had previously seen Li Zishuan flattering Li Erda without a shred of integrity in the imperial court, so he had some contempt for Li Zishuan. Hearing Li Zishuan's words now, he couldn't help but praise in his heart that this kid really had some real talent. He couldn't help but clap his hands and laugh. What a good existence is reasonable, what a good learn from each other's strengths to make up for their weaknesses. Your understanding of the Confucian and Daoist schools of thought is truly insightful. Not bad, not bad. Child, since you have such talent, why did you try to flatter the emperor in the royal court? How can a scholar not have strength of character? Seeing that Li Zishuan was a talent that could be molded, Kong Ingda couldn't help but offer a few more words of advice, hoping that Li Zishuan would realize his mistake and mend his ways. Li Zishuan sweated inwardly. It turned out that his performance in the royal court had left these civil officials with a bad impression of flattery. He couldn't help but curse these civil officials. They could have strength of character, admonishing the emperor, and leaving their name for generations to come. However, he didn't want these empty titles. He only wanted to hug his wife and live happily for the rest of his life. What did the strength of a scholar have to do with him? Master Kong, this child has just entered the royal court and isn't clear about the matters of the royal court. Today, when I was reprimanded by His Majesty, this child recalled the time when I was young and was scolded by my master for doing something wrong. This is why this child spoke without thinking. Master Kong, please don't take offense. Li Zishuan racked his brains and came up with an excuse that wasn't an excuse. Right now, I'm still a child. You big shots have the nerve to talk to me about the strength of a scholar. What kind of person was Kong Ingda? He immediately understood the meaning behind Li Zishuan's words. Only now did he remember Li Zishuan's age and couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. He stroked his beard to alleviate the awkwardness. Cough, this old man naturally won't blame you. I just hope that when you take up a post in the Imperial College in the future, you will do your best to educate people. This old man believes that a person who can create a curved plow and bring prosperity to the people naturally has an excellent character. He finally managed to settle this new superior. It wasn't easy at all. Li Zishuan secretly let out a sigh of relief. He clasped his hands and said, "This child will remember Master Kong's teachings." Kong Ingda smiled and waved his hand, saying, "All right then. This old man will wait for Lan Tianju to take up his post at the Imperial College tomorrow." The two of them chatted for a while before parting ways. Li Zexuan wanted to chase after Qin Qiong and the others. Han Yushi was going to visit Madame Qin in the morning, so he could bring Han Yushi home while he was at it. Ever since he and Han Yushi revealed their feelings for each other, Li Zexuan always wanted to be by Han Yushi's side. Even if he didn't do anything, just looking at Han Yushi's beautiful face and feeling Han Yushi's gentle personality was also very good. However, Li Zexuan didn't allow him to be idle and always caused trouble for him. Thinking about how he was going to work at the Imperial College tomorrow, Li Zexuan couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. Just as he was about to leave the Gate of Heaven influence, he heard someone shout from behind, "Sir Li, please wait. His Majesty has something to say." Li Zexuan's face darkened. This was too much. This was too much. What was old Li trying to do? Could he still let him go home to eat? Li Zexuan silently drew countless small circles in his heart, cursing Li Zexuan for not being able to get it up at night. Then, he calmed himself down and turned around. When the servant ran over, Li Zexuan's expression had returned to normal. He asked, "May I ask why His Majesty is looking for me?" The servant took a few deep breaths and said, "Sir, I don't know. Please move, His Majesty is waiting." All right. Damned feudalism. Evil imperial power is supreme. Then let's go. Chapter 149. Greetings, Your Majesty. Li Zexuan followed the eunuch to the inner hall behind Taiji Palace. He saw Li eating and drinking at a few tables above. Li Zexuan couldn't help but curse inwardly. If you want to eat, just eat. Why did you call me over? Do you want me to watch you eat? Li swallowed the food in his mouth and nodded at Li Zexuan. No need for formalities. I asked you to come because I want to show you something. You will definitely be very interested in it. With that, he asked the eunuch beside him to deliver a booklet to Li Zexuan. Li Zexuan received it with both hands and curiously flipped it open. He saw rows of densely packed words without even punctuation marks. Li Zexuan forced himself to endure the discomfort and read on word by word. After reading half of it, Li Zexuan finally understood that what was written on it was actually the investigation report of the kidnapping of Han Yushi yesterday. Li was right. Li Zexuan was really interested in this. Yesterday's matter wasn't over yet. The mastermind behind the bandits still hadn't been caught. He perked up and finished reading the entire booklet. Then, he returned the booklet to the eunuch. He was extremely shocked. Yunshi Restaurant hired bandits to kidnap Han Yushi in order to obtain the new wine formula. This was within Li Zexuan's expectations. It was just a matter of interest. What he really didn't expect was that Yunshi Restaurant's owner was Wang Rennie from the Wang family of Taiyuan. Although the booklet didn't mention the relationship between Wang Rennie and Wang Runbiao, Li Zexuan could roughly guess it. The last time Wang Runbiao came to seek cooperation, he said that the reason he came out to do business was because of a trial for his family's disciples. Then, the relationship between Wang Rennie and Wang Runbiao was obvious. Even if they weren't brothers, they were probably close family members. Li Zexuan's expression was uncertain. He had a good impression of Wang Runbiao before, which was why he cooperated with him. However, he didn't know what role Wang Runbiao played in this matter. Are you done reading? Is there anything you want to say? Li Zexuan wiped his mouth and asked casually as he looked at Li Zexuan's changing expression. Li Zexuan bowed and said, "Your Majesty, I would like to know how Your Majesty intends to deal with these bandits and the person behind them." Li said indifferently, "Han Yushi is Xu Bao's adopted daughter. These lawbreakers should be severely punished. The bandits of the Bloodwind Stockade gathered in the mountains and committed many illegal acts. The bandit leader should be beheaded in public. As for the other accomplices, they should be exiled or dismissed. I have already ordered the Supreme Court to arrest the shopkeeper of the Yunshi restaurant. As for Wang Rennie, how do you want me to deal with him?" Li Zexuan thought for a moment, then spat out a word with a cold expression: "Kill. Anyone who dared to touch his woman, no matter who it was, would have to pay the price." Even though the Wang family was a 1,000-year-old clan, he could easily get a few carts of gunpowder and raze the entire Wang family to the ground. Moreover, Wang Renyi was only one person. He could not represent the entire Wang family. Li Er raised his eyebrows and said angrily, "You are really a newborn calf that is not afraid of tigers. The Wang family is a rich and powerful clan. Wang Renyi's birth mother is from the Kui family in Qinghe. If I kill Wang Renyi because of this, won't the Wang family and the Kui family fall out with me? Won't all the noble families in the world be in danger because of this?" Li Zishuan was not convinced and said, "Your Majesty, you are the ruler of a country. Our Tang Empire has many fierce generals. How can we be afraid of these aristocratic families?" Li Er stared and said, "How dare you? The affairs of aristocratic families are not as simple as you think. How much do you know? Don't use these words to provoke me. Wang Renyi's birth father, Wang Yu, married my imperial aunt. I must give him some face. Wang Renyi cannot be killed. At most, I will make sure he never appears in Chang'an. Wang Yu will come to Chang'an soon. He will talk to you about this." Li Zishuan did not give up and said, "Your Majesty, you really can't kill him?" Li Er angrily threw a book on the table at Li Zishuan. However, Li Zishuan cleverly dodged it. Li Er said angrily, "Why is your killing intent stronger than mine? You are from the Taoist school. But then again, Han Yushi did not suffer any harm in this matter. She is not anxious. Why are you so anxious?" Li Zishuan said, "Your Majesty, Han Yushi is already my fiancé. Of course I am anxious." "Hee. I see. No wonder you are jumping around like someone stepped on your tail. Alright, let's end this matter here. Don't think about killing people in private to vent your anger. Unless you don't want to be a baron anymore and want to take your family and flee for the rest of your life." Li Er made the final decision and drew an imperfect end to this matter. Li Zishuan was helpless. He really wanted to wait for Wang Renyi to leave Chang'an to kill him. He did not expect to be blocked by Li Er's last sentence, which was slightly threatening. "Your Majesty, if Wang Renyi threatens my family again in the future, even if your Majesty does not kill him, I will definitely do it. Even if the Wang family and the Kui family join forces to seek revenge, I am willing to bear it alone. At most, I will perish together with tens of thousands of people from the two families. I definitely have the ability to do so." Since he could not kill him this time, he had to be prepared. If Wang Renyi did not give up and continued to court death, then he, Li Zishuan, would not be polite. Li Er narrowed his eyes and said with a smile that was not a smile, "Heh, you brat, talk big. But don't worry, after Wang Renyi returns to the Wang family, he definitely won't have the ability to stand out again, let alone have the ability to deal with you. Oh, by the way, I have seen the trial of the Supreme Judiciary and found that the bandits of Xiefeng Stockaded Village also did a case 2 months ago. You were there at that time, right? It is said that you were sneakily attacked and fell off the cliff." Li Er paused for a moment and then continued. But his eyes were full of gossip and ridicule. Li Zishuan was speechless. Li Er was so shameless and always exposed people's shortcomings. "Your Majesty, it was my first time to go down the mountain and I did not know how sinister people were. I was careless and was killed by a villain." Li Er laughed and said, "I did not expect that an immortal like you would almost be killed by a group of bandits, haha. Your Majesty, what happened to the girl in the end? Was she taken away by the bandits?" Li Zishuan's heart stirred as he changed the topic. "No." Later, the soldiers arrived and the bandits fled. The soldiers took advantage of the chaos and caught the second and third leaders of Xiefeng Stockaded Village. "Why? You saved the beauty. Did you take a fancy to her?" Li Er asked with a smile. Bah, Li Er is so shameless." Li Zishuan quickly shook his head and said, "Your Majesty, what are you talking about? When I see injustice on the road, I draw my sword to help. I did not even see the girl from the beginning to the end. How could I like her?" Li Er was surprised and said, "Haha, I did not expect you to be so chivalrous. A few days ago, I heard that you gave Shu Bao 2 bottles of medicinal wine. I saw that Shu Bao's complexion had greatly improved these 2 days. You did a good job." Li Zishuan hurriedly said, "Uncle Qin treats me like a nephew. This is what I should do." Li Er nodded with relief and said, "Okay, then you can leave." Li Zishuan suddenly thought of something and asked, "Well, Your Majesty, I want to ask if the doctor of the Imperial College needs to attend the morning court?" Li thought that this kid was good, but now he almost spat out blood when he heard this. He really wanted to take him out and chop him up to feed the dogs. Li impatiently waved his hand and said, "No, get out." The doctor of the Imperial College belonged to the lower 5th rank. Only officials of the 5th rank and above were qualified to attend the morning court every day. Li Zishuan happened to be at the threshold. Hearing that he did not need to attend the morning court in the future, Li Zishuan did not mind Li's bad tone at all. He smiled and bowed to Li and said, "I will leave." Then, he retreated out of the room. Li looked at Li Zishuan's back. After a long time, he suddenly felt funny and shook his head and murmured, "This kid, I have nothing to do. Why should I bother with him?" Chapter 150. In the back hall of Taiji Palace. Li supported his chin with his hand and was thinking about what Li Zishuan had said. The foundation of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes was too huge, and they had a high reputation everywhere. It was easier said than done to weaken the aristocratic families. The eunuch in the hall picked up the memorial that Li had used to hit Li Zishuan and carefully placed it beside Li's hand. Then, he quietly retreated to the side. Li's eyes inadvertently swept over and realized that the memorial was the secret memorial that Qin Qiong had presented to him yesterday. It was over. He was so angry that he forgot about the important matter. "Men, quickly summon Li Zishuan back," Li hurriedly ordered. "Yes." Although the eunuch was puzzled, he did not dare to ask. He quickly retreated and chased after Li Zishuan. "Waves, waves, waves. I don't need to go to court and don't wake up early. I'll sleep until daybreak tomorrow." Li Zishuan happily walked on the palace road. Although he was unable to kill the mastermind behind the scenes, Li had promised him that Wang Reni would not come to provoke him in the future. More importantly, he would no longer have to attend this damned morning court. Guessing that Han Yushi should have come out of Qin Manor by now, Li Zishuan planned to go home and eat. He only had a bowl of porridge in the morning and did not even eat a steamed bun. Now, he was so hungry that his chest was sticking to his back. He almost forgot that the steamed buns of the Tang dynasty were too disgusting. They were sour and had a strange taste. He once vomited after eating a mouthful. Lord Li, wait, His Majesty summoned you back." It was the same voice, the same place. Li Zishuan really wanted to jump into the pond and drown. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Li Zishuan bowed weakly. "You dare not to come back when old Li asked you to? You could say that he was a coward, but if you transmigrated, why don't you try being a coward? Don't make trouble. I just forgot something. I'll let you go after this." When Li saw Li Zishuan fooling around, he wanted to laugh. He shook his head and said, "This is the secret memorial that Shu Bao presented yesterday. Take a look." A servant passed the secret memorial to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan took it and flipped it open. It was a prophecy about the locust plague. It seemed that Qin Qiong could not wait any longer. Li Zishuan skimmed through it and was stunned when he saw the last few lines. This old subject believes that the prophecy of the plague of locusts is 80% true. "I hope that Your Majesty will make early preparations to prevent the plague of locusts from coming." Every time this old official thought about this, I couldn't bear it and boldly wrote a letter to inform His Majesty. If the plague of locusts does not arrive next year, I am willing to relinquish my title of Duke and hand over all of my family's assets to the National Treasury to make up for the losses suffered by the Imperial Court. Li Zishuan was deeply touched. At the time, he had agreed with Qin Qiong to write a joint letter and share the responsibility if something happened. However, he did not expect Qin Qiong to go back on his word and take all of the responsibility. Li Zishuan was both angry and touched. This was an old man worthy of his lifetime of respect. Is the prophecy of the plague of locusts true? Li saw Li Zishuan finish reading and asked in a low voice. Li Zishuan sorted out his emotions and said seriously, "Your Majesty, my master did say that in June next year, there would be a plague of locusts on the Guanzhong plains. I have never doubted my master's words since I was young and am willing to vouch for it." If the plague of locusts does not arrive next year, I am willing to relinquish my title and hand over all of my family's assets to make up for my sins. However, Your Majesty, for the sake of the millions of people in the world, please believe in this prophecy and make early preparations. Since Qin Qiong had bet all of his assets on this prophecy, Li Zishuan had nothing to be afraid of. He had time-traveled to the Tang dynasty. Although he had invented some new things, they were not enough to change the course of history, let alone the timing of a natural disaster like the plague of locusts. The plague of locusts next year would definitely arrive as scheduled. When Li Er heard this, he was slightly surprised. He did not expect Li Zishuan, a person who did not want to suffer losses, to say such words that were obviously harmful to him. This made him take this prophecy even more seriously. Since Xu Bao and you are so sure, then I will believe in this prophecy. However, even if I know that there will be a plague of locusts next year, what can I do? Last year, the Turks emptied the Chang and local government's treasury. The imperial court will not be able to take out so much money to store food for millions of people in advance. When Li Er mentioned the Turks, he could not help but hit the table with hatred. Li Zishuan was silent. The Wei River alliance was indeed a mark of shame on the Tang dynasty. However, in less than 2 years, Li Er would be able to wash away the shame. He thought for a moment and said, Your Majesty, people only store food in advance to survive the plague of locusts. Why did no one think of controlling the plague of locusts? Li Er frowned and said, Control? Since ancient times, there have been countless plague of locusts. Why have I never heard of a way to control the plague of locusts? Li Zishuan said embarrassedly, Your Majesty, do you still remember the 150,000 chickens I raised in the Han village and Plum village? Li Er widened his eyes and said in disbelief, Do you want to use these chickens to control the plague of locusts? But when the plague of locusts comes, the locusts will be overwhelming. How can your chickens eat all the locusts? Li Zishuan smiled and said, Your Majesty, don't underestimate the ability of chickens to hunt locusts. I once read a book. It said that an adult chicken can eat up to 300 locusts a day. At that time, I estimate that 20 to 30 chickens can almost guarantee that there will be no locusts in 1 acre of land. Since you don't believe me, then let's use data. Anyway, I have said the same thing more than once. Li Er was also a well-read and cultured person. He frowned and said in disbelief, Would there be a book that recorded such a boring thing? Why haven't I seen it before? Li Zishuan choked and said awkwardly, This is the only book left behind by my master. It is long gone. But what I said is true. If Your Majesty doesn't believe me, you can send someone to catch a chicken and test it. Li Er nodded thoughtfully. Suddenly, he pointed at Li Zishuan's nose and scolded in a bad mood. No wonder you bought so many chickens. Last time, you deliberately quibbled in the imperial court. You said that you bought the chickens for the farmers and for the chicken feast next year. You are deceiving the emperor. Tell me, what do you think you should be punished for? Old Li was really unkind. He actually killed the donkey after it had outlived its usefulness. Li Zishuan was speechless. He cried out in grievance, Your Majesty, the 2 reasons I mentioned are indeed true. As for the locust plague prophecy, this is a matter of great importance. This humble subject would not dare to speak nonsense. Your Majesty, the Empress said that it is time for lunch. At this time, a delicate palace maid came in and said to Li Er. Li Er nodded. He stood up and said to Li Zishuan, You are a slippery fellow. Later, write a detailed plan of your plan and present it to me. Li Zishuan suddenly felt tired. He said listlessly, As you wish. Li Er was angry when he saw him like this. He resisted the urge to slap Li Zishuan on the back of his head. Li Er flicked his sleeves and said, Okay, then you can go back first. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and left. He complained to Li Er in his heart. He kept me here for half a day and didn't even eat. How stingy. However, it was better that he didn't stay for lunch. There were so many rules in the palace. If he made old Li unhappy, wouldn't he be looking for trouble? Li Zishuan walked out of the palace quickly. He was afraid that Li Er would send someone to call him back again. He came to the palace gate and found his horse. Li Zishuan tidied his clothes and mounted the horse. He rushed towards Yongle Lane. In the palace, Li was on the way to Shi Nei court. He said to the servant beside him, "Go and summon Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and Zhongsun Wuji to the palace for a meeting in the afternoon." "Yes, Your Majesty." Chapter 151. Yongle Lane, Li Residence. "Young master, you're back." San Bao, who was guarding the door, quickly ran over to take the reins from Li Zishuan's hands. Li Zishuan nodded and walked in. When he came to the front hall, he saw Han Yushi at first glance. She had indeed returned. Other than Han Yushi, Lan Iron Egg, and his parents, Li Zishuan actually noticed that Han Lijing was also here today. "Oh, Uncle Han, you're here today." Li Zishuan greeted him warmly. Han Lijing stood up and cupped his hands to Li Zishuan. "Young master, you're back. I went to Plum Village yesterday and heard that Yushi was kidnapped by bandits when I came back. I was very anxious, but the city gate was already closed at that time. This morning, I rushed over to inquire about the news. I didn't expect that young master had already rescued my daughter. Young master's kindness to my family is as heavy as a mountain." Li Zishuan waved his hand and smiled. "Uncle Han, you don't have to be so polite. Wasn't this nonsense?" Han Yushi was not only Han Lijing's daughter, but also his own wife. Wasn't it natural for him to save his own wife? Everyone exchanged greetings for a while before Madame Li asked the servant to serve the dishes. During the meal, Li Zishuan told the two elders about what happened in the morning court. Li Jingmo was immediately overjoyed. This Imperial College's doctor was a glorious position. Father Li was excited. He ordered the servants to inform the kitchen to add more dishes and called Han Lijing to drink and eat. For a moment, the meal was very lively. Li Zishuan was speechless. Not only did his parents not sympathize with him, but they were also excited as if they had picked up money. It was really unreasonable. After the meal, other than Li Zishuan who was eating gloomily, everyone else ate happily and were satisfied. After dinner, Li Zishuan accompanied his parents and Han Lijing to talk for a while. Then, he went to Mingyu Xian to look for Han Yushi. Han Lijing came here today, so Han Yushi would probably go back with him in the afternoon. He had to cherish this last good time. When he arrived at Mingyu Xian, he found Han Yushi, Iron Egg, and Lana sitting in the pavilion in the middle of the pond, chatting and laughing. "Sister Yushi, quickly tell me, how did my brother defeat that bandit leader?" "How would I know? I was tied up in a room far away. I couldn't see anything." "Oh. Sister, are you hurt?" "Iron Egg, don't worry. I'm fine." Li Zishuan heard their conversation from afar and thought to himself, "Are these two brats done yet? According to their questions, I won't have a chance to be alone with Han Yushi today." He had to think of a way to send them away. "Young master, brother." When the three of them saw Li Zishuan coming over, they all stood up and greeted him. Li Zishuan nodded and asked casually, "Well, Iron Egg, Lana, have you memorized the previous multiplication table?" "Master, we have memorized it." "Well, have you done the exercises after class?" Li Zishuan put his hands behind his back and looked like a strict teacher teaching his disciples. Master, not yet." Iron Egg scratched his head and said embarrassedly. "Then go and do the exercises after class for the first chapter. I will check it tonight. Tomorrow, Iron Egg, you will go to the Imperial College with me after you finish practicing." Li Zishuan silently gave himself 32 likes for his wit. Since he was going to teach a group of brats, it wouldn't be illegal to bring his disciples along, right? "Yes, master." Iron Egg was a little reluctant. He hadn't seen his sister for a long time. In the morning, he was practicing and listening to classes. In the afternoon, he finally had time to talk for a while, but he couldn't ignore his master's words. He could only go back unhappily. "Me. Smelly brother, Lana wants to go tomorrow too." Li Zishuan thought for a while and said, "Okay, as long as Lana can do 90% of the exercises correctly, I will let you go." "Okay. It's a deal." Lana smiled slyly and followed Iron Egg to do the exercises. Li Zishuan saw that they had gone far away and laughed. He sat down on the bench next to Han Yushi. Han Yushi was shocked and quickly moved to the side. Li Zishuan touched his nose and said gloomily, "Why are you moving so far away? Am I that scary?" When Han Yushi heard this, her ears were dyed red. She said in a low voice, "Young master, others will gossip if they see us." Li Zishuan glanced around and said with a smile, "Hihi, don't be afraid. There's no one in this courtyard. Didn't I just send Lan Iron Egg, and the others away? Yushi, did you miss me today? I haven't seen you all morning." Han Yushi was stunned. She didn't expect Li Zishuan to be secretly scheming when he pretended to be a strict teacher lecturing his disciples. Then, she was embarrassed again and said in a mosquito-like voice, "Young master, how can you say such shameful things?" Li Zishuan saw that Han Yushi's cheeks were red and she was about to bury her head in her chest. Only then did he realize that he had indeed been a little complacent. This was ancient times. Although the women of the Tang dynasty were more open than the women of the Song and Ming dynasties, they were still not comparable to modern times. However, it was not good for this girl to be too shy. He had to train her slowly when he married her in the future. Yushi, how did you feel when you went to the Qin family this morning? It was impossible to train a shy girl into a modern girl in a day. Li Zishuan had to change the topic. Han Yushi looked up at Li Zishuan and said, "Well, my foster mother treats me very well. She even asked me to visit her often." "Oh, that's good." Li Zishuan quietly moved his butt towards her and whispered in Han Yushi's ear, "Yushi, I told my mother about us yesterday." Han Yushi was shocked by Li Zishuan, who suddenly came up to her. When she heard his words, her heart couldn't help but tighten. She quickly focused and waited for the rest of the story. Li Zishuan smiled in his heart and continued, "My mother said that she would send a matchmaker to your house to propose marriage in the next 2 days. As long as your father agrees, the auspicious date will be set." Han Yushi's heart was immediately filled with sweetness. She ignored her shyness and raised her head to look at Li Zishuan affectionately. She said softly, "Young master has saved Yushi's life more than once. You don't mind Yushi's humble background and marry Yushi. Yushi will definitely help young master in the future. We will never leave each other and follow each other in life and death." Although her voice was soft, it was sonorous and powerful. It was as serious as if she was making a grand vow. Oh my God, who said that ancient women didn't know how to say romantic words? Li Zishuan's heart melted in an instant. He couldn't help but hug Han Yushi and let her lean on his shoulder. He sniffed the fragrance of her hair and said gently, "Silly girl, who dares to say that your status is humble? You are Uncle Qin's foster daughter now. Besides, even if you are just a commoner, I am still willing to marry you. I only like you as a person. I don't care about being well-matched in terms of social status. When we are married, I don't want you to follow me in life and death. We will live well. I will take you to travel all over the world, eat all the delicacies in the world, and be a celestial couple for 100 years. Han Yushi was shocked by the future life that Li Zishuan described. She said longingly, "Young master, you are so good. But how can a person live for so long? Besides, after a few decades, Yushi will become an old woman. Will young master still like her? Haha, won't I become an old man by then? Don't be afraid, I will be crazy for you for 1,000 years. You will be with me for 10,000 reincarnations." Li Zishuan was full of heroism and laughed loudly. "I will be crazy for you for 1,000 years. You will be with me for 10,000 reincarnations." Han Yushi muttered for a while. She couldn't hold it in anymore and burst into tears. "Young master, Yushi wants to marry you now. Boo-hoo tilde aya, good Yushi, don't cry." Li Zishuan hurriedly hugged Han Yushi and coaxed her anxiously. As for whether he was taking advantage of her, only he knew in his heart. Chapter 152. In the front hall. "Brother Han, I wonder if your Yushi has been betrothed to him?" Madame Li put down the teacup in her hand and asked with a smile. She should have discussed this matter with Han Yushi's mother, but Han Yushi's mother was no longer alive, so she could only talk to Han Lijing. Li Zishuan also looked at Han Lijing. Last night, Madame Li told him about Li Zishuan's thoughts. Han Lijing's heart moved, and he replied, "My daughter has not been betrothed to him." Madame Li smiled. That's good. My Xian wants to marry Yushi. I see that these two children are quite fated, so why don't our two families become in-laws? What do you think, Brother Han? Han Lijing was shocked. He did not expect Madame Li to take the initiative to mention this matter. He had been worried about his daughter's marriage. Young master has a high position and is proficient in both the pen and the sword. Naturally, he is a rare son-in-law. But my family is just a small family. I'm afraid we can't match him. Li Jingmo smiled. Brother Han, why do you say that? My Li family does not have any prejudice against family backgrounds. Moreover, Yushi is now the adopted daughter of Duke Yi. If we are talking about matchmaking, I'm afraid it's our Li family that is matchmaking, right? Han Lijing quickly stood up and cupped his hands. What are you saying, old master? Our Han family is just a country family. What matchmaking? Since old master and madam do not mind, and my daughter and young master hit it off, then I have no reason to object. Madam Li slapped the table. That's good. 2 days later, I will send the best matchmaker in Chang'an to Brother Han's house to propose marriage. Han Lijing was relieved. He cupped his hands and said, I will definitely wait at home. What should go must go. After all, Han Yushi was not his wife yet. Around 3 p.m., Han Lijing brought Han Yushi and left the Li family. Li Zishuan looked at Han Yushi's beautiful back and felt lost. Shaking his head, he returned to his courtyard and called San Bao over. San Bao, have you gotten Forbert to make a blackboard and chalk for me? That day, when he taught Iron Egg and Lan for the first time, he realized that he was not used to not having chalk and a blackboard. Thus, he wrote down the method of using chalk and blackboard and asked San Bao to send it to the workshop. He asked Forbert to make a batch first. San Bao replied, Young master, it's all done. Yesterday, Manager Fu sent someone to send it over. At that time, I saw that young master was busy, so I put the blackboard and chalk in the storeroom. In the primitive society, China had discovered the lacquer tree and knew how to use the sap of the lacquer tree to make paint. During the 5 dynasties, Zhu Zundu wrote the Lacquer Classic, which was the world's earliest lacquer monograph. The Tang dynasty also had various colors of lacquer, so it was not difficult to make a blackboard. The key was the chalk. It took Forbert a lot of effort. He did not know how many times he scolded Li Zishuan in his heart for being a prodigal and making useless things. Li Zishuan nodded and went to the storeroom in the south alone. He pushed the door and entered. There were a few blackboards that were about 2 to 3 square meters in size and a few boxes of chalk. There were hundreds of boxes in each box. Other than white, there were also red, yellow, and blue chalk. Li Zishuan stepped forward and took out a piece of chalk. He casually drew a few strokes on the blackboard in front of him and couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Although the chalk wasn't as fine as the modern ones, the words written were still clear and barely enough. That's right. Li Zishuan planned to bring the blackboard and chalk with him when he went to the Imperial College tomorrow. As for the cost of the materials, he did not ask Li for it. For the time being, he would take it as his contribution to the Tang dynasty's education industry. After looking at the blackboard and chalk, Li Zishuan called Xiaoxi over and they went to the study room together. Xiaoxi sensibly helped him grind the ink. Li Zishuan held his chin and pondered for a moment. He then picked up the brush and started to write a lesson plan. Since the fate of being a teacher was unavoidable, then he would be the most awesome teacher. This was Li Zishuan's style of doing things in his previous life. Either he did not do it, or he did it well. Teaching mathematics in the Imperial College would definitely not be the same as teaching Iron Egg. He could not guarantee that the students in the Imperial College would be as obedient as Iron Egg. Many people felt that mathematics was very difficult and boring. However, they did not know that this class could also be very interesting. At this moment, he could not help but think of his elementary school mathematics teacher in his previous life, Liu Wenjie. His mathematics classes were really lively and interesting. It was not like the mathematics teachers in junior high school, and university who just read from the books and were not interesting at all. Li Zishuan recorded down some very interesting basic mathematics questions. He planned to keep them for tomorrow. It was the first class, so he had to pique the interest of the naughty children. Otherwise, no one would listen to the rest of the class. Actually, Li Zixuan was thinking too much. In this era, the concept of respecting one's teachers was very important. As the saying goes, a teacher for a day, a father for life. In order to learn, one had to respect one's teacher. Basically, whatever the teacher told you to do, you had to do it. Otherwise, you would be labeled as a traitor and your reputation would be completely ruined. On the other hand, it was different from before the Sui dynasty where the government schools were exclusive to the children of the nobles. The Tang dynasty Imperial College would also make an exception and recruit a group of children from poor families. These children from poor families had a very strong thirst for knowledge. They did not care if what you said was interesting or not. As long as they could learn something from it, they would be willing to listen even if it was as plain as water. After half an hour, Li Zixuan finished writing all the interesting jokes that he could think of. He stood up and rubbed his sore wrist. Xiao Shi quickly poured a cup of water for him and passed it to him. "Young master, you have been tired for half a day. Drink some water." Li Zixuan smiled. He was really thirsty. He took the cup and drank a few mouthfuls before letting out a long breath. "Okay, I'm done." "Xiao Shi, thank you for your hard work." Xiao Shi had been grinding beside him for as long as he had been writing. Grinding ink was also a very tiring job. After a long time, it was not as easy as writing. Xiao Shi smiled and said, "Young master is the one who has worked hard." Xiao Shi has not seen young master so serious in a long time. Li Zixuan sweated. "Are you praising me or insulting me?" Cough, cough. "It's getting late. Let's go and see how Iron Egg and Lan'er's homework is going." Li Zixuan brought Xiao Shi to Iron Egg and Lan'er's classroom. He could hear them quarreling from afar. The answer to this question is 175. "Iron Egg, you got it wrong. That's not right." "Sister Lan'er, this question is definitely 125. "Calculate it again." "Really? But I'm so smart and cute. How could I calculate it wrong?" Iron Egg, Li Zixuan was speechless. His sister was also as arrogant as him. "Iron Egg, Lan'er, have you finished your homework?" "I'm going to check it." Li Zixuan pushed the door open with Xiao Shi and said to the two children in the room with a smile, "No, brother, you should check Iron Egg's first, then check mine." Lan'er quickly covered her book and did not let Li Zixuan see it. She had just calculated it. She seemed to have calculated it wrong. That was why she wanted to let Li Zixuan check Iron Eggs first. She still had a chance to change it. This girl secretly matched her answers with Tai Dan. She hadn't even settled the score with her, but she actually went overboard. Forget it, who asked her to be her younger sister? Li Zixuan shook his head. He could not be bothered to argue with Lan'er. He took Iron Egg's homework and began to read it. After a while, Li Zixuan nodded and praised, "Everything is correct. Iron Egg, you did well." Iron Egg was instantly happy. Lan'er quickly changed the answers and passed the book to Li Zixuan. "Brother, I've finished. Quickly check it." After saying that, she stood in front of Li Zixuan with her head held high. She looked as if she was waiting for praise. Li Zixuan was speechless. "You've already matched the standard answers. What's there for me to check?" "No need. Lan'er, you've passed the test. Tomorrow, you'll go to the Imperial College with me. Iron Egg, you have to continue to work hard. As my direct disciple, you can't be beaten by the Imperial College's supervisors." Iron Egg immediately felt pressured. However, he still clasped his fist and said, "Master, don't worry. Iron Egg will definitely not embarrass you." Li Zixuan nodded with satisfaction and left. "Hey, stinky brother, you haven't praised me yet. I also got it all correct." Iron Egg covered his face. Li Zixuan staggered and almost fell to the ground. Chapter 153. The next day. Li Zixuan finally did not have to be dragged out of bed at 4 in the morning. The Imperial College was not as perverted as the morning court, where classes started so early. Xiao Shi came over to wake him up at 7:15 a.m., 7 a.m. in modern times. This was the time that Li Zixuan told her yesterday. Li Zixuan stretched out his arms and closed his eyes, allowing Xiao Shi to help him dress and wash up. After transmigrating for so long, he had gradually gotten used to the corrupt life of a rich second generation. When he came to the front yard, he met Iron Egg, who had just finished his training and running. Li Zishuan casually asked, "Iron Egg, how is your training going? Did you find the chi?" Iron Egg wiped the sweat off his face, scratched his head, and said dejectedly, "Master, Iron Egg has not found the chi yet, but I can run faster." Li Zishuan smiled and shook his head. He went forward and patted Iron Egg's head, saying, "Don't be discouraged. It's normal that you can't find the chi in such a short time. It doesn't matter if you have ordinary talent. As long as you are willing to work hard, you will definitely become an outstanding person in the future." Iron Egg felt warm in his heart. He raised his head and asked, "Master, can someone like Iron Egg become as powerful as you?" Yesterday, Iron Egg heard from his sister that Li Zishuan alone went deep into the stronghold of thousands of people. He fought against thousands of people alone and killed nearly 80 bandits, including a master. Just hearing this made his blood boil. He could not help but hate himself for being too slow in his training. Otherwise, he would be able to kill with his master. Li Zishuan nodded affirmatively and said, "As long as you work hard, of course you can. Iron Egg, there are indeed some talented and intelligent people in the world. For example, your master, me." Bruiser choked and tried his best to hold back his laughter. Li Zishuan continued, "But if ordinary people work hard, they can also succeed. Master has heard of a story about an ordinary person who didn't give up and eventually crushed all the geniuses. It was said that in ancient times, there were immortals. At that time, many mortals could also cultivate immortality. However, among mortals, there were good and bad ones. At that time, there was an ordinary mountain village boy named Han Li. He accidentally entered a small Jianghu sect and became a registered disciple. His status was low, and his natural talent was extremely mediocre. But in the end, he relied on his own efforts and reasonable calculations to successfully establish himself in the sect and enter the ranks of immortal cultivators. From then on, he laughed proudly in the 3 dimensions. Early in the morning, it wouldn't be too much to use the legend of a mortal's journey to immortality to give his disciple a bowl of chicken soup for the soul, right? Master, can you explain in detail?" Iron Egg's eyes lit up as he said excitedly. "Well," Li Zishuan said unhappily in his heart, "damn, this novel has a total of nearly 9 million words. If I were to tell you in detail, wouldn't it take 3 days and 3 nights? But why was this boy so excited? Even if this bowl of chicken soup had some motivations for him, the effect shouldn't be so obvious. Let's eat first. This story is quite long, and we have to go to the Imperial College later. But Iron Egg, why are you so excited?" Iron Egg said embarrassedly, "Well, Master, Iron Egg's real name is Han Li. Iron Egg is just my nickname." Damn, Li Zishuan almost knelt down in front of his cheap disciple. What a coincidence, you are going to heaven. He didn't expect that a random bowl of chicken soup would cause a collision and cause a car accident. He had suspected that the name Iron Egg was just a nickname. After all, this name was too vulgar. He had never thought that Bruiser would have such an ordinary-looking name, but in fact, it was amazing. Li Zishuan wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and sighed, "Well, Iron Egg, I still think Iron Egg is a good name. Let's go, let's eat." If he was really called Iron Egg Han Li, he would probably be out of character and wonder if he had walked into the wrong scene. After breakfast, Li Zishuan took Lan Iron Egg, and a few servants who were carrying chalk on the blackboard to the Imperial College. The Imperial College of the Tang Dynasty was built next to the Imperial City, not far from Yongla Lane. That was why Li Zishuan dared to sleep until 1:15 in the morning. Half an hour later, the group arrived at the entrance of the Imperial College. After making their identities known, Li Zishuan led the group through the gate under the strange gaze of the gatekeeper. The Imperial College was called the Imperial College during the Wuda era, and it was called the Imperial College during the Sui dynasty. It was only this year that Li officially named the Imperial College as the Imperial College. There were more than 10 houses of various sizes and dozens of unknown towering trees outside the houses. The environment was very beautiful. Occasionally, they could see a few supervisors hurrying to the houses. They were probably late because they had overslept in the morning. Mr. Li, you're here? Kong Ingda walked out from an exquisite room and greeted Li Zishuan. Yes, Mr. Kong, I'm not late, right? Kong Ingda looked at the sundial in the courtyard and pointed at Li Zishuan. He said in a good mood, you're just in time. You really know how to rush. Li Zishuan thought to himself, it's good enough that I'm here on time, yet you're still being so picky. But why did you bring these people here? Kong Ingda looked at the strange group behind Li Zishuan and couldn't help but be confused. What's the use of that black wooden board? Also, why did you ask them to carry that big box? Are you here to teach or to move? Li Zishuan smiled proudly and said, Mr. Kong, this is a good thing. It can allow students to learn more efficiently. In China's academies, most of the time, students learned from books. If they had any questions, they would ask the teacher and the teacher would give them a face-to-face lecture and answer. Sometimes, when a famous teacher came, the teacher would hold several lectures. The students would sit below and listen to the lecture and take notes. There was no blackboard to help with the teaching. However, research showed that people always received information through their various senses. However, the proportion of information received through each of the senses was different. Among them, vision accounted for 83%, hearing accounted for 11%, smell accounted for 3.5%, touch accounted for 1.5%, and taste accounted for 1%. If you knew the proportion, you would understand that the greatest effect of the blackboard was to provide visual information to the students. Originally, only about 11% of the content explained by the teacher could be heard by the students. However, with the blackboard, the students had an additional visual channel to look at the content written on the blackboard. In theory, at least 94% of the information could be perceived by the students. From the perspective of information acquisition, the blackboard was an extremely important event in the history of education. It greatly increased the efficiency of teaching and at the same time, laid the foundation for the classroom teaching system. In his previous life, no matter how the curriculum was reformed, even when multimedia teaching replaced the blackboard, the visual method of information acquisition never changed. Kong Ingda had been teaching and educating his whole life, but he had never heard of anything that could increase the efficiency of learning. After hearing Li Zishuan's words, his curiosity was immediately piqued. Oh, is there really such a magical item in this world? County Mr. Li, hurry up and show me. Li Zishuan hurriedly said, Mr. Kong, don't be in such a hurry. Just tell me where the mathematics class is first. I'll bring this thing in and you can take your time to look at it. Kong Ingda felt that it was reasonable and said, oh, yes, I'm confused. It's almost time for the class. I'll bring you there now. Chapter 154. Under Kong Ingda's personal guidance, Li Zishuan passed through rows of neat and magnificent buildings and came to an obviously shabbier and smaller building to the south of the Imperial College. The sign hanging in the middle of the building had the word School of Mathematics written on it. This is the School of Mathematics. Li Zishuan, quickly go in. Today, this old man wants to see what kind of magical things you brought. Kong Ingda pointed at the building in front of him and smiled while stroking his beard. Li Zishuan frowned slightly. He looked at this shabby and small house, and then thought of the magnificent Imperial Academy, and other academies he saw on the way here. He couldn't help but feel a little unhappy. He wasn't the kind of person who couldn't bear hardships, but there would be no harm if there was no comparison. Why was the Imperial College's building grand while his was short and shabby? Kong Ingda waited for a long time but didn't hear Li Zishuan speak. He looked back curiously and saw that Li Zishuan's expression was somewhat ugly. He thought for a moment and understood. Haha, Li Zishuan, please don't blame me. The Imperial College is short on space and the School of Mathematics has the least number of students. Therefore, in order to save resources, the School of Mathematics was allocated here. Although the building is a bit shabby, I believe Li Zishuan won't mind. How can scholars like us be affected by external conditions? Li Zishuan was speechless. What was this? Just because there were few students, the conditions were bad. He cursed in his heart. Then he thought and asked, how many students are there in the School of Mathematics? Kong Ingda remembered this very clearly. He answered without thinking, The School of Mathematics currently has 32 students and 1 teaching assistant. It is far less than the other schools, so it was arranged here. Oh, your teaching assistant is Mr. Shu. He should be inside now. The Imperial College of the Tang Dynasty belonged to the central government. Its educational resources were not only rich in variety but also of high quality. The Imperial College was divided into 6 schools: the Imperial College, the School of Imperial College, the School of Four Gates, the School of Calligraphy, the School of Law, and the School of Mathematics. Students of different backgrounds were assigned to different academies. It was recorded in the history books. The Imperial College has 300 students. Most of them are civil and military 3rd rank or above descendants, 2nd rank or above great-grandsons, 2nd rank or above officials, 2nd rank or above county officials, and 4th rank or above officials in the capital. The Imperial College gave birth to 500 people. Most of them were descendants of 5th rank officials or above, great-grandsons of officials who were close to 5th rank officials or 3rd rank officials, and sons of officials who were titled 3rd rank officials or above. The 4 schools would produce 1,300 students. 500 of them would be military officials of 3rd rank and above without a title, 4th rank and above with a title, and civil and military officials of 7th rank and above. 800 of them would be commoners. The study of law will produce 50 people, the study of calligraphy will produce 30 people, and the study of mathematics will produce 30 people. Only those who are of the 8th rank and below, and those who are well versed in common folk. In the Tang dynasty, the students from the prefectural and county government schools also had the opportunity to be promoted to the central government. This allowed the children of the common people to enjoy more educational resources. After passing the examinations, the children of the common people in the prefectural and county government schools would be promoted to the central government schools in mathematics, calligraphy, law, or the 4 schools. After that, if their results were outstanding, they could be promoted to the Imperial College. The students of the Imperial College could make up for the Imperial College. This kind of education policy not only made it possible for the children of the common people to obtain better educational resources through hard work, but it also made the Tang dynasty's official education expand the range of people and increase the number of people. This was something that had never happened in any of the previous dynasties. At this moment, a person walked out of the room. It was Xu Hongji, whom Li Zishuan had seen 2 months ago at the ready-made clothing store. Xu Hongji went forward and cupped his hands with a smile. "Chancellor Kong, Professor Li." Kong Ingda nodded his head. Li Zishuan hurriedly said, "Mr. Xu, you are my father's best friend. You can just call me Little Xian." Although he had been tricked into teaching at the Imperial College by Xu Hongji and Li Xu Hongji was still someone of the same generation as his father. He still had to give him the respect he deserved. Xu Hongji chuckled and said, "Professor Li, your ability in mathematics is above mine. Furthermore, His Majesty has personally conferred you the title of Professor of Mathematics. As the saying goes, those who are accomplished are the teachers. It has nothing to do with age. What's wrong with me calling you Professor Li?" Kong Ingda also agreed. "Hongji is right. That's how it should be. Mr. Li, quickly go in and teach." Li Zishuan was helpless. He looked at Tai Dan and Lan then said to Kong Ingda, "Mr. Kong, one of these 2 children is my disciple, and the other is my younger sister. I usually teach them mathematics at home. Now that I'm teaching at the Imperial College, I brought them here to listen to my classes." Kong Ingda frowned and said hesitantly, "But there has never been a precedent for a woman entering the Imperial College in our dynasty." Li Zishuan shook his head and said, "They're only listening from the side. They're not considered entering the college." He estimated that Lan Er's enthusiasm would only last for 2 or 3 days. Li Zishuan did not expect her to be knowledgeable and become a world-shaking genius. Kong Ingda nodded and said, That's fine." Li Zishuan instructed a few servants to carry the blackboard and chalk inside and hang the blackboard properly. The students inside had already heard that there would be a new professor today. When they saw Li Zishuan, they were all stunned. They did not expect the newly appointed professor of mathematics to be so young. Many of them were probably older than Li Zishuan. Was this new teacher reliable? All the students were deeply suspicious of Li Zishuan's ability. When Li Zhaxuan saw that the blackboard was hung, he turned around and looked at the students. They were all children in their teens. Of course, there were also many who were 14 or 15 years old. All the students hurriedly stood up and greeted him in unison. "Hello, sir." Even though they had thousands of suspicions, the deep-rooted concept of respecting their teachers made them have no choice but to put on a respectful attitude on the surface. Xu Hongji, who was standing below Li Zhaxuan, also saw the deep distrust in the students' eyes. He frowned and was about to scold them when Li Zhaxuan hurriedly waved his hand to stop him. He looked at the 30 students and smiled. "Hello. Today is my first class for all of you. My name is Li Zhaxuan. I'm also a professor of mathematics appointed by His Majesty himself. I know that many of you think that I'm not qualified to teach you mathematics because I'm young. In the next half an hour, I will give you all the opportunity to ask questions. If your questions about mathematics stumped me, then I will immediately ask His Majesty to resign. If you can't stumble me, then you will have to listen obediently in class. Alright, if you have any questions, then ask." When Li Zhaxuan finished speaking, the entire classroom was silent. Everyone, including Kong Ingda, looked at him in disbelief. It must be known that in this era, teachers were greater than heaven. Whatever the teacher taught, the students would learn. How could a teacher be willing to say such things to students? After a while, the students reacted. Some of them couldn't help but whisper to each other. There were also a dozen or so students who were dressed more plainly. They stood up together and respectfully cupped their hands to Li Zhaxuan. "Students are afraid. Students have absolutely no intention of doubting, sir. Please take back your order." The voices of these dozen or so students immediately drowned out the noise in the classroom. The rest of the students, regardless of whether they had doubts about Li Zhaxuan or not, hurriedly stood up together and said, "Students are afraid. Student is terrified. Teacher, please retract your order." Xu Hongji hurriedly gave Li Zhaxuan a look, indicating that he didn't need to do so. Seeing this, Li Zhaxuan smiled. "Haha, all of you sit down. I don't care if you have that intention or not, but I will never take back what I have said. Since I am going to be your teacher, of course, I will be more capable than you. You can set your questions without any worries. If anyone can give me a problem in mathematics today, not only will I resign from my position as a mathematics doctor, I will also recommend him to His Majesty as the new mathematics doctor." Haha. Li Zhaxuan's last sentence was like poking a hornet's nest. Many of the students in the Institute of Mathematics were poor children who had been selected from other provinces and counties to enter the directorate. Weren't they studying hard for the sake of a good future? If they could baffle Li Zhaxuan, then they would very likely have a meteoric rise. How could they not be tempted? Xu Hongji was so anxious that his forehead was sweating. Kong Ingda, on the other hand, was relatively calm and thoughtful. Iron Egg and Lan who were sitting at the back, were not worried at all. They were full of confidence in Li Zhaxuan. Student Ku Shiqing from Bazhu. "May I be so bold as to ask for your guidance?" The students below were noisy for a long time. Finally, one of them could not help but stand up and cup his hands to challenge Li Zhaxuan. "It's Ku Shiqing. He has the best grades in our school." "That's right, Dr. Liu even praised him for his outstanding talent before. I'm afraid this new teacher is going to fail." Li Zhaxuan heard the discussion below and nodded with satisfaction. Ku Shiqing came at the right time. If he wanted to come, he would send the best. This would save him a lot of time. Good. Ku Shiqing, right? Whether you can baffle me today or not, your courage is worthy of praise. Give me your question, Li Zhaxuan said with a smile. Chapter 155. Imperial College, School of Mathematics. Everyone's attention was on Ku Shiqing, waiting for him to give the question. "I would like to ask you to solve a question in 15 minutes. The question is 1352 multiplied by 2781. What is the result?" Ku Shiqing thought for a moment and gave a multiplication question with a huge number. Wow, such a huge number. It would take a whole day to solve it, right? That's right. Ku Shiqing's question is too ruthless. As early as the pre-Qin dynasty, people learned to count and multiply with arithmetic. First put the multiplier above, then put the multiplicand below, and align the last digit of the upper digit with the first digit of the lower digit. From left to right, use the first digit of the upper digit to multiply the lower digit, put the product in the middle of the two numbers, then remove the first digit of the upper digit, move the lower digit one to the right, multiply the second digit of the lower digit, add the product in the middle, and remove the second digit of the upper digit. Until the upper digit is used up, the middle digit is the result. If Ku Shiqing's question were to be solved with arithmetic, it might take a whole day. Kong Ingda and Xu Hongji listened to the question with a dignified face and frowned. Li Zishuan smiled casually and said, "Haha, it's not difficult. Ku Shiqing, you don't need me to solve this question. My eldest disciple can do it for you. Iron Egg, come up and solve this question on the blackboard." This was the multiplication of two four-digit numbers. With Li Zishuan's strong spiritual power, he didn't need to do it at all. He could directly deduce the answer in his mind. It was not challenging at all. It was better to let Iron Egg practice. "Yes, Master." Iron Egg walked from his seat to the blackboard, picked up a piece of chalk, and began to calculate with the elementary math knowledge Li Zishuan taught him. He and Lan found the chalk on the blackboard last night. He had been scribbling on it for a long time, so it was not difficult for him to write on the blackboard now. "Wow, did I hear it wrong? Teacher said this question is easy. Can his disciple really do it? Too arrogant." Ku Shiqing also frowned and secretly thought that this new mister was really arrogant. At that moment, he stopped talking and focused on the Iron Egg to solve the problem. However, he was dumbfounded by what he saw. What is this black wooden board? Why was he able to write on it? Why was the handwriting so clear? He could see it from so far away. Also, that guy called Iron Egg, what kind of words did he write? Why does it look like scribbles? The rest of the people also noticed that something was wrong and started whispering to each other. This black board is so magical. It can actually be used to write. In this way, when teacher teaches in the future, won't we be able to listen to and read at the same time? Moreover, it will be more convenient to take note. That's right. In the past, Sir spoke too fast and I couldn't remember everything. With this, I'll definitely be able to learn better. Now, I hope that you can defeat Ku Shiqing, so that you won't have to leave. Hey, look at what that kid wrote. How come I don't know him? Hey, I don't know either. Why does it look like scribbles? When Kong Ingda saw Bruiser scribbling on the blackboard, he instantly understood what Li Zishuan was talking about outside the classroom. He had been teaching for many years, so he could tell at a glance that teaching on the blackboard was much more effective than teaching in front of a book. Kong Ingda had been teaching for many years, so he could tell at a glance that teaching on the blackboard was much more effective than teaching in front of books. Kong Ingda was extremely excited. He thought to himself that such a good thing should be given to all the teaching rooms in the directorate. He had to ask Li Zishuan for a batch later. When he looked at Iron Egg's handwriting, he could not help but frown. He thought to himself, did Li Zishuan not teach this kid to write before? Why is his handwriting so crooked? I can't recognize it at all. Xu Hongji had seen this kind of handwriting before, but he was still shocked at this moment. He did not expect Li Zishuan to be so confident that he could calculate such a huge multiplication problem with his strange handwriting. Time ticked by. After about 7 minutes, which was equivalent to 4 or 5 minutes in modern times, Bruiser left 7 lines of Arabic numerals on the blackboard. He had already calculated the result, but he was still a little worried. He checked it again and found that the result was the same. He then turned to Li Zishuan and said, Li Zishuan, Master, Iron Egg has calculated. The answer is 3,759,912. Li Zishuan nodded slightly. He had calculated it in his mind and it was indeed the answer. Gulp. The sound of saliva swallowing could be heard. Even though they did not know whether the result was correct or not, they were shocked by such a huge number. They really could not understand how Iron Egg could calculate such a huge number in such a short time. Well, Iron Egg, you can sit back down first. Ku Shiqing, what do you think? Is the answer correct? Li Zishuan smiled and looked at Ku Shiqing. Ku Shiqing was shocked and could not believe it since he heard Iron Egg's answer. When he heard Li Zishuan's question, he came back to his senses and bowed deeply to Li Zishuan seriously. Master, the answer to this question is indeed correct. But I really don't understand why Iron Egg could calculate it in half an hour when it took me a whole day to calculate it. Master, please teach me this efficient algorithm. I'm willing to pay any price. As soon as Ku Shiqing finished speaking, the hall was in an uproar. Wow! He got it right. It's incredible. He could calculate such a huge number in less than half an hour. Is our new master the reincarnation of an immortal? How can his disciple be so good? He must be the reincarnation of an immortal. That's great. I can listen to master's lectures in the future and learn this magical algorithm. If I can learn this algorithm, I will definitely be able to enter the Four Gates Academy next year. Even the seniors in the Four Gates Academy are not this good. Kong Yingda and Xu Hongji both opened their eyes wide and almost pulled their beards off. Li Zishuan pressed his hands in the air. Everyone immediately quieted down and looked at him. Shiqing, do you see these 7 lines on the blackboard? These strange small words are a simpler counting method that I invented. As for the calculation process, it is also very simple. I will explain it to you in the future. Now, do any of you have any questions? If you want to ask, hurry up. Li Zishuan took a branch, which he casually broke in the Imperial College before he came. He used the branch to point at the calculation marks left by the Iron Egg on the blackboard and explained it to Ku Shiqing. The Arabic numerals were first invented by the ancient Indians. Later, after 700 AD, the Arabs conquered the Punjab region and captured a mathematician from northern India. The Arabs then learned the Indian numerals and mathematical symbols and spread them to Europe, where they were then modernized by the Europeans. During the Zhongguan period, there were no Arabic numerals in the world. Li Zishuan only thought of it later. Therefore, it was not wrong for him to say that he invented it. When Ku Shiqing heard that he would have the opportunity to learn from Li Zishuan in the future, he could not help but be very excited. He respectfully bowed to Li Zishuan and said, "Thank you for your teaching, Mr. Li Zishuan. I have no more questions." Mr. Li Zishuan has opened up a new path and created his own school of mathematics. I can't catch up with you in the field of mathematics. Kong Yingda and Xu Hongji looked at each other and saw a trace of horror in each other's eyes. It was easy to create one's own school of mathematics, but it was easier said than done to construct a complete and rigorous school of thought. Since ancient times, those who were able to create their own sects and schools were all famous grandmasters or even great sages, for example, Confucius, Laozi, and others. If Li Zishuan's self-created school of thought could stand up to scrutiny, he would probably become a saint in the future. Was this the emergence of a saint in a golden age? Li Zishuan was secretly pleased by Ku Shiqing's praise. He waved his hand and said with a smile, "All right, if anyone has any questions, please ask. If there are no questions, I will officially start the class." The rest of the students looked at each other. Li Zishuan's disciple was already so powerful. How would they dare to go out and look for trouble? Therefore, Li Zishuan waited for a long time, but no one stood up to ask a question. Just as he was about to officially start the class, he heard a loud voice coming from outside the room. "Haha, I have a question. Dr. Li, please answer it." Chapter 156. First Class, Little Fatty's Revolt. Following a loud laugh, Li Tai, the little fatty, walked in with a smile on his face. He was dressed in luxurious clothes. Kong Yingda and Xu Hongji, who were near the door, quickly stood up and cupped their hands. "Greetings, Prince of Wei." Li Zishuan was also surprised. He cupped his hands at Li Tai and said, "Greetings, Prince of Wei." The rest of the students looked at Li Tai in surprise. Just as they were about to stand up and bow, Li Tai smiled and waved his hand. "No need to be so polite. I came to the Imperial College today to listen to the class. From today onwards, I am also a student of the School of Mathematics. We will be classmates in the future." Buzz buzz. The students in the hall couldn't help but discuss among themselves. The buzzing sound was endless. "Oh my God, Prince of Wei will be classmates with us in the future. Did I hear wrongly?" This is unbelievable. Our new mister is too amazing. He even managed to attract His Highness King Wei over. I have decided. I will stay in the School of Mathematics from now on. With such an impressive teacher and Prince of Wei as my classmate, why should I go to the Four-Gate School? Brother Meng is right. As the saying went, learn literature and martial arts, and you will be a part of the Empress family. Scholars like them studied hard so that they could be recognized by the Emperor and become successful. Now that Prince of Wei, who was the Emperor's favorite, was in the School of Mathematics, why should they leave? When Kong Ingda heard that Li Tai wanted to study in the School of Mathematics, he couldn't help but be shocked. He quickly tried to dissuade him. Your Highness, you can't do this. Li Tai smiled and said, Chancellor Kong, my father has already agreed to this. From today onwards, I will be a student of the School of Mathematics. Kong Ingda shook his head helplessly and retreated to the side. Li Tai looked at Li Zexuan and said, after we parted at Strange Taste Pavilion that day, Brother Li was first conferred a noble title and then appointed by my father as a Doctor of Mathematics in the Imperial College. Brother Li is really successful. I wonder if Professor Li is willing to accept little Wang as his student. Li Zexuan heard that Li Tai was going to be a student in the school. Although he looked calm on the surface, he felt a little strange in his heart. He didn't know what this little fatty was going to do. Could it be that he hadn't been tortured enough last time and wanted to get back at him? Ha ha, come. He wasn't afraid of this little fatty. Your Highness, why do you say that? As the saying goes, education is open to all. Since I am teaching in the School of Mathematics, I can teach anyone. However, if Your Highness enters the School of Mathematics, there will only be teachers and students. There will no longer be any Wei Wang. He had to give this little fatty a heads up. If he were to come over and put on airs in front of everyone, how would he be able to teach? How would the other students learn? Li Tai understood the meaning behind Li Zexuan's words. He smiled and said, of course. From now on, in this School of Mathematics, Mr. and my fellow students can call me Qing Q. I will not put on the airs of a prince. Last time in front of Strange Taste Pavilion, he was asked 10 questions in a row by Li Zexuan until he was speechless. Li Tai had regarded this as the shame of his life. He had been doted on by Li Er's eldest grandson since he was young and had been praised for his intelligence many times. How could he be willing to lose to Li Zexuan, who was previously a nobody? Yesterday, when he heard that Li Zexuan was going to be a postdoc in mathematics, he was moved. He thought that it would be better if he could learn all of Li Zexuan's knowledge and use it to defeat him. Therefore, Li Tai asked Li Er to enter the School of Mathematics to study. Li Er had always doted on this child. Moreover, this was not a big deal, so he naturally agreed. When Li Zexuan heard Li Tai's promise, he nodded and said, Qingqiu, go and find a place to sit. Li Tai looked around and finally sat between Iron Egg and Lan Er under the disappointed gazes of some students. Kong Ingda and Xu Hongji, who were next to him, widened their eyes in disbelief. The Prince of Wei was naughty and mischievous, which was known by all the civil and military officials. Li Zexuan spoke to him in such a commanding tone, but he was not angry at all. Was this an illusion? After Li Tai sat down, Li Zexuan looked at him and asked, Qingqiu, you said you had a question before. Now say it. Li Tai looked like an obedient child. He stood up and cupped his hands and said, Teacher, this student's question is, today, there are 2 people together. The first line is 7 steps, the second line is 3 steps, the second line is 10 steps to the east, the first line is 10 steps to the south, and the third line is in the northeast. After saying this, Li Tai's lips curled up into an evil smile. This question was one that he had asked several scholars in the Prince of Wei's literature hall to find. It was an extremely difficult math question. He had specifically memorized it and wanted to find an opportunity to make trouble for Li Zexuan today. He hadn't expected Li Zexuan to take the initiative to give him a chance to ask. Wow! In the classroom, other than Li Zexuan and Li Tai, everyone else was in an uproar when they heard this question. This question is so difficult. Where did the Prince of Wei find such a difficult question? I don't know. Brother Ku, do you know? It should be from the 9-chapter arithmetic Pythagorean chapter. I've seen it before, but it was too difficult, so I couldn't solve it. Oh, it's the most difficult Pythagorean chapter. This time, Mr. Li is in trouble. Yes, the situation is not good. Li Zhuan had inherited the memories of his predecessor, so he could still understand simple ancient Chinese. The translation of this question was, it is known that A and B set off from the same place at the same time. A's speed is 7, B's speed is 3. B keeps walking east, first walks south for 10 steps, then walks north and slightly east for a while before meeting B. How far did A and B walk? When he heard this question, he was a little surprised. This little fatty did not come with good intentions today. If he wanted to solve this question, he would need to use the Pythagorean theorem and a quadratic equation. If it was someone else, they would definitely be stumped. However, how could Li Zhuan be stumped by a junior high mathematics question? However, what Li Zhuan did not expect was that the ancient people had already learned the Pythagorean theorem. This was something that his previous mathematics teacher did not tell him. It seemed that he could never underestimate the wisdom of the ancient people. In fact, the Pythagorean theorem was recorded in detail in the 9-chapter arithmetic, but it was mainly used in astronomy. The Pythagorean chapter of the 9 chapters of arithmetic begins with the introduction of the Pythagorean theorem and its variations. The Pythagorean theorem states, the Pythagorean and the Pythagorean are multiplied by each other, and the Pythagorean and the Pythagorean are multiplied by each other, and the Pythagorean and the Pythagorean are multiplied by each other, and the Pythagorean and the Pythagorean are multiplied by the Pythagorean and the Pythagorean. Therefore, the Pythagorean technique can be understood as a method of deducing the third side of a known right triangle from both sides. Li Zhuan quickly listed the equations in his mind and solved them. In a few breaths, he got the answer. This was the benefit of having a strong spiritual power. It allowed his brain to react as fast as a computer. Hehe, Chinkyu, this question is very good. Some of you may think that this question is very difficult, but in fact, as long as you learn my new mathematics, this question can be solved in less than 10 minutes. After Li Zhuan finished speaking, the rest of the students widened their eyes in disbelief and whispered to each other. Li Tai looked at him indifferently. In fact, he thought that Li Zhuan must be bragging. Li Zhuan smiled and said, the answer to this question is that A took 10.5 steps, and B took 24.5 steps. Am I right, Chinkyu? Li Tai could no longer stay calm. He opened his mouth and said, how is this possible? It took the Grand Secretary of the Prince's mansion 2 days to calculate. When the rest of the students heard this, they knew that Li Zhuan had answered correctly again. They could not help but cheer. That's great, Mr. Li answered correctly. He doesn't have to leave the school anymore. That's amazing. Mr. Li is really amazing. It's great that we can learn such amazing mathematics in the future. Haha. Li Tai was stunned for a long time and finally came to his senses. He cupped his hands and said to Li Zhuan, Mr. Li is very talented and knowledgeable. I am sincerely convinced. Seeing this, Lana smiled with her small eyes. She was very proud to have such an amazing brother. Bruiser also had a proud look on his face. Kong Yingda and Xu Hongji were both shocked and speechless. They thought to themselves, it seems that a great person has come to the Imperial College. Well, half an hour is up. Since you didn't stump me, I will be your teacher from now on. From today onwards, I will lead you to the real door of mathematics. At that time, you will find that you have come to a new world. Li Zhuan looked at the time and said to the group of children in a clear voice. Chapter 157. Inside the School of Mathematics. The students sat up straight and listened attentively to Li Zhuan's speech. A capable person would be respected wherever he went. Li Zhuan had already won everyone's respect with his powerful arithmetic ability. Hehe, students, in my class, if you have any questions, you can raise your hand to interrupt me at any time. If you have any questions, we can discuss them together. Don't bury your doubts in your heart because of embarrassment. That will only accumulate more and more questions. Li Zhuan saw that they all looked serious and sat up straight. He couldn't help but say a few words to make them relax. When the students heard this, they all felt that this way of teaching was very novel. In the past, the teacher was teaching while they listened silently. If they had any questions, they could only hold it in and ask the teacher after class. Li Zishuan continued. I don't care how you studied before. Since I'm teaching, you have to listen to me from now on and learn according to my rhythm. In the future, the School of Mathematics will have a small exam every 7 days, a midterm exam every month, and a big exam every half a year. The first place in the monthly exam will be rewarded with a free meal at the Zuaxian restaurant. You can bring your family and order whatever you want, but you can't waste it. The last 5 in the monthly exam will take turns to clean the School of Mathematics before the next exam. In 2 days, I will ask someone to put up a big sign in front of the School of Mathematics. The first 5 in the monthly exam will enter the honor roll, and the last 5 will enter the shame roll. As for the first place in the half-year exam, the reward will be 100 strings of coins. Do you all understand? The students in the classroom were just applauding Li Zishuan's open-minded teaching system. When they heard this series of rewards and punishments, they were all dumbfounded. Ah! The last 5 not only have to clean, but also enter the shame roll? That's so embarrassing. No, we can't be the last 5. In the future, we'll have to work late at night. The first place can have a free meal at the Zuaxian restaurant. How much is that worth? Wenhao, do you want to fight for the first place? Yes, I will fight for it. I once told my parents that I will take them to the best restaurant in Chang'an for a meal one day. Okay, I believe you can do it. Brother Shiqing, doesn't that mean the first place is already in your bag? You can't say that. None of us understand teachers' new mathematics. We all have the same starting point. Oh, the one who is most likely to win first place is teacher's direct disciple, Iron Egg. Well, that's possible, but isn't that unfair? Kong Ingda stroked his beard and did not say a word. In fact, he was thinking to himself, this reward and punishment system is quite novel. I'll see how effective it is later. If it can promote students' learning, then I'll promote it to the other academies of the Imperial College. These students' reactions were all within Li Zishuan's expectations. After all, no one wanted to lose face. After they quieted down a little, Li Zishuan picked up a piece of chalk, squinted his eyes and smiled. Don't worry, everyone. If Iron Egg is ranked first, then the reward for the first place of the month will be automatically extended to the second place. Well, I've explained the learning system of the mathematics school to you. Next, let's get to know each other. According to the order of your seats, everyone will stand up and introduce themselves. Come, let's start with you. A thin boy in the first row near the door saw Li Zishuan pointing at him. His face instantly turned red and he stammered, Teacher, are you talking to me? Li Zishuan also saw that the boy was a little shy, but the root of his shyness was his lack of self-confidence. He smiled gently and encouraged him. Yes, let's start with you. Don't be afraid. No matter what the relationship between teachers and students was before, from today onwards, we are all a family. We must love each other and help each other. Since we are a family, why don't you stand up and introduce yourself? The boy hesitated for a while before he finally plucked up his courage and stood up. He said shyly, Hello, teacher. Hello, everyone. I'm Liu Yang from Jinju, Hedong Province. Li Zishuan staggered. What a domineering name. Hello, teacher. Hello, everyone. I'm Jiang Qingyu from Jizhou, Hebei Province. Li Zishuan listened attentively to their self-introductions, memorizing their names and faces one by one. His memory was excellent. By the time all the students had finished their self-introductions, he had already built a database of their information in his mind. Well, let's start the class. For the first lesson, I'll teach you a new counting method. Look at these 10 numbers on the blackboard. Li Zishuan introduced the Arabic numerals to the students as he wrote and drew on the blackboard. The students looked and listened attentively while taking notes below. Kong Ingda nodded secretly. This way of teaching with the blackboard did make it easier for the students to concentrate. Hey, Sister Lan can you give me your teaching materials? I can buy them for 10 strings of cash. Look, our Prince of Wei is so generous, directly offering 10 strings of cash. He's not like that poor Li Chengqian from before, who had to grit his teeth and beg for half a day to buy a copy of Journey to the West before he was willing to offer 5 strings of cash. It turned out that Li Tai saw that everyone else was taking notes from time to time, except for Lan and Iron Egg. He glanced at their table and immediately discovered their secret. It turned out that they had teaching materials. So he rolled his eyes, leaned over to Lan and whispered to her. Who was the Prince of Wei? Anything that could be solved with money was not a problem. But Lan was a rich woman herself. She didn't care about that little bit of money. Not selling. You're the Prince of Wei. You're so stingy. Lan pouted and said with disdain. Fut. Beside him, Bruiser quickly covered his mouth to stifle his laughter. Li Tai was speechless. Among all the civil and military officials in the court, only Lan would dare to say that he, Li Tai, was stingy. 20 strings of cash. Li Tai said ruthlessly. He didn't believe that this girl wouldn't be tempted by that much money. Unfortunately, the result disappointed him. Not selling. Li Tai's face darkened. He wanted to get angry, but when he saw Li Zishuan giving a lecture, he didn't dare to say anything. He could only mumble to Iron Egg and say, Brother Iron Egg, how about you sell your teaching materials to me? Iron Egg thought about it and felt that it was a good deal to sell a book for 20 strings of cash. Moreover, he heard from his master yesterday that these teaching materials, so he nodded to Li Tai and said, okay. Then he handed the book to Li Tai. Li Tai was overjoyed. After being rejected by Lan, he didn't have much hope. He didn't expect to receive such a pleasant surprise. He excitedly took over the teaching materials. Without saying anything, he took out a few gold pancakes and placed them on Taidan's table. Good, Iron Egg. You're a good brother. I, Li Tai, will recognize you as my brother. Iron Egg took the gold cookies and was secretly happy. With so much money, he could buy a lot of delicious food for his father and sister. I've explained the new counting method, the new symbols, and the 4 arithmetic rules. Here is the multiplication table. Copy it down. You must memorize it by today. I'll check it tomorrow. Li Zishuan wrote the multiplication table on the blackboard and said to the students. As the students copied, they exclaimed that the new numbers and new symbols were too easy to use. It was many times more convenient than using Chinese characters. Xu Hongji, who was at the side, couldn't help but praise Kong Ingda, Chancellor Kong. The advantages of Professor Li's new counting method and new operation symbols are too obvious. It can be considered a groundbreaking revolution in the history of mathematics. Although Kong Ingda didn't specialize in mathematics, he had done some research on it. He nodded and said, Indeed. I'm afraid that your school of mathematics will officially rise in the future. After a while, when they finished copying, Li Zishuan wrote 5 addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division problems on the blackboard and said, Now, use the knowledge I just taught you to solve these 5 problems. I'll ask 5 people to come up and do it on the blackboard. Chapter 158. Ku Shiqing, Wang Meng, Meng Wenhao, Zheng Ziran, Li Tai. The 5 of you come up and answer these 5 questions according to the order I call. Li Zishuan randomly picked a few students. Of course, Li Tai was an exception. He wanted to deliberately make things difficult for this little fatty. Wang Meng, Meng Wenhao, and Zheng Ziran were shocked. They didn't expect Li Zishuan to remember their names just by listening to their self-introduction once. They couldn't help but be more convinced by this new teacher. The 5 of them obediently came to the blackboard, took out chalk, and imitated Li Zishuan's writing on the blackboard, and prepared to answer the questions. Who knew? Clack. The 5 of them had just touched the chalk on the blackboard when the chalk in their hands broke one after another. Kong Ingda and Xu Hongji, who were watching from below, felt their hearts ache. To them, chalk was a good teaching material. It was normal for people who were used to writing with a brush to not control their strength when using chalk for the first time. Li Zishuan didn't scold them. It was just a few pieces of chalk. He didn't feel bad. Li Tai frowned. He tried a few more times and finally got used to the strength of the chalk. When he looked at the question carefully, he was dumbfounded. It was a combination of addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division, and the 2 numbers multiplied by each other were 3 digits. It was his first time learning this new type of arithmetic. Did it have to be so ruthless? The little fatty pouted and looked at Li Zishuan bitterly. He was sure that Li Zishuan must have done it on purpose. But Li Tai wasn't someone who would admit defeat so easily. He gritted his teeth and gave it his all. Accompanied by the squeaking sound of chalk rubbing against the blackboard, the few of them began to answer the questions. After a while, Ku Shiqing, Wang Meng, Meng Wenhao, and Zheng Ziran finished their calculations. They put down the chalk and returned to their seats. Only Li Tai was still sweating profusely as he calculated. Li Zishuan smiled and didn't provoke him. He looked at the answers of the other 4 students first. Slowly, his smile froze on his face. Wang Meng, stand up. Sir. Wang Meng realized that he had miscalculated. He stood up and stammered. Who taught you that 9 times 6 equals 45? Sigh. Sir, it's you taught me. Wang Meng asked curiously. Li Zishuan was furious. Bullshit. Show me the multiplication table on the blackboard. Let's see what 9 times 6 equals. Wang Meng glanced at the multiplication table and felt that he had done nothing wrong. He immediately regained his confidence and confidently said, Teacher, look at the multiplication table. It says 6, 9, 54. Doesn't that mean 6 equals 45? Holy shit, Li Zishuan felt like 10,000 alpacas were galloping through his heart. The other students in the classroom were silent for a moment, and then they couldn't help but laugh. Li Zishuan explained the commutative law of multiplication to Wang Meng, and punished him by making him copy the multiplication table 10 times. At this time, Li Tai finally finished his problem. Just the calculation steps alone took him more than 20 lines. It was really difficult for him. The problem wasn't that difficult, but it would take some time to solve. Li Tai wiped the sweat from his forehead, put down the chalk, and glared at Li Zishuan. He turned around and was about to return to his seat. Fart. Ha ha ha. All the students pointed at Li Tai's face and laughed loudly. It turned out that when Li Tai was wiping his sweat, he had accidentally smeared the chalk dust on his face. Instantly, he looked like a little fat pig that had been smeared with white powder. Li Tai reacted. He quickly wiped his face with his sleeve and awkwardly returned to his seat. Li Zishuan ignored everyone's laughter. He looked at Li Tai's solution and nodded. Although this little fatty was sometimes arrogant, it was undeniable that he had the right to be arrogant. He learned things faster than others. Quiet. What are you laughing at? Li Zishuan roared. The students in the classroom immediately quieted down. Li Zishuan nodded with satisfaction and said, other than Wang Meng, the other 4 students all got it right. They are worthy of praise. Especially Li Tai. His problem was the most difficult, but he still managed to solve it. Everyone applauded him. After that, Li Zishuan took the lead and clapped his hands. But the other students looked at him strangely and did not applaud. Li Zishuan calmed down and suddenly understood something. In ancient times, there was no such thing as applauding when praising others. In fact, the origin of applause was said to be in ancient Rome before the Christian era. In a barbarian tribe that was at war with Rome, there was such a habit. When the leader finished speaking or issued a call, the soldiers would tap the weapons in their hands to show their support. This was much easier and more powerful than the Roman soldiers shouting to respond to the leader. Therefore, the Roman soldiers gradually learned this method and it eventually evolved into applause. In ancient China, there was also applause. However, it was not to welcome or praise, but to express happiness or anger. There was an idiom that proved that clap and laugh. Ahum, in the future, when a student is praised, we will all applaud and congratulate him. This is the tradition of our school of mathematics. Do you all hear me? If there is no such rule, then I will make the rule, Li Zishuan thought. Right now, Li Zishuan had absolute authority in this class. Although the students were puzzled, no one raised any objections. They all applauded. Clap, 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 clap. Loud applause immediately rang out in the classroom. Hee hee. As Li Tai listened, he suddenly felt that the feeling of being applauded by others was quite good. He suddenly felt that Li Zishuan was not so despicable. Then, He could not help but applaud for himself. Kong Ingda and Xu Hongji shook their heads and smiled bitterly. Looking at all the official and private schools in Tang Dynasty, there was no one who taught like Li Zishuan. The entire classroom was in chaos. Li Zishuan saw that it was about time. He still had to meet Cheng Yarojin, Qin Qiong, and the others for lunch at Zuaxian restaurant. He said, "All right, this morning's class is over. In the afternoon, you all can study by yourselves. As for your teaching materials, I will personally pay for them. In the next 2 days, I will arrange for craftsmen to print them out for you. When the time comes, everyone will get one." "Thank you, teacher. Thank you, teacher." All the students were grateful from the bottom of their hearts. Although this new teacher had some rules that were a bit ridiculous, he was knowledgeable and generous. However, there was one person who did not think so. That person was Li Tai. When he heard Li Zishuan's words, he almost vomited blood. He had spent 20 strings of coins to buy this teaching material. How could someone give it out for free without spending money? "Well, Brother Chinkyu, do you want me to refund the money to you?" Iron Egg saw Li Tai's gloomy face and could not help but ask tentatively. Li Tai waved his hand and said gloomily, "No need." Li Tai did not have the face to ask for the money that he had given out. Li Zishuan thought for a while and said, "Oh, right, there is one more question. The question is about the height of the ginkgo tree to the west of the entrance of the Imperial College. You can give me the answer after you have measured it, or you can write down your measurement method and give it to me. No matter what, you must hand it in the next class. The one who did the best homework this time will get 2 extra points for this month's exam. Tomorrow is the 7th day of the new year, so we will not have classes. In the future, on the 7th, 8th, 14th, 15th, 21st, 22nd, 28th, and 29th of every month, the school will have a break." "Okay, class dismissed." After saying that, he was about to leave. Li Tai, Lana, Iron Egg, Kong Ingda, and Xu Hongji hurriedly followed him out. The rest of the students in the classroom were in an uproar. "Ah! The ginkgo tree in front of the Imperial College must be more than 10 feet tall, right? How can we measure it? Yes, even the longest ruler is not that long, right? Even if it is that long, we can't go up. According to what the teacher just said, we can have 8 days off every month. Isn't this a little too much? What will the students in the other schools think if they know?" During the Tang Dynasty, the officials had a break every 5 days. Li Zishuan had a break of 8 days a month. Who cares what they think? With the teacher here, what are we afraid of? That's right, that's right. I say, you guys should think about how to solve the question that the teacher left behind. If you answer it well, you will get extra points for this month's exam. Haha, don't worry, I will go back and ask my father. My father is the secretary of the Ministry of Works. He might know. Wang Meng, you are shameless. Chapter 159. Professor Li, why aren't you taking a break according to the regulations of the directorate? Kong Ingda chased after Li Zishuan and asked. From his point of view, Li Zishuan was completely messing around. It was very likely that he was intentionally slacking off. Chancellor Kong, mathematics is a very taxing subject and one must strike a balance between work and rest in order to ensure high efficiency. In the future, other than having 2 days off every 5 days, I plan to let the students go to class for 45 minutes and rest for 15 minutes every day. My master said that a person's attention can only last for about 5 to 6 minutes at most. After every 3 minutes, taking a quarter of an hour off can ensure that a person's efficiency in doing things will double in the following time. Therefore, it is very necessary for this kid to do this. Li Zishuan said with a serious expression. Even though he was indeed slacking off, shouldn't he find an honorable reason to slack off? Hearing this, Kong Ingda glanced suspiciously at Li Zishuan. Even though he didn't believe him, he couldn't find a loophole in Li Zishuan's words. Xu Hongji held back his laughter and didn't say anything. He was certain that Li Zishuan was doing this to slack off. Cough cough, then let's not talk about this matter for now. Professor Li, I feel that your blackboard is quite beneficial for teaching. I wonder if you can provide a set of blackboards and chalks for writing on them for the other institutions of the directorate. Kong Ingda thought about it and didn't plan to pursue Li Zexuan's mistake of using the excuse of taking a break to slack off. After all, he had something to ask of Li Zexuan today. Mr. Kong, it's not easy to make these blackboards and chalks. The cost is rather high. If you want me to provide blackboards and chalks for all the institutions of the directorate and the directorate doesn't pay anything in return, I'm afraid it's a bit unreasonable, right? Li Zexuan said with a smile. Even though his family had a lot of money, it didn't come from nowhere. Kong Ingda's words were clearly trying to gain something without risking anything. How could this work? Kong Ingda understood the meaning behind Li Zexuan's words. He sighed in his heart, but said awkwardly, "Haha, of course I won't let Professor Li pay for it himself. I will apply to His Majesty for the court to allocate funds to purchase blackboards and chalk for the 120 classrooms of the Imperial College. I just hope that Professor Li won't ask for too high a price when the time comes. The court's finances aren't rich this year either." Li Zexuan pondered for a moment and nodded. "Sir, be at ease. This little one is not the sort of person who only cares about benefits and forgets favors. A country is a country, and only when one has a country can one have a home. This little one will not neglect the country's crisis for the sake of my family. When the time comes, this little one will sell the materials to the Imperial College at cost price. I only hope that the students can study hard and make my great Tang even more prosperous." Kong Ingda cupped his hands in gratitude. "Li Xian is a righteous man." Li Zexuan smiled. "Righteous? If this were the modern world, many keyboard warriors would call him a fool for not making money." After saying goodbye to Kong Ingda and Xu Hongji, the group walked out of the Imperial College. At this time, Li Tai came up and shouted, "Li Zexuan, wait." After leaving the classroom, Li Tai felt that his identity as a prince had returned to him. He began to be unrestrained again. He even dared to directly call Li Zexuan by his name. Li Zexuan stopped and glanced at Li Tai with a faint smile. Alas, the great prince of Wei doesn't know how to respect his teacher and directly calls him by his name. If His Majesty and the civil and military officials knew about this, what would they think? Li Tai's fat face paled. Although he was doted on by Li he was also afraid of those censors who only cared about their reputation and not their lives. Thus, he somewhat sullenly called out, "Sir Li." Li Zexuan was secretly pleased. With his hands behind his back, he pretended to be pretentious and said, "Chinkyu, why are you looking for me?" Little Fatty's mouth twitched, but he was also somewhat helpless. He could only say, "Sir, a few months ago, you said that you wanted to print and sell Journey to the West. I don't know why there is still no news after so long." Li Zexuan touched his nose and said awkwardly, "Cough. So it's about this matter. Chinkyu, you may not know, but there are many plots in Journey to the West that involve the struggle between Buddhism and Taoism. It's really not suitable to publicize it." This was something that Li Jingmo had mentioned to him one day when he was talking to him. At that time, he was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. Journey to the West overall emphasized Buddhism and suppressed Taoism, but Li strongly advocated Taoism. If he took this book out to sell, wouldn't he be courting death? After listening to this, Li Tai suddenly understood and nodded. He said regretfully, "Sir's worries are somewhat reasonable. It's just that Journey to the West is such a wonderful novel. It's really a pity that we can't share it with everyone." Li Zexuan said with a smile, "Hehe, I've been thinking for a long time recently and have decided to publish another novel called A Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. It will be narrated by me and written by Iron Egg. After it's finished, I will hand it over to the workshop for printing. Chinkyu, if you are interested, you can go and buy it. I guarantee that it will be longer and more wonderful than Journey to the West." Li Tai's eyes suddenly lit up. A Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. Just the name alone sounded amazing, so he said excitedly, "Sir, how about I write it? My calligraphy has already reached the primary level. Even my father, the emperor, and scholar you have praised it. It will definitely not be a disgrace to Sir's wonderful story." Iron Egg couldn't help but feel anxious when his job was snatched away. However, he also knew his own limitations. He knew that his doggy paddle calligraphy was indeed not as good as Li Tai's, a prince. Li Zishuan found it funny. There was actually someone who was willing to fight for such a difficult job. He, if Qingqiu is willing, you can come to my house every day during your rest days. You can write it. When you're not around, Iron Egg will write it. Iron Egg felt relieved. It seemed that his master was still thinking about him. Li Tai said happily, "Thank you very much, sir. Then this student will go to sir's house tomorrow." With a straight face, Li Zishuan said, "Qingqiu, you can't slack off on your studies because of this. Mathematics is the foundation of all learning other than Confucianism. You should first solve the problem that I left behind for you." Li Tai said gloomily, "Yes, sir." After parting with Li Tai, Lan and Iron Egg didn't want to join in the fun with Cheng Yarojin and the others, so they went straight home. Li Zishuan asked San Bao and the others to protect Lan and Iron Egg while he rode his horse to the Drunken Immortal Tavern. "Hey, young master, you're here. Master and the other dukes are waiting for you upstairs." When he arrived at the Drunken Immortal Tavern, shopkeeper Liu welcomed him with a smile. Li Zishuan nodded. Today's banquet was mainly to thank Cheng Yarojin, Qin Qiong, Yuqi Jingda, and Niu Jindar for their kindness in leading the family to the rescue that day. As the father, Li Jingmo naturally had to personally accompany them to drink. Otherwise, wouldn't that be too disrespectful to the dukes? Li Zishuan handed the reins to the servant and went up to the 4th floor alone. From afar, he could hear Cheng Yaojin's hearty laughter. "Haha, brother Jingmo is right. No matter how I look at you, you don't look like a businessman at all. Instead, you look more like a group of rough soldiers like us, haha." Chapter 160. Li Jingmo had traveled extensively in the business world for more than 20 years. He had long since mastered the ability to talk to people and ghosts. Therefore, as long as he was willing, he could chat with anyone. Li Jingmo knew that it was impossible to chat and drink with military heroes like Cheng Yarojin and Qin Qiong. He had to be forthright. Haha, back then, General Cheng was invincible on the battlefield, causing the enemy to tremble in fear. At that time, I was just a small peddler, but I could often hear stories about General Cheng in the marketplace. Li Jingmo gave Cheng Yarojin a little flattery. "Haha, old Yuchi, how is it? I, old Cheng, have a greater reputation among the people than you." Cheng Yarojin laughed proudly. Everyone in the room was speechless at this shameless old man. "Uncle Cheng, Uncle Qin, Uncle Yuchi, Uncle Nyo, I was delayed by some matters at the Imperial College. I'm really sorry to have made you all wait for so long." Li Zishuan pushed open the door and cupped his hands apologetically. School was already a little late today, and after school, he spent half a day chatting with Kong Ingda and the others at the entrance of the Imperial College. As a result, he was a little late when he arrived at the Drunken Immortal restaurant. But he couldn't be blamed. The Imperial College didn't have an alarm or something. No one knew when school was over. It seemed that he would have to assign someone to ring the bell in the Institute of Mathematics. Cheng Yarojin pointed at Li Zishuan and said angrily, "Haha, you really have guts. You actually made us elders wait for you. You're really something. You'll punish yourself with 3 cups later." Niu Jindar also echoed, Yes, you should punish yourself with 3 cups. Li Jingmo looked at his son with some worry. After spending so much time together, he knew that his son wasn't good at drinking. But at this time, he obviously couldn't refute. Li Jingmo could only suppress his worry and wait for the changes. Li Zishuan's face did not have the slightest trace of fear. He ordered the waiter to serve the dishes while personally pouring a cup of tea for Cheng Yarojin and the other 3. "Uncle Cheng, you're right. I should be punished for making you wait for so long. Today, I've prepared a special pot of immortal drunken wine for you. It's stronger than the one on the market. Because this wine is rare, I won't fight with you for it later. I'll punish myself by drinking 3 cups of immortal drunken wine as an apology." Cheng Yarojin looked at Li Zishuan meaningfully, then laughed and said, That's right. Little Xian, you can go and drink the sweet home. You can leave that special immortal drunken wine to me, old Cheng." Niu Jindar and Qin Qiong pointed at Cheng Yarojin and scolded him for being shameless. Li Jingmo heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He was happy that his son had cleverly resolved the awkward situation. When the dishes were served, everyone sat around the table, drinking and chatting merrily. They toasted each other and toasted each other. It was very lively. Little Xian, today seems to be your first day on duty at the Imperial College. How was it? Did that group of scholars make things difficult for you? Cheng Yaojin asked as he drank. Li Zexuan could hear the concern in Cheng Yaojin's words and felt warm in his heart. Although old Cheng was a boorish person, he treated his own people well. Li Jingmo also looked at Li Zexuan with an inquiring gaze. Haha, thank you for your concern, Uncle Cheng. Chancellor Kong has taken good care of me. The teaching assistant of the School of Mathematics is an old friend of my father. Moreover, the Imperial College speaks with one's strength. My attainments in mathematics can be said to have reached a higher level. Therefore, I'm quite successful today. Li Zexuan replied smugly. Cheng Yaojin laughed. Haha, you're really shameless. However, little Xian, you're also a capable person. You're proficient in literature and martial arts. Unlike my family's Cho Nyo, who only knows my 3 axes. Qin Qiong interjected and asked, Little Xian, did spiritual master Ling Shu teach you the art of mathematics? Uncle Qin, the art of mathematics is only the foundation of my master's lifetime of knowledge. He said that only by mastering mathematics can one create sturdier cities, more powerful weapons, faster vehicles, and more efficient farming tools. The curved plow from before also contained the knowledge of mathematics. Qin Qiong asked curiously, your master also knows the art of refining weapons? Oh, I almost forgot. In ancient times, people called this skill of Taoism the art of refining weapons. I've been blindly comparing so much just now. Fortunately, Qin Qiong and the others didn't see through it. Li Zexuan felt a little awkward in his heart, but he continued without changing his expression. My master is indeed proficient in the art of refining weapons. In the early years, my master traveled to various countries and collected the best of each country's craftsmanship. He once created a strange object that could allow people to fly. Once, my master was in a small country in Nanyang and was surrounded by tens of thousands of local aborigines. He relied on this object to float away without a single injury. Bragging wasn't against the law. Li Zexuan described his master to his heart's content. In any case, he had learned a little through various means in the past few months. Spiritual Master Ling Shu was indeed an otherworldly expert. The number of people in the world who had truly seen him could be counted on one hand. There probably wasn't a single person who was truly familiar with him. Thus, no matter how he bragged, he wouldn't be exposed. The few old people in the room widened their eyes in shock. Yuqi Jingde couldn't help but mutter, there are really people in this world who can fly. Isn't this the means of immortals? Li Zexuan shook his head and said, Uncle Yuqi, this is just borrowing the help of external objects. There are no immortals in this world. In fact, when the technology in the world is developed to the extreme, it isn't impossible for mortals to fly in the sky. Cheng Yaojin's eyes turned and he chuckled, Little Xian, does your school of mathematics still lack students? What do you think of my family's Cho Nyo? As a brother, you have to give him a hand. Li Zexuan was stunned. He hesitated for a while before stammering, Uncle Cheng, it's not that I'm unwilling to accept, but I'm afraid that brother Cho Nyo won't be able to learn this. Cheng Yaojin glared and said, he dares. See if I don't break his legs. My Tang Empire's internal affairs have basically been stabilized. Those clowns outside will also vanish in a puff of smoke in less than 5 years. How can this Cho Nyo not learn some other skills? Don't worry and teach him. If he doesn't listen, just tell me and I'll take care of him. Alright, Li Zexuan could only mourn for Cheng Chumo in his heart. Haha, madman Cheng, your Cho Nyo's brain is like yours. Even if you give him an immortal secret manual, he won't be able to understand it. Haha, little Xian, why don't you let my Baolin learn from you? Although this child isn't particularly intelligent, he's willing to work hard to improve himself. Yuqi Jingde couldn't help but make sarcastic remarks. Cheng Yaojin was furious. Old hey Yuqi, how good can your son be? You still have the face to talk about me. The two quarreled, and there seemed to be signs of a big battle. Qin Qiong, Niu Jindar, and Li Jingmo hurriedly tried to stop the fight. In the end, Li Zishuan's mathematics class had 3 more children from the military: Cheng Chumo, Qin Huayu, and Yuqi Baolin. Niu Jindar's son had been recuperating at home, so he didn't make any similar requests. However, the happiest people were probably the students of the School of Mathematics. With Cheng Chumo helping them to take the bottom, wouldn't they have another layer of protection to get out of the role of shame? The banquet ended, and the guests and hosts enjoyed themselves. However, Cheng Yarojin and the others drank a little too much. Li Zishuan called for a few servants to send them back. After finally sending these old masters away, Li Zishuan and Li Jingmo couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. They looked at each other, and Li Jingmo smiled. "All right, little Xian, hurry back to the Imperial College. You still have to teach the students in the afternoon, right?" Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, "No need, father. The students are self-studying in the afternoon. With teaching assistant Shu there, I don't need to go. Moreover, I'll let the students rest tomorrow and the day after, so I don't need to go." Li Jingmo's mouth twitched. No one knew a son better than his father. How could he not know what his son was thinking? He paused, and finally said helplessly, "Then let's go home." The father and son mounted their horses and headed for Yongle Lane. Chapter 161. In the afternoon. Madame Li came to the west courtyard. Iron Egg and Lan went to the Imperial College. Li Zishuan was lying on a deck chair in the pavilion in the middle of the lake in the west courtyard. He opened his mouth and took the grapes that Xiao Shi fed him. Cough cough, grapes from the grape trellis. "Madam." The 2 maids saw Madame Li come over and bowed. Li Zishuan also quickly sat up. "Mother." "Yes." Madame Li smiled and sat down on the bench next to her. Xiao He cleverly poured a cup of tea and placed it on the stone table in front of Madame Li. "Xian, are you doing well in the Imperial College?" "Mother, I'm doing well. With my skills, who can bully me?" Madame Li rolled her eyes at her son and took a sip of tea. She smiled and said, Lana is too much. She must go to the Imperial College to cause trouble for you. How can a girl get married in the future if she doesn't learn how to be a seamstress?" "Mother, there's nothing wrong with Lana learning more. Why must she learn how to be a seamstress? She can just find a tailor to make clothes." Li Zishuan said indifferently. He didn't understand why girls in ancient times had to learn how to be a seamstress. Did she marry to make clothes for her husband's family? Madame Li said angrily, "Nonsense. If a girl doesn't know how to be a seamstress, which family will want her? Yushi is not bad. I saw a few of her work before and it's better than mine." "Hihi, how can it be better than mother's? Mother's skills are naturally the best in Chang'an." This was clearly a trap. If Li Zishuan followed his mother's wishes and praised his wife, there was no guarantee that his mother wouldn't feel jealous. Thus, he shamelessly flattered her. Madame Li was happy when she heard this, but she said, "You little sly, trying to make me happy. I've already discussed your marriage with Yushi with Han Lijing. Tomorrow, I'll send a matchmaker to the Han family to propose marriage." Li Zishuan was happy when he heard this. He quickly went forward and poured tea for his mother. "Thank you, mother. It just so happens that I have a day off tomorrow. Why don't we go together?" A day without seeing her felt like 3 autumns. They had not seen each other for several days. Every night, when it was quiet, he really wanted to hug his wife. Mrs. Li Zishuan pointed her finger at Li Zishuan's forehead. "You child, how can you be so ignorant of the rules? How can the groom personally propose marriage? Tomorrow, your father and matchmaker Song will bring people to the Han family to propose marriage. You just stay at home. You and Yushi are not allowed to meet before you get married." "Ah!" Li Zishuan was dumbfounded. "Mother, when will Yushi and I get married?" Madame Li laughed and said, "Look at how anxious you are. This is just the beginning of the marriage proposal. Later on there is still the ceremony of receiving the bride, asking for the name of the bride, accepting the bride, and then the date of the invitation, setting an auspicious date, and finally the welcoming ceremony. Xian, you have to learn the wedding procedures properly. Don't make a fool of yourself when you get married." Li Zishuan almost fainted as he listened. Did it have to be so troublesome? Couldn't they just have a flash marriage? Mother, then you should set the wedding date earlier. Otherwise, it won't be good if your daughter-in-law runs away. Li Zishuan wiped the sweat off his forehead and hurriedly ran away after saying that. Madame Li looked at Li Zishuan's back as he ran away. She shook her head and smiled dotingly. This child. Xiao He and Xiao Shi, who were at the side, couldn't help but cover their mouths and chuckle. Li Zishuan went out of the mansion and went to the workshop to find Liu Yidao, Liu Dingyi. Ever since Li Zishuan bought the original Heavenly Craft Pavilion and poached him, this old man had been idling in the Strange Interest Pavilion. After Yang Shaoning gave his workshop to Li Zishuan also transferred Liu Yidao to the workshop. This old man usually helped Forbert carve some ornaments on the skateboard in the workshop, so he was free and relaxed. Master Liu, you used to carve all kinds of strange objects. Do you know how to carve words? Li Zishuan motioned Liu Yidao to sit down first and then asked. Liu Yidao smiled and said, "Young master, carving words is much easier than carving wood." "Of course, I know how to do it. What kind of words do you want to carve?" Li Zishuan took out the mathematics book and said, "I want to print about 30 copies of this book. I want to trouble you to carve a set of templates." Liu Yidao hesitated and said, "Young master, if you want to carve a block plate, it will take a lot of time and effort. It's better to ask a group of poor scholars to copy it." Li Zishuan heard and suddenly understood. There was no movable type printing in the Tang dynasty. "Master Liu, I don't want you to carve a block plate for each page. You can use the clay to make blanks of the same size. Carve a single word in reverse at one end. The height of the word protrusion is like the thickness of the edge of a copper coin. Burn it hard with fire and make it into a single movable type of clay. Then, print it according to the content of each page." "Good, young master's method is good. In this way, all the books can be printed on a large scale in our workshop and passed down to the future generations. It's really a great merit." Forbert just walked in and heard Li Zishuan's new printing method. He couldn't help but applaud loudly. "Manager Fu." Liu Yidao stood up and greeted him. "Forbert, you came at the right time. I plan to set up a printing department in the workshop. You can transfer some people to Master Liu. In the future, there will be a lot of books for the workshop to print," Li Zishuan said to Forbert. Forbert sat down and said, "Yes, young master." Li Zishuan nodded and said to Liu Yidao, "Master Liu, set up the printing department as soon as possible. Help me print this book in 2 days. I need it urgently." Liu Yidao took the book from Li Zishuan's hand and replied, "Yes, young master." Young master, what are these curved words on the book? And these circles and dots, what do they mean? Why haven't I seen them before?" Liu Yidao opened it and was dumbfounded. "These are my new arithmetic numbers, arithmetic symbols, and some punctuation marks. Master Liu, you can print according to them," Li Zishuan explained. "Oh." Liu Yidao scratched his head. Although he didn't understand, he still agreed. He didn't care what it meant. He just needed to print according to it. "Forbert, how's my carriage?" Li Zishuan asked Forbert after Liu Yidao went out. Forbert wiped the sweat on his forehead and said, "Young master, it's not done yet. This carriage is far more difficult than I thought. I think it will take a few more days." Li Zishuan nodded and took out a drawing. He said with a smile, "Forbert, help me make something else." Forbert was a little dizzy when he saw Li Zishuan take out the drawing. He didn't know what his young master was going to do. He took a look and couldn't help but be puzzled. "Young master, what are you going to do with this thing?" "Forbert, this is a custom-made shoe for horses. When the horse wears it, its hooves will never be injured again. The life of the horse will also be greatly increased." Li Zishuan went to see the injury of the white horse at home yesterday. Looking at its hooves that were wrapped in a circle, Li Zishuan suddenly realized that there were no horseshoes in the Tang dynasty. Looking at the white horse's pitiful eyes, Li Zishuan asked someone to measure the size of the horse's hooves. He planned to make a pair of shoes for it. After listening to Li Zishuan's explanation, Forbert suddenly felt a little doubtful. His young master was already so prodigal that it made people's hair stand on end. It wasn't enough for him to make something for himself, but he also wanted to make shoes for the horse. No matter how he heard it, it felt like a fantasy story. Young master, will this really work? Li Zishuan smiled and said confidently, Forbert, just do it. It will definitely work. Forbert felt helpless and could only agree. Chapter 162. As night fell, the pedestrians on the road went home one after another. After a few minutes, the sky was completely dark. Thousands of lights lit up one after another. In the northeast of Chang'an City, many squares were close to the imperial palace, so most of them were the residences of high-ranking officials and nobles. In the northwest of Chang'an City, because it was close to the West Market, a large number of rich merchants, Persians, and other non-civilized people gathered here. Therefore, the market structure of Chang'an City had always been rich in the west, rich in the east, and noble in the east. Giyi Square, southwest of Chang'an City. This place was far away from the bustling area, and most of it was a gathering place for poor people. In a dilapidated courtyard, a few lights were lit up. In the room, a little boy about 10 years old was holding a little girl's hand and teaching her how to write. The little girl was about 7 or 8 years old, and her face was a little yellow, obviously malnourished. She seemed to think that writing was fun, and an innocent smile appeared on her face from time to time. Yaya, it's time to eat. A woman in coarse grey clothes came in with a bowl and said with a smile, Oh, it's time to eat. The little girl cheered and broke free from the boy's arms. She ran to the table and looked at the food in the bowl, drooling. The boy shook his head in amusement and asked the woman, Mother, won't father come back for dinner tonight? The woman in grey was startled and said, Your father is helping people unload goods on the murky river. I'm afraid he won't come back tonight. Don't worry about that. Eat first. The little boy agreed in a low voice and quietly went back to the table to sit down. Come, eat an egg. Today, when I was working at Minister Hu's house, his wife gave it to me. Eat it to nourish your brain. Maybe you can be the top scorer in the exam next year. The woman carefully peeled an egg and put it in the little boy's bowl, and said lovingly. The little boy looked at the egg in the bowl and then looked at Yaya, who was drooling. He put the egg in Yaya's bowl with chopsticks and said, Mother, I have eggs for lunch at the Imperial College. Give this egg to little sister. He thought to himself, I must get first place in this monthly test. That way, I can bring my parents and little sister to the Drunken Immortal restaurant to have a big meal. I heard that the wine in the Drunken Immortal restaurant is called the best wine in the world. My father used to love wine a long time ago, but in order to support my studies, he didn't drink anymore. I must bring my father to taste it. It's been a long time since I've eaten meat. I'm sure you'll like the chicken, meatballs, and braised pork from the Drunken Immortal restaurant. The Dompa pork and twice-cooked pork from the Drunken Immortal restaurant would definitely like to eat them. The grey-clothed woman originally wanted to stop him, but after hearing her son's words, she could only give up. She sighed and said, I heard from you yesterday that a new teacher will be coming to your academy today. What do you think? Did Mr. Shin teach well? This little boy was Meng Wenhao from the School of Mathematics. Today in class, Li Zishuan had called his name to do some questions on the blackboard. Meng Wenhao smiled and said, Mother, you must know our new teacher. He's the man from Lantian County who presented the Tsuyuan Plo to the imperial court a while ago. His mathematical ability is unique. He's the most knowledgeable person I've ever met. The grey-clothed woman was obviously taken aback. She said in astonishment, So it's Li Xiannan. This person is the great benefactor of our poor family. You have to learn well from Li Xiannan and live up to his teachings. Meng Wenhao's mouth twitched. He thought to himself, what would Mr. Shin think if he knew that someone called him Mr. Shin? The next day, the wind was gentle and the sun was bright. Mother, I'm going to the Imperial College. Meng Wenhao finished his breakfast and shouted to his mother who was cleaning up the dishes in the kitchen. The woman walked out and asked, didn't you say yesterday that you had a day off today? Why do you still want to go? Meng Wenhao turned around and said, Mother, Mr. Shin left a question yesterday. I'm going to the Imperial College to solve it today. After saying that, he turned around and ran away. The woman was puzzled. She wanted to ask, but her son had already gone far. At the Imperial College, under the ginkgo tree next to the gate stood a young man in blue. The young man did not move. He raised his head and stared at the top of the ginkgo tree without blinking. Among the students of the Imperial College, the young man was like a lone wolf with his head held high. He stood alone between heaven and earth, looking very different. The passing crowd quickly noticed him. Hey, look, there's a fool over there. He's standing there motionless. Ha, it's true. Why is there a fool in our Imperial College? He's not a fool. I know this person. He's Meng Wenhao from the School of Mathematics. His results have always been among the best in the school. Ah, isn't the School of Mathematics closed today? Why is he here? Who knows? Instead of sleeping at home early in the morning, he's here in a daze. He must be crazy. It's said that the School of Mathematics has 8 days off every month. They're so lucky. Yeah, why can they have 8 days off every month? I'm going to protest to the teacher of our school. We have to take 8 days off every month too. Yes, we're going to protest. Why aren't you leaving? You're going to be late. If you're late, the teacher might slap you. Ah, let's go. The surrounding students immediately dispersed, and the gate of the Imperial College returned to its original quiet state. Meng Wenhao remained motionless. He was not affected by the noise outside at all. If he could answer the question well, he could get 2 extra points in the monthly exam. If he could get these 2 points, he would have a much better chance of getting first place in the monthly exam. Many ideas flashed through his mind, but he rejected them all. No, this won't work either. This is definitely not the best plan. There must be a better one. Meng Wenhao was in a trance. He did not feel the passage of time at all. Kong Yingda passed by him and looked at him. He shook his head and sighed. Stubborn child, I hope you can get over it soon. After saying that, he didn't bother Meng Wenhao and walked away. Time passed. It was noon in the blink of an eye. Wow, why is Meng Wenhao still standing here? Yeah, he didn't even move his feet. Don't make a mistake while standing. I think there's something wrong with his brain. Let's go. Let's not care about him. Let's eat. Yes, yes, yes. Let's eat. The surroundings fell into silence again. Meng Wenhao's lips were dry and cracked. His body was a little shaky, but he had no intention of moving. He was still in deep thought. Since the morning, he had thought of hundreds of methods in his mind, such as building a ladder, measuring the trunk section by section, tying a rope to the top of the tree, measuring the length of the rope, etc. However, he rejected them all. His intuition told him that these were not the best methods. There must be a simpler way. There must be. I can think of something. Meng Wenhao thought firmly. Chapter 163. Yongla Lane. At the Li residence, the marriage proposal team was assembled early in the morning. The leader was a middle-aged woman in her 30s or 40s. She had heavy makeup on and her laughter was mesmerizing. Li Zishuan's eyes were red and he hurriedly returned to the west courtyard. Hey, Xiaoxi, you're going too? Li Zishuan asked curiously when he bumped into Xiaoxi, who was in a hurry. Yes, young master. Madam asked Xiaoxi to deliver something to young mistress. Xiaoxi replied with a smile. Li Zishuan laughed and joked. Haha, little girl, you're calling her young mistress so soon? Xiaoxi, wait a moment. Help me deliver something to Yushi too. Yes, young master. Li Zishuan smiled and returned to his room. He spread out a piece of paper and began to write, I'm willing to win the heart of my beloved. When your hair is white and you're past your prime, I'll still hold your hands and give you the gentleness of the world. Be good, Yushi. Stay at home and wait for me to marry you. After he finished writing, he suddenly had an idea. He folded the letter into a paper crane and pressed it flat into an envelope. He sealed it and walked out. Young master, you're going to deliver a letter to young mistress? Xiao He was carrying a bag and came to the entrance of the courtyard. She was probably going to follow the marriage proposal team to the Han residence. Li Zishuan passed the letter to Xiaoxi and said to Xiao He, little girl, don't peek on the way. Xiao Shi was the timid type while Xiao He was more lively. It was just that her chest was a little small. Ahem, what was he thinking? Xiao He pouted and said, Xiao He won't peek. Young master must have written some mushy words of love to young mistress. Xiao He will die of jealousy if I read it. You little brat. Li Zeshuan's face turned black and he pretended to knock her head. Xiao He screamed and ran away with Xiao Shi. Tai Chi Palace, Sweet Dew Hall. This was where Li would read and deal with government affairs after the morning court. At this moment, Li Zeshuan was sitting at the top with a book in his hand. He frowned as he read, Zhao Song, is this Li Zeshuan's new mathematics? Why have I never seen these strange words before? Zhao Song stepped forward cautiously and said, Your Majesty, this is indeed a new type of mathematics that Li Xiannan invented. It is said that this book was compiled by him personally. As for the strange words in the book, I don't understand them either. However, I'm sure that Your Highness, Prince of Wei, will be able to understand them. After Prince of Wei finished listening to the lecture yesterday, he even solved a very difficult question that Li Xiannan set. Li smiled happily. Great. My Qingqiu is indeed talented and learns everything quickly. Haha. Zhao Song smiled and said, It's all thanks to His Majesty's teachings. Li laughed heartily, accepting the flattery. Your Majesty, the male student from Li County left a question after class yesterday. He said that he wanted the students to figure out a way to measure the height of the 1,000-year-old ginkgo tree in front of the Imperial College. He also said that the student with the best method would get 2 extra points in this month's exam. Zhao Song saw that Li was very interested in the matter between Li Zeshuan and Li Tai, so he continued. Li was stunned and asked, Monthly exam? What monthly exam? Zhao Song explained, Your Majesty, this is the examination system that Li Xiannan set for the School of Mathematics. It is said that the School of Mathematics has a small exam every 7 days, a midterm exam every month, and a major exam every half a year. The top student in the monthly exam will be treated to a meal at the Drunken Immortal restaurant with Li Xiannan's personal funds. He can even bring his family along. The top 5 students in the monthly exam will have a roll of honor, while the bottom 5 will have a roll of shame. They will also be responsible for cleaning the teaching hall. The top student in the half-year exam will be rewarded with 100 strings of cash. Li was surprised for a moment, then smiled and said, This kid is really rich and overbearing. He is even more generous than I am and has a lot of ideas. The students in the Imperial College are going to have a headache. I hope that Li Zeshuan can take the lead in guiding the culture of the Imperial College. In recent years, the Imperial College has become a gathering place for rich playboys. Zhao Song said respectfully, Your Majesty is farsighted and wise. Li waved his hand and pondered for a moment, then said, But this kid really knows how to make things difficult for others. The ginkgo tree at the entrance of the Imperial College is probably more than 100 feet tall, right? How are the students going to measure it? Zhao Song, can you fly that high with your lightness ability? Zhao Song broke out in sweat and quickly said, Your Majesty, this great grandmaster can't fly that high, right? That kind of height is not something that a human can achieve. Li rubbed his nose and knew that he was overthinking. Your Majesty, are you still reviewing the memorials? I have prepared iced sour plum soup for you to relieve the heat. At this moment, Zhong Sun walked over elegantly with a bowl of sour plum soup. Seeing this, Zhao Song quickly retreated to the side and became one with the pillars in the hall like an old monk in meditation. Haha, Guanyin, you have troubled yourself. In the future, let the servants do these things. You are not in good health and should not be overworked. Come and sit. Li moved his seat and gestured for Zhong Sun to sit over. After Zhong Sun sat down, she smiled and said, Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. My body is not that weak. Your Majesty, please drink some sour plum soup to relieve the heat. Li nodded and took the sour plum soup. He drank a few mouthfuls and exclaimed in satisfaction. Your Majesty, are you not done reviewing the memorials? Zhong Sun looked at the stacked memorials on the table and could not help but feel sorry for him. Soon. Guanyin, please wait a moment. I will finish reviewing them soon and then accompany you to admire the flowers. Li Er finished the sour plum soup in a few mouthfuls and went back to work. Moments later, Li Er looked at a memorial and muttered, "It's this kid again." But this time, he still has some conscience. Jong-sun came over curiously and asked, "Your Majesty, who are you talking about?" Li Er came back to his senses and said with a smile, "It's all because of that kid Li Zexuan." Kong Ingda wrote a memorial saying that Li Zexuan had created a type of blackboard and chalk that was extremely beneficial for teaching. Thus, he requested that I allocate a sum of money to the directorate to purchase a batch of blackboards and chalk. Jong-sun was stunned. "This kid even earns money from you, Your Majesty?" Li Er shook his head and said, "This time, this kid still has some conscience." Kong Ingda told him that the imperial court's finances are not good this year. Who knew that this kid would take the initiative to give in and only take the cost? How rare. Jong-sun smiled and said, "If that's the case, this kid is quite righteous." "Your Majesty, why do you still seem a little unhappy?" Li Er looked up and sighed. He said in a deep voice, "In the end, it's because the imperial court has no money. They actually let a kid take the initiative to give in." Jong-sun saw Li Er's gloomy face and knew that he was thinking about the Turkic Khaganate south last year. The Tang Empire emptied Chang'an's treasury to sign the Wei River Treaty. She comforted him gently and said, "These 2 years have been hard for Your Majesty. It's a pity that I, as a woman, can't come out to share Your Majesty's burden." Li Er put his arm around Zhang Suan's waist and said with a smile, "Maid Guanyin has helped me a lot. Of course, these world affairs should be shouldered by me. The Turkic Khaganate is just a clown. When the Tang Empire reinvigorates, we will definitely hunt the grassland." Jong-sun leaned her head on Li Er's shoulder and suddenly thought of something. She looked up and said, "Your Majesty, Li Zexuan said that his master predicted that there would be a locust plague next year. Your Majesty, how do you plan to deal with it?" Li Er's lofty sentiments and lofty aspirations immediately vanished. He said with a solemn expression, "Shu Bao personally vouched for this kid, and this kid said it with certainty. I have to believe him. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. I'm discussing this with Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the others. I think there will be a solution in a few days." Jong-sun wondered, "Your Majesty, why don't you directly adopt the kid's strategy of raising chickens?" Li Er stroked Zhang Suan's long hair and sighed, "That kid's method may only be able to take care of his family's farmers. What I want to take care of is the people in the world. The imperial court doesn't have the money to raise so many chickens. For this matter, there must be a detailed plan for the specific areas." Jong-sun nodded thoughtfully. Chapter 164. Afternoon. "I, who can't hold on to love, always watch it slip away. There are so many happy people in the world, why can't you count me in? Love must be courageous with every setback. Love must be firm and persistent. Every single person has to see through it. If you want to love, don't be afraid of pain. Find someone you love the most, someone you love deeply, someone you want to love, to say goodbye to being single. Someone who is passionate, infatuated, heartless, and ruthless. To Skami __ he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to see his wife for the next 2 months. Most importantly, his 2 personal maidservants had left today. He didn't even have a girl to flirt with. Li Zexuan was lying alone on a deck chair in the pavilion of the West Courtyard, singing the single love song in solitude to comfort himself, a pitiful single dog. As he sang, Li Zexuan felt like he was letting go of himself. His singing became louder and louder. The servants watched from afar as their young master went crazy. They were hesitating whether or not they should tell the madam. F***ck, stop, 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 stop singing. Suddenly, he heard an angry roar. Li Zexuan subconsciously stopped singing. He opened his eyes and looked to the side. It was Li Tai. The little fatty covered his ears and looked at him with a strange expression. Li Zexuan was speechless. His singing wasn't bad, okay? Why did this fatty look so disgusted? Moreover, this is my house. It's bad enough that you didn't greet me when you came in, but you still have the cheek to look down on me? What? Could it be that Qing Q's ears have become pregnant after hearing your master's singing? Li Zishuan asked with a smile. After dealing with Li Tai so many times, Li Zishuan knew that he couldn't be polite with this little fatty. Otherwise, he would definitely take advantage of him. Li Tai spat and said, "You're the one who got pregnant after hearing it. It's so unpleasant to hear. It's simply obscene. The person who wrote it is really vulgar. It's a disgrace to the refined." Li Zishuan was so angry that he casually threw a grape from the stone table and scolded, "This brat actually called such a classic song of the later generations obscene and cliched. You brat, you're the one who's insulting the educated. Is this how you talk to your teacher?" Fatty's mind went blank. He dodged the sneak attack and retorted, "This isn't the Imperial College. Don't put on airs. You say that I don't respect my teachers, but what proof do you have?" This damn fatty actually acted shamelessly. Li Zishuan didn't know what to do with him. Who asked him to have such a good father? Li Zishuan thought viciously. "I'll remember this and see how I'll deal with you the day after tomorrow. Then may I know the reason for your highness' visit today?" Li Zishuan said indifferently with an unapproachable look. Li Tai finally remembered the purpose of his visit. It seemed that he had a favor to ask. He was so focused on bickering with Li Zishuan that he forgot about the proper business. This was bad. Their relationship was strained. How was he going to continue the discussion? The song you sang just now was really beautiful. Tai is deeply impressed." Li Tai had never flattered anyone before. When he really needed to, he was incomparably stiff. Li Zishuan looked at Li Tai with a strange expression, wondering if this little fatty's brain had short-circuited. "It's SOSO. I say, Chinkyu, why are you here today?" Li Zishuan thought for a while and decided to listen to what this little fatty wanted. Li Tai's mouth twitched. He secretly cursed Li Zishuan for being shameless, but he smiled brightly and said, "Didn't you say last time that you wanted me to help record the legend of a mortal's journey to immortality? I have nothing to do today, so I came here to do it for you." It turned out that this little fatty had a favor to ask of him. Li Zishuan put on airs and said pretentiously, "Oh, I'm not in a good mood today because someone said that my singing was terrible. I'll tell it another day." Li Tai's face suddenly became very ugly, but when he thought of the wonderful journey to the west last time, he gritted his teeth and said, "I was just talking nonsense. Please don't take it to heart." Li Zishuan smiled. He knew that he couldn't go too far at this time. Everything had to be done in moderation. Otherwise, if he went too far, even friends would become enemies. "Well, I'm in a much better mood now, so I can tell you the story. Chinkyu, have you finished your homework?" Li Tai heard this and said proudly, "Of course. It's just a question." "How can I, Li Tai, be stumped?" Li Zishuan asked curiously, "Oh? So you've already thought of a solution? Tell me quickly, it's a secret. This student will give the answer to you the day after tomorrow. If I tell you now, there's no guarantee that it won't be leaked." Li Tai said with a guarded face. F***ck, this damn fatty is probably worried that I'll leak his answer to Iron Egg, isn't he? How shameless. I already have a standard answer, who cares? TSK, if you don't want to tell me, then I'll ask someone to call Iron Egg over and we'll tell him together. After a while, Iron Egg, Lan and Li Tai sat in a circle in the pavilion. Li Tai had Xian paper in front of him, and a little maid was grinding ink for him. Li Zishuan felt that the way Iron Egg looked at him today was a little strange, but he couldn't put his finger on it. It could only be considered as a man's intuition. After everyone had arrived, Li Zishuan closed his eyes and began to recall the legend of a mortal's journey to immortality that he had read in his previous life. This book could be called a divine book in his previous life. It was the founder of the mortal flow, and it was also the best and longest work of the mortal flow. Unlike Journey to the West, Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality was a web novel. It focused on fast food culture, and the language was plain. The main advantage was that the plot was attractive. Li Zishuan wasn't sure if this type of web novel would be popular in ancient times. Today was a good time to test it out. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Li Zishuan had recalled most of the plot in the first volume of Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. On one hand, he really liked this novel in his previous life. On the other hand, his current mental strength was incomparable to that of ordinary people. The benefits of having a strong mental strength were not only reflected in mental calculation, but also in memory. Green Sparrow, are you ready? Li Zishuan looked at Li Tai and asked. Li Tai squeezed the brush in his hand and said excitedly, I'm ready, I'm ready. Li Zishuan nodded and began to narrate, the first time we returned to the village at the edge of the mountain. Dumbo's eyes widened as it stared straight at the black roof made of straw and mud. The old quilt covering its body was now a dark yellow, and its original appearance was unrecognizable, with a faint moldy smell wafting from it. The person next to him was his second brother, Han Zhu. He was sleeping soundly, and there were intermittent sounds of snoring coming from his body. Li Tai frowned as he listened and jotted down notes. This beginning is too plain. It's not as exciting as Journey to the West at all. Although that was what he thought, Li Tai didn't interrupt him. The excellent education from the royal family urged him to continue listening patiently. Chapter 165. Under the Pavilion. From time to time, Li Tai would frown slightly. Naturally, Li Zishuan would notice this. He could understand this. The beginning of a mortal's journey to immortality was indeed not outstanding. This could be seen from its early results. But there's a saying that goes, if you can endure loneliness, you can hold on to prosperity. Although the system of Mortal was based on Xiao Qian's masterpiece Misty Journey, in the novels before Mortal, the cultivation system was only the background of the story. The main characters all leveled up very quickly, and the story still relied on other contradictions to progress. Just like World of Warcraft, leveling up was only a small part of the story. However, in Mortal, leveling up was the main content. Every small improvement was incomparably difficult, but it could also make the reader deeply immersed in it, unable to extricate themselves. The entire story revolved around how to take every step to level up. Through accumulation step by step, the legend of Mortal was finally created. As the story went deeper and deeper, Li Tai also discovered the strengths of Mortal. Unlike Journey to the West, which was unconstrained and passionate, the main plot of Mortal only revolved around Han Li's cultivation and leveling up. Every step was filled with setbacks. As Li Tai listened, he could not help but put himself in the shoes of the character. The Seven Mysteries sect, the eternal spring arts that seemed ordinary on the surface, but contained profound mysteries, and the small mysterious bottle that Li Zishuan had accidentally picked up. All of these tempted Li Tai to continue listening. Li Tai's fat right hand held the brush as it danced on the paper. He didn't feel the slightest bit tired. His heart was completely immersed in another world as he listened to Li Zishuan. Even Li Tai was like this, not to mention Iron Egg. The main character of Mortal had the same name as him. Moreover, their family circumstances were very similar. Thus, after listening to the story twice, Iron Egg was already completely immersed. It was as if he was Han Li in the novel, following the ups and downs of the plot, with twists and turns. Lan on the other hand, had no interest in this story. After listening to it for a while, she felt that Han Li wasn't as interesting as Sun Wukong. After bidding farewell to Li Zishuan, she returned to the backyard. Li Zishuan also breathed a sigh of relief. Previously, he had only asked Iron Egg to come over. He did not expect Lan to come over as well. Many of the later parts of the novel were not suitable for her to read. It was good that the little girl had left. Han Li dripped a drop of green liquid on a green 3 crowgrass, turning it into a yellow 3 crowgrass with a 100-year medicinal effect. A few days later, he dripped another drop of green liquid on it, and it actually became another 100 years old. Seeing that this method was indeed effective, Han Li repeated the same method for the next 2 months. Every time a new green liquid was produced from the small bottle, he would drip it on the 3 crowgrass. And the 3 crowgrass lived up to his expectations. Its leaves gradually turned from yellow to yellow-black, and then from yellow-black to black. Finally, when its leaves were completely black and shiny, it became a rare 1,000-year-old 3 crowgrass in the world. Li Tai's eyes widened, and he was shocked in his heart. So this mysterious bottle can infinitely accelerate the maturity of spiritual herbs. This is really amazing. Han Li will definitely be able to completely turn the tables this time. Iron Egg's breathing quickened as he listened. He was as excited as he was when he obtained the mysterious bottle. Okay, that's all for today. Li Zishuan clapped his hands and did not want to continue. He had been talking for almost an entire afternoon, and his throat was smoking. Ah! You're done so soon? Li Tai was dumbfounded. He had just gotten into the role, and now it was over. What was this? Iron Egg's face was also full of regret, but he did not raise any objections. Li Zishuan said angrily, "It's already so late. What are you still talking about? Chinkyu, go back quickly. Be careful, the market will be closed soon." Li Tai waved his hand indifferently and said, "It doesn't matter. If worst comes to worst, I'll just stay at Mr. Li's house tonight. Sir, please tell me 2 more times, or I won't be able to sleep tonight." A large part of the reason why he chose to go to Li Zishuan's class in the School of Mathematics was that it was convenient for him to listen to Li Zishuan's story. After reading Journey to the West, he had been out of books for a long time. Today, he had finally fulfilled his wish. He had just satisfied his craving, but now it was abruptly stopped. How could he stand it? At this time, not to mention that the market was closed, even if it was raining blades, he would not be willing to leave. Li Zishuan's face darkened when he heard this. He roared in his heart, "What the F***ck, if worst comes to worst, you'll just stay at my house tonight. This damn fatty is really thick-skinned. No, I'm tired today. I definitely won't teach anymore." Li Zishuan refused in a muffled voice. Li Tai saw that he was determined and knew that there was no room for negotiation. He thought for a while and said, "Okay, I'll come back tomorrow." "I won't teach tomorrow either. I have something to do tomorrow," Li Zishuan said quickly. Tomorrow, he would go to the workshop to see how the preparation of the printing department was going. The students were still waiting for the textbooks the day after tomorrow. Li Tai suddenly became angry. He wanted to curse on the spot, but when he thought of the consequences, he shrank his neck and said sullenly, "What can you do? Are you lying to me again? Believe it or not." Li Zishuan was too lazy to explain. He got up and was about to take the manuscript of Ordinary Man that Li Tai had transcribed. "Then I'll go with you tomorrow." Hey, this is what I wrote. Why are you taking it away? I plan to sell this story in the future. You can only listen to it. You're not allowed to take it away, so as not to leak the secret," Li Zishuan said with a smile. F***ck. Li Tai was sure that Li Zishuan was doing this on purpose. He was taking revenge on him for not handing in his homework in advance. In his opinion, although the novel was interesting, how much could it be sold for? Li Tai gritted his teeth and turned to leave. TSK, this little fatty's handwriting is not bad. Li Tai was speechless. At this moment, he really wanted to turn around and fight Li Zishuan to the death. Here, Li Tai was addicted to Ordinary Man. Over at the Imperial College, Meng Wenhao was lost in thought, unable to extricate himself. The sun was already setting in the west, but Meng Wenhao was still standing under the ginkgo tree stubbornly, looking up at the treetops. Because he had been in this position for a long time and hadn't stopped drinking, his thin and weak body seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. The drums of the Imperial College sounded, and the students rushed out of the classroom. When they arrived at the entrance of the Imperial College, they found that Meng Wenhao was still standing there. Thus, many people surrounded him, pointing and whispering to each other. "Oh my God, why is he still here? He's been standing there for so long. Will something happen to him? I think he must have been stimulated by something and turned into a fool." "I don't think so. Meng Wenhao's grades have always been good. What stimulated him? I don't care. I'm going home. This person is either crazy or a fool. Yes. Let's go home." After a while, the crowd dispersed. Facing the setting sun, their shadows were very long, and many of them reflected on Meng Wenhao's body. Meng Wenhao inadvertently looked down and saw this scene. He was stunned for a moment and seemed to understand something. Then he shouted excitedly, "Haha, I finally figured it out." As he spoke, he wanted to run home. Unexpectedly, he stood for too long and lost control of his legs. He fell to the ground, But he continued to shout excitedly. The students who were walking in front of him turned around and saw this crazy scene. They couldn't help but look at each other and think, it seems that this student is really crazy. Chapter 166. Not long after Li Tai left, Li Jingmo came back with a group of people to escort the bride. Old man Li's face was flushed and full of joy. He was pulled by his wife and asked a lot of questions, but he did not seem to be impatient. Xiao Shi came over secretly and went to Li Zishuan's side. She said softly, "Young master, young madam cried when she saw your letter. She also asked me to bring you a letter." Li Zishuan said happily, "Quickly give it to me." Xiao Shi carefully took out a letter from her waist pouch and passed it to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan took it and walked to the side. He opened it and saw a line of beautiful words, "I want to know you and live a long life. The mountains have no edges, the heaven and earth merge, the river runs dry, the winter thunder rumbles, the summer snow dares to be separated from you." This was a Han folk love song called Shangxie. Li Zishuan used mushy words to express his love to Han Yushi. Han Yushi used poetry to express her unswerving love. This girl was shy when she needed to be, but once she expressed her feelings, she was passionate and unrestrained when she loved him. Li Zishuan smiled proudly. He had picked up a treasure. This kind of girl was even cuter, right? When Xiao He and Xiao Shi saw Li Zishuan's lewd smile, they couldn't help but back off in fear. The next day. "Teacher, what are you doing here today?" Li Tai left unwillingly yesterday, but he did not believe Li Zishuan's words. He thought that Li Zishuan was deliberately finding an excuse to fool him. Therefore, he came to the workshop today. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "I'm here to get the teaching materials. The day before yesterday, I told the students that I would print teaching materials for everyone. I can't go back on my words, right? Teaching materials, damn teaching materials." Hearing these two words, Li Tai suddenly remembered his foolish act of buying teaching materials at a high price. Thus, he silently followed behind and didn't want to speak anymore. Li Zishuan looked at him and knew what he was thinking. Iron Egg had told him the day before yesterday. Li Zishuan neither agreed nor objected to this kind of thing. Anyway, one was willing to take the hit and the other was willing to take the hit. His disciple didn't suffer any losses, and Li Tai didn't lack the money. When he arrived at the workshop, he was greeted by the sight of countless busy craftsmen. Compared to the beginning, the number of craftsmen working in the workshop had increased by more than 3 times. The main reason was that the supply of scooters and skateboards could not meet the demand. These two items were already hard to find in Chang'an. Last month, he had negotiated a cooperation with Wang Runbiao, and he had to give him 50% of the supply every month. The Chitsu Pavilion workshop, which was already short of supply, was even more strained. Seeing that Li Zishuan had arrived, the craftsmen didn't stop working. They only raised their heads and greeted him with a smile when Li Zishuan walked to their side. This was what Li Zishuan had told them before. He didn't like formalism. For him, efficiency was the way to go. The craftsmen were now full of a sense of belonging to the workshop. Not only was the treatment good, but there were also no officials who would scold them for no reason. They could obtain the most basic respect here. Therefore, when they worked, it was a race against time. When Li Tai saw that Li Zishuan had arrived and that the craftsmen were still at their original positions, each carrying out their duties, he couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. It wasn't that he hadn't been to the imperial family's workshop before, but every time he went, all of the officials and craftsmen would swarm out, fighting to prostrate themselves before him. Li Tai didn't find this annoying. Now that he saw the orderly scene of the strange interest pavilion workshop, Li Tai couldn't help but think, this is what a workshop should be like. Led by a shop assistant, Li Zishuan came to a spacious independent courtyard. Inside, dozens of craftsmen were neatly arranging the dried clay molds in a certain order in a frame made in advance. When a frame was filled, it would become a page. Then, the ink was brushed, the paper was covered, and the press was done in one go. A page of the book was printed just like that. Li Tai, who was next to him, widened his eyes in shock and said with a confused face, What kind of printing method is this? Why haven't I seen it before?" Li Zishuan laughed and said, "Chinkyu, There are many things you haven't seen. Learn from me. Haha. After that, he left the confused Li Tai and went straight to find Liu Yidao. Master Liu, what do you think of the movable type printing technique? Li Zishuan asked with a smile when he saw Liu Yidao fiddling with a few newly dried clay movable characters. Oh, young master, you are here. This movable type printing technique is really magical. It just avoids the shortage of engraving plates. As long as enough individual movable characters are prepared in advance, they can be combined at any time. It greatly speeds up the plate making time. After the movable type plates are printed, they can be dismantled and reused. Moreover, the movable type takes up less space than the engraving plates, so it is easier to store and keep. If we only print more than 30 teaching materials, it is certainly not as cost-effective as hiring someone to copy them. However, these movable characters can be kept as a backup. If we want to print any books in the future, the cost is too low. Liu Yidao saw Li Zishuan come in and quickly stood up and said excitedly. When Li Zishuan was about to answer, he heard Li Tai, who had just entered the door, shout, "Haha, this method is really wonderful. Li Zishuan, you are really a genius." Li Tai was so excited that he didn't even call him Mr. Li. He directly called Li Zishuan by his name. Seeing that Li Tai was praising him, Li Zishuan decided not to argue with him about this. Young master, who is this? Liu Yidao was old and shrewd, but he also had good eyesight. He saw Li Tai's noble aura and knew that he was definitely not an ordinary person, so he asked aloud. Li Zishuan didn't want to scare him, so he waved his hand and said, "He is just my student." Li Tai shrugged and didn't mean to reveal his identity. Liu Yidao said, "Oh," and thought that since the young master was teaching in the Imperial College and this person could follow the young master around and was the young master's student, he should be the son of an official. So he saluted Li Tai with his hands folded in front of his chest as a greeting. "Master Liu, when will my teaching materials be printed?" Li Zishuan came here today for the purpose of getting teaching materials, so he asked directly. "Young master, they will all be printed and bound in the afternoon. I will send them to your mansion then," Liu Yidao replied with his hands folded in front of his chest. Li Zishuan nodded with satisfaction. He thought for a while and then asked, "Master Liu, I asked you to set up a printing department last time. How is it going?" "Young master, the basic prototype of the printing department has been set up. At present, there is one supervisor, 20 craftsmen in charge of carving, more than 40 craftsmen in charge of typesetting and printing, and a scholar in charge of text proofreading." Li Zishuan said curiously, "Oh? There are scholars who are willing to come here?" In Li Zishuan's impression, there was a clear division between the classes of scholars, farmers, workers, and merchants in ancient times. Scholars were all arrogant. How could they be engaged in the so-called lowly industry? Liu Yidao stroked his beard and said with a smile, "Young master, not all scholars can pass the exam. After all, the majority of people fail the exam. They also need to earn money to make a living."